Chapter 777. Ah! The surrounding soldiers were dumbfounded. The Yaks were about to charge, and the army was about to close in. Weren't they just waiting to be trampled by the enemy if they lay on the ground? But Marquis Dian Mangpoj is about to arrive. Su Shirshian said anxiously, although the others said nothing. They all had the same expression on their faces. They had always trusted in Wang Chong, but this order was too illogical. The Uzun's attacks were not as simple as the Yaks. In just a few moments, they could already hear the roars of the Uzun army behind them. Even if they lay on the ground and hid behind the steel walls to endure the attack of the Yaks, they wouldn't be able to escape the Uzun army behind them. Dismounting and hiding on the ground at this crucial moment was suicidal. This was not just a simple matter of the 5,000 Wushang cavalry. If they were defeated, the 8,000 craftsmen in the city behind them would also become ghosts under the Uzun cavalry. No buts. Just do as I say. Wang Chong said firmly, looking forward. Yes. Su Shirshian clenched his teeth and left. Although he still felt that Wang Chong's order wasn't very appropriate, as long as Wang Chong was certain that this was necessary, Su Shirshian would not disobey. 50 zhang, 40 zhang, 30 zhang, 20 zhang, everyone's heartstrings were stretched taut. Through the thick white mist, they could even see the Yaks' flaring nostrils and their eyes that were as bright and crazy as copper bells. Their huge bodies and towering backs were like small mountains. Moo, moo. The moos of the Yaks echoed through the world like massive waves. And even more frightening than the Yaks were the crazed shouts of the thousands of Tibetan cavalry. All soldiers, hear my order. Follow behind the Yaks and kill the Tang people to avenge the mountain army. To dare build a city on the plateau is suicidal. Everyone follow me. The general has ordered that whoever kills that brat named Wang Chong will be made a general and rewarded with the Great Snow Mountain's secret techniques. Don't let a single Tang people escape. Go. The war horses neighed. Tens of thousands of Uzun cavalrymen waved their machetes and shouted crazily. Although the white mist was effective against them, all the Uzun cavalrymen only needed to line up in a trapezoidal formation, cover their mouths and noses with coarse cloth, and follow closely behind the Yaks. Only death awaits those who dare to insult the general. Brat, do you really think you're safe behind the city walls? Everything comes with a price. This time, I will let everyone know the consequences of going against me and provoking Uzun. In the middle of the army, Dian Mangpoj rode on the snow-white, divine steed of the Great Snow Mountain. His eyes shone with a ferocious and crazy light. No matter how Wang Chong responded, he would not be able to escape death. He could already imagine how he would behead Wang Chong and plant his head on the edge of the plateau as a warning to the entire Tang dynasty. All soldiers, hear my order. Advance at full speed. With Dian Mangpoj's order, the army immediately accelerated, the rumbling of the earth growing louder and louder. Buzz! The rumbling of the earth grew louder and louder, and all the grass on the plateau rustled and trembled. As the army approached, the atmosphere grew tenser and tenser. 100 feet, 80 feet, 60 feet, 40 feet, rumble. Finally, thousands of Yaks mooed and madly charged into the city of steel. The atmosphere was so tense that even time seemed to stop. Get down! A loud shout resounded through the world. Almost at the same time, the sound of a bowstring vibrating could be heard from the rear of the army. No one noticed that an arrow had shot out like a bolt of lightning from the steel city behind them, heading straight for the army. And at the tip of the arrow there was an extremely conspicuous spot of flame. Rumble. It seemed like only a split second had passed, but it also seemed like countless long centuries. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion came from the sky. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, a dazzling crimson fireball exploded violently in the sky. This was like the first signal. Then, with a rumble, the entire battlefield, all the areas filled with white smoke, exploded violently. This massive noise drowned out the mooing of the Yaks, the shouting of battle, the clopping of hooves, and the quaking of the earth. All other sounds seemed insignificant in comparison to this explosion, like the buzzing of a mosquito to a thunderclap. The violent explosion also triggered a terrifying shockwave that covered a large area. The strong yaks that were madly charging over let out miserable cries and were instantly sent flying like rice straws, as if they were weightless. The Uzun cavalry following closely behind the yaks were completely caught off guard. Aya! With screams, these Uzun and their horses were sent flying far away by the shockwave. Some of them were thrown into the air, blown to pieces by the successive explosions. Others were sent flying into the grass. They appeared fine on the surface, but inside their bodies, all their internal energy and organs had been sent flying. Blood flowed from their orifices as they died on the spot. Not only that, the fierce explosions had also unleashed a terrifying sea of fire. The entire battlefield, including the city of steel behind Wangchong, had been transformed into a sea of fire of unprecedented scale. The air within the battlefield, as well as the lungs of some of the Uzun cavalry, was completely incinerated. Before these Uzun cavalry could even react, they had already suffocated to death. Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of explosions, screams, neighing, and mooing filled the air, throwing the battlefield into chaos. Impossible! How could there be such a thing? In the distance, Fomin Linta saw this inconceivable sight, his entire body trembling, and he couldn't help but cry out. As a top-class general of the Tang dynasty and a titan of the generals, Fomin Linta had spent his entire life on the battlefield. He had seen all kinds of battles and was extremely experienced. But not even Fomin Linta had ever encountered such a thing. He had already ordered Heba Yi to bring his army to the edge of the battlefield. All he needed was an order to charge through the gap where Dayan Mangpo's Uzun army would fall into chaos after killing Wang Chong. But Fomin Linta had never expected such a thing to happen. It was just a few arrows, but Wang Chong had created such a large-scale explosion and such a terrifying sea of fire, and it had happened right in front of him. Even though he was very far away, Fomin Linta could still feel the searing waves of heat. At this moment, Fomin Linta's mind was in turmoil, and he felt an unprecedented shock. Everything before him had completely surpassed common sense. How could an imperial great general like Fomin Linta? Even if he was right next to him and had witnessed the entire process, he still wouldn't be able to understand how Wang Chong had managed to create such a massive explosion. Even an imperial great general like Fomin Linta couldn't understand what was going on. Kail! Kail! Before Fomin Linta could think too much, the distant cries of fighting shook the entire steppe. After this wave of explosions, the Wushan cavalry, led by Wang Chong, finally began to attack. Nay, Wang Chong's robes fluttered in the wind as he was the first to leap out from behind the silver-white walls, his white hooves flapping in the wind. Behind him, all the Wushan cavalry mounted their horses and formed into neat ranks, neighing as they followed Wang Chong. Wang Chong and the others had also been caught up in that wave of explosions. Fortunately, Wang Chong had warned everyone, including their horses, to lie down and lean against the walls. As a result, almost no one had been injured, and the steel walls in the rear were more than 6 zhang tall, allowing them to block the white barley powder, allowing the craftsmen in the city to escape disaster. All soldiers, hear my order! Attack! Wang Chong unsheathed his sword, his cold and determined voice echoing through the heavens. Boom! The mountains and rivers trembled, and the earth was silent. In a flash, the 5,000 Wushan cavalry, along with the 1,000 elites of the old tribes of the southwest, surged out from behind the silver-white walls like a tide, seething with killing intent. At this moment, the explosions had stopped, the sea of fire had been extinguished, all the white barley powder had been burned away, and the white smoke that shrouded the battlefield had finally dissipated. The scene on the battlefield began to become clear to the eyes. In front of Wang Chong's steel defenses, corpses were strewn all over the ground in a radius of nearly 1,000 zhang. One after another, the yaks were roasted until their bodies were charred black, and they were sprawled on the ground. The thick black fur on their bodies had become one of the fatal triggers in this explosion and sea of fire. Tens of thousands of yaks lay on the ground, their bodies burned bare. They had suffered the greatest impact in this wave of explosions. And behind these yaks were the corpses of countless Uzun cavalry. These people were brave and skilled warriors of the plateau, all of them riding on sturdy highland steeds. Because they were standing high up, when the air burned and the shock wave struck them, they suffered the greatest impact and shock. But the greatest impact and shock came from their minds. Even now, none of the Uzun soldiers knew what had happened. Just the thought of that explosion was enough to make one tremble in fear. But no matter what the Uzun thought, Wang Chong's strategy had been successfully carried out. The 5,000 Wushang cavalry, together with the 1,000 elites of the old tribes of the southwest, formed into an arrow formation and charged from the rear like a tide. Swish! A sharp saber slashed through the air. One of the Uzun cavalrymen, standing at the very front, closest to the steel walls, did not even have time to react before his bewildered face was slashed across the neck. His massive head flew high into the air. And all this was only the beginning. Rumble. The earth rumbled as tens of thousands of Wushang cavalry surged out, destroying everything in their path. The moment Wang Chong had chosen was precisely when the Uzun had suffered heavy losses. Their morale had plummeted, their formation had collapsed, and even their speed had fallen to rock bottom. At this moment, it was truly a crushing defeat. Chapter 778. Dian Mangpoj, come. Let's fight to the death. Wang Chong roared with laughter as he rode the white hoof shadow toward the battlefield. With a swing of his woozy steel sword, he immediately beheaded an Uzun horseman. With another slash, his scimitar snapped, and an Uzun rider was cleaved in two along with his horse. For an expert of Wang Chong's level, after reaching the peak of the imperial martial realm, the power of a woozy steel weapon in his hands could not even be mentioned in the same breath as before. However, Wang Chong's gaze remained fixed on the distant Dian Mangpoj. Dian Mangpoj was known as the Azura war god of the Uzun Empire. This fellow was crude on the outside, but meticulous on the inside, and he always came prepared. In order to deal with Wang Chong in one fell swoop, he had hired yaks to charge the formation, and he had also found barley flour to conceal himself. Alas, his cleverness had been overruled. What Dian Mangpoj didn't know was that the barley flour he was using to make smoke could easily cause a dust explosion. Once the barley flour in the air reached a certain density, it would become the best kind of incense. Just a little flame would be enough to cause a heaven-shaking explosion. To Wang Chong, this was all common sense. But it was clear that no one in this world knew of this, and Wang Chong's strategy had succeeded. As for the result, everyone had seen it. Bastard! Dian Mangpoj clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands bulged, and he gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Insanity, anger, and a terrifying killing intent that he couldn't suppress, all sorts of emotions, flashed past his eyes. If looks could kill, Wang Chong would have died countless times over. I will definitely kill you! I will definitely kill you! Dian Mangpoj locked onto Wang Chong, who was riding the white-hoofed shadow in the distance. He wanted to charge forward and rely on his Saint Martial realm cultivation to kill Wang Chong with a single thrust of his spear. However, the events of the City of Steel were still fresh in his mind. Although Wang Chong's strength and cultivation were inferior to his ability to rotate his opponents and coordinate his attacks was something that even a Saint Martial realm expert like Dian Mangpoj had to be wary of. Now, Wang Chong no longer had those 200 subordinates by his side, but he had more than 5,000 elites. His military strength was even greater than before. Meanwhile, on Dian Mangpoj's side, the earth-shattering explosion that had never happened before in the highlands had caused everyone to panic and lose their morale. The army was utterly routed and completely lost the ability to fight against Wang Chong. retreat. Although Dayan Mangpoj was extremely unwilling, he still clenched his teeth and gave the order to retreat. Rumble. The Uzin had already lost their morale to begin with, and upon hearing Dayan Mangpoj's order, they immediately broke down. After them, the soldiers were invigorated by this sight and overjoyed. Boom! The halo of Dusk Stallion descended, and with a clattering of metal, it rapidly reinforced the entire army. The 5,000 Wushang cavalry charged forward in pursuit. Aya! Screams filled the air as the 5,000 Wushang cavalry swept past Uzin soldiers. 5,000, 7,000, 8,000, 10,000. When the 5,000 Wushang cavalry charged in formation, they swiftly displayed a harvest that far surpassed that of any other army in this world. The dense ranks of Uzin cavalry were scattered in a single wave. Some of the Uzin soldiers attempted to gather together and form a group to cover the rear, but they were swiftly reduced to dust by the charge of the main army. Run! Dayan Mangpoj's shrill voice resounded over the battlefield. At this moment, even a Saint Martial realm expert like him did not dare to linger when faced with Wang Chang's 5,000 Samushang cavalry, let alone the others. Stopping on their own would be suicidal, and they would not be able to stop Wang Chang's army, much less delay them. Boom! At the most dangerous moment for the army, a horn suddenly blared across the battlefield. This horn was different from any other. It was even louder and exuded a grandeur, righteousness, and majesty that had never been heard before. At the same time, the earth rumbled as if something was catching up to the rear of the army. Stop! Wang Chong was charging at the very front of the army. When he heard this horn, he raised his right palm and came to a sudden stop, a wary look on his face. Easy. The earth trembled and the grass rustled. Behind Dayan Mangpoj and the routed Uzin army, a black tide surged as another army of the Uzin Empire surged forward. In the distance, Wang Chong could clearly see a tall black war banner, upon which was a white eagle and the image of a vast snowy mountain. It's Dusong Mangpoj. Wang Chong's heart chilled as he recognized that black war banner at a glance. In Wang Chong's memories, there was only one person on the Uzin Plateau who would use a white eagle as the image of an army's banner, the eagle of the plateau Dusong Mangpoj. Withdraw! Wang Chong waved down his right hand, giving the order to retreat. Dusong Mangpoj was a great general of the Uzin Empire, even stronger than Dayan Mangpoj. Although Wang Chong was not surprised that he would appear here, this was not the best time to fight him. Rumble! Wang Chong immediately turned his horse around. Behind him, the 5,000 Wushang cavalry stopped their pursuit and began to ride toward the steel fortress at the base of the mountain. This brat, what a fast reaction! In the distance, Dusong Mangpoj slightly closed his eyes at this sight. If Wang Chong dared to pursue, he wouldn't mind slaying him with a single palm. But Wang Chong's senses were sharper than anyone else's. Before Dusong Mangpoj could strike, he had already given the order to retreat. Not even Dusong Mangpoj could do anything at this moment. It seems like it's not time to kill him yet. I have to wait a little longer, Dusong Mangpoj quietly said to himself. This was not his first time meeting Wang Chong. The first time they had met was in the capital of the Tang dynasty. At the time, Dusong Mangpoj had used the strategy of exchanging a leopard cat for the crown prince, using a valiant general to replace the first prince in the capital of the Tang dynasty, killing no small number of Tang dynasty experts. In the end, Wang Chong had seen through this plan, and even Dusong Mangpoj's identity had been exposed. On his way back to the capital, he had been pursued by the experts of the Tang dynasty and had almost been forced to stay in the Central Plains. That encounter had left an extremely deep impression on Dusong Mangpoj. But that youth from the capital of the Tang dynasty had been far more formidable than he had imagined. Huishu Wuzong and Dalun Ruozin had been defeated in the southwest, and the hero of the Dayan clan, Dayan Pujiel, had been killed by him at Zhangzhung. Even Dayan Mangpoj had lost to him. This wise and far-sighted youth from the capital of the Tang dynasty was rapidly maturing into a threat and hidden danger to the Uzun Empire. But even though his heart was bursting with killing intent, Dusong Mangpoj was forced to restrain himself. With Fomin Linta, an imperial great general of the Tang dynasty, present, Dusong Mangpoj had to restrain himself no matter how much he wanted to strike. Fomin Linta, just what do you want? Do you want me to kill him or not? Dusong Mangpoj gave one last profound glance at the distant Fomin Linta, and then he quickly looked away. Sound the gongs to withdraw. The army was in chaos, and if they wanted to sweep away the Tang dynasty's obstacle at the base of the mountain, they would have to regroup and start all over again. As the Uzun army sounded the gongs to withdraw, the first battle came to an end. In the distance, the Chishi Protectorate officers were dumbstruck. This kid's too formidable. Did he deliberately cause that explosion just now? If he did, then that's too shocking. Dayan Mangpoj has probably kicked him in the foot. This kid is even more difficult to deal with than he imagined. He's truly met his match this time. No one had expected this turn of events in the battle. The generals of the Chishi Protectorate were completely stunned by the result of this battle. These were all valiant generals of the Chishi Protectorate who had presided over Chishi for many years. They were extremely experienced in fighting and had faced all sorts of storms. But even these proud generals of the Chishi Protectorate had to admit that if they were in Wang Chong's position, they would have never been able to survive Dayan Mangpoj's frenzied assault. All of you, shut up! Fomin Linta was infuriated by the voices of the generals. Had these bastards forgotten who their enemy was? They were even praising Wang Chong. Is there nothing else to do? Go and inspect the soldiers for me. Prepare to enter the battle at any time. Yes, the generals felt their hearts chill as they hurriedly lowered their heads and left. Ha ha ha! Unlike the oppressive atmosphere on the other two sides, behind the silver-white steel walls of the triangular gap, the soldiers were beaming with joy. In the small fortress behind them, the 8,000-some craftsmen who had been involved in the construction poked their heads out and excitedly cheered. Marquis! 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 The heaven-shaking cheers made Fomin Linta, the distant Dayan Mangpoj, and Uzun all grimace. Marquis! How did you do it just now? Why did that white smoke suddenly explode? After the battle, Cheng Sanyuan, Su Shixian, Su Kai, and the others gathered at Wang Chong's side, their curious gazes focused on him. In this battle, they were most curious about that explosion that had routed Uzun's army. Even now, with the battle over, that scene still seemed like a miracle to them. Everyone knew that this had to be related to Wang Chong, but no one knew how he had done it. Don't ask any more questions. I will naturally tell you in the future. Although the battle has ended for now, the war is far from over. The Uzun won't give up so easily, Wang Chong said. Yes, hearing Wang Chong speak of proper matters, everyone's hearts trembled and they lowered their heads. Li Sai, send out scouts to take stock of the losses in this battle, Wang Chong said. This subordinate will make the arrangements. Chapter 779. Very quickly, the losses of the battle were reported. Uzun's side had lost around 5,000 to 6,000 yak corpses. Only about 1,000 of them managed to survive and flee in all directions. It would take at least a few hours to find them again, and even if they managed to find them, they'd already lost their ability to fight. Furthermore, due to the previous explosion, as well as the charge of the 5,000 Wushang cavalry, Dayan Mangpoj's side had lost a total of 18,000 to 19,000 corpses, while another 6,000 to 7,000 were heavily injured by the explosion. On the other hand, Wang Chong's side's losses were negligible. This was a complete and utter victory. The only mishap occurred in the small fortress at the back. 7 to 8 craftsmen fell from the scaffolding during the explosion, while the eardrums of more than 20 people were shaken by the sound of the explosion. These were the biggest casualties on Wang Chong's side. As for the other soldiers, because they were warned beforehand, They all laid flat on the ground, avoiding the explosion, and only suffered some minor scratches. As soon as this number came out, everyone was shocked. They all looked at Wang Chong with admiration. "Don't celebrate too early," Wang Chong casually said. "With Dian Mangpo's personality, he'll soon launch an attack, and it'll be even fiercer and fiercer than the first wave. Haha. What's there to be afraid of? With Marquis here, no matter how strong Dian Mangpo is, it won't matter." Just now, he sent so many soldiers to fight, but still suffered a crushing defeat. Now that he's lost so many soldiers, he's even less of a match for Marquis. That's right. Dian Mangpo has already lost to Marquis twice. He'll only lose even more miserably if he does it again. We'll deal with it as it comes, with our strength. Do we really have to be afraid of them? The generals all agreed. The battle just now had greatly boosted everyone's confidence. They trusted Wang Chong even more. Even if Wang Chong were to say that he'd lead them to conquer the entire Uzun Empire, they would still believe him without a doubt. Arrogant soldiers are bound to lose. Don't be too careless, Wang Chong shook his head. Everyone had underestimated Dian Mangpo too much. Although he defeated Dian Mangpo twice, Wang Chong knew that the first time was because Dian Mangpo's troops were far away, so he could only rely on himself and used a combination attack to defeat him. The second time was because Dian Mangpo scattered barley powder to create an artificial white smoke, leaving a huge opening and using the powder explosion to defeat him. Neither of these had been proper exchanges. If one believed that Dian Mangpo was only SOSO just because of these two victories, one would truly be digging one's own grave and committing suicide. If Dian Mangpo only had this much ability, he would never have been able to kill the 5,000 soldiers of the Qixi Protectorate and Pulin he after running into a wall in the City of Steel, and he certainly wouldn't have been placed on the Stone of Destiny's list to issue a mission to threaten Qixi. Success would reward 400 points of destiny energy. Failure would result in a deduction of 2,000 points. Moreover, how could someone who had been hailed as the Azura war god of the Uzun Empire, the future king of generals, only have this much ability? Everyone, there's no need to say anything. Marquis has his reasons for saying this, and I feel that Dian Mangpo truly is an expert. A person who can think of using a herd of yaks to charge at the enemy is definitely not as simple as all of you think. Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out, interrupting the voices of the crowd. The surroundings were silent. Everyone looked at Li Sai, who was at the side. An arrogant army is bound to fall. This battle concerns all of us, the 8,000 craftsmen behind us, and the safety of Qixi. Before the battle is over, we can't afford to be careless or careless. Before the battle is over, we cannot afford to be careless, Li Sai sternly said. Wang Chong turned to Li Sai, who was more than a head taller than him, and gave an almost imperceptible nod. Li Sai truly was worthy of being a future, top-class great general. No matter the situation, he would never lose his instincts as a commander. Even in the face of a great victory, he would always be able to calmly analyze the situation and make the most rational of decisions. Everyone go and rest. For the time being, Dian Mangpo shouldn't be attacking again. In addition, urge the craftsmen in the rear to speed up the construction of the city and finish the third floor as quickly as possible. This city will soon be put to use. Wang Chong's final words were like a hammer striking down the hammer, and everyone quickly left. How is it, Dian? Do you need me to go? 2,000 zhang away, in the rear of the Uzun army, another conversation was taking place. But one side was an imperial great general of Uzun, while the other side was a brigadier general. The mood was grim. The crushing defeat from before had been far too severe. Even if Dusong Mangpo was overseeing the rear and restraining Fomin Linta, he could not just sit back and watch. The casualties of nearly 20,000 Uzun cavalry was no small number. If one added on the 20,000 killed by Buluhu, they would have lost nearly 40,000 soldiers. Even a great general like Dusong Mangpo would have to think of a way to explain this to the Tsenpo. There's no need. Dian Mangpoj immediately refused. I was the one who started this battle, so I will personally end it. As for that Wang Chong, no matter what, I will kill him. I also have some understanding of that Wang Chong, and he's not that easy to deal with. You saw the battle just now. He's even more crafty and difficult to deal with than we imagined. You alone might not be able to deal with him. Dusong Mangpoj said. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Dian Mangpoj, but that he had already lost 2 battles, and his losses were not small. He could not allow the soldiers the Uzun Empire used to conquer the world to be used by Dian Mangpoj in a conflict of pride. Wang Chong was the Tsenpo's target. If Dian Mangpoj could not deal with him, then Dusong Mangpoj would have to do it himself. So you're afraid that I'll lose even more soldiers because of the heavy losses just now? Dian Mangpoj stared at Dusong Mangpoj, his eyes sharp. Dusong Mangpoj said nothing, only gave a non-committal nod. As commander-in-chief, there were some things that he had to consider. Even in front of Dian Mangpoj, there was no need for him to hide this fact. If that's the case, there's no need for you to worry, because I will personally send my white braves. I won't need any of your soldiers, whether you agree or not. I will personally kill that Wang Chong. With these final words, Dian Mangpoj left in a huff. In the howling winds, the plateau was suffused with the smell of burning. Behind the silver-white walls of steel, Wang Chong was seated cross-legged. Next to him was the tall and muscular Li Sai, silently standing guard. Even if I defeat Uzun, killing the Saint Martial Realm Dian Mangpoj is still a difficult task. Wang Chong propped up his chin, a pensive look on his face as he stared at the ground. The mission given by the Stone of Destiny was that Wang Chong had to personally kill Dian Mangpoj. If someone else killed Dian Mangpoj, or if something happened to Dian Mangpoj, Wang Chong would not be able to complete the mission. And if something like this happened, the mission would be considered a failure, and 2,000 points of destiny energy would be deducted. Even to the current Wang Chong, this was an enormous number. After all, he had turned the tide, expended countless efforts to defeat Huishu Wuzong and Daluan Ruozhen, saving the Southwest and completing the Empire's elegy, but he had only been rewarded with 2,410 points of destiny energy. The gap in cultivation is still a very large problem. I have to think of a way to increase my strength and close the distance between us. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. With a thought, Wang Chong quickly communicated with the Stone of Destiny in his mind. It was impossible to make a last-minute effort to increase his strength in a short period of time, so the only way was through the Stone of Destiny. Thinking about how he had accumulated a large amount of destiny energy after the last mission, he had yet to use it. Furthermore, after completing the Trial of Fate mission, he successfully advanced from a fate struggler to a controller of fate. The Stone of Fate had also correspondingly undergone a huge change, and the rewards he could exchange for had increased by a lot. Buzz. A moment later, the scene in front of Wang Chong changed. In the boundless darkness, a simple and unadorned, fist-sized, mysterious gem quietly floated in front of Wang Chong. This was the Stone of Destiny. Wang Chong had always been busy with matters in the real world, so it had been a long time since he had so closely examined the Stone of Destiny. After experiencing so many things, the Stone of Destiny seemed to have grown much larger and had gained much more luster. It was all the more dazzling and mysterious. 4030. In the upper right corner of the Stone of Destiny, Wang Chong saw an illusory line of golden numbers. Is this how much destiny energy I've accumulated? Wang Chong quietly said to himself. This thought had just flashed through his mind when countless phantoms flashed before his eyes, accompanied by a flood of information. All the rewards from the War of the Southwest, plus the ones from before, amounted to 2,410 points of destiny energy. Recruiting 5,000 Wushang soldiers from Wushang village had resulted in 600 points of destiny energy. Inventing cement had resulted in 1,000 points of destiny energy. Writing a letter to Gao Xianji had resulted in 600 points of destiny energy being deducted. The Warhorse mission had resulted in 510 points of destiny energy. All the missions up until now had resulted in a total of 4,030 points of destiny energy. As he read the information introduced by the Stone of Destiny, Wang Chong couldn't help but be startled. He had unwittingly accumulated so many points of destiny energy. Such an enormous number is enough for me to exchange for some powerful abilities, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. The Stone of Destiny would not be able to raise a person from an ordinary martial artist to a peerless expert in a single stroke. Its greater use was to influence and gradually raise one's strength. Moreover, the Stone of Destiny's rewards were not just pure strength, but also many martial arts and techniques. Chapter 780. Buzz. With a thought from Wang Chong, the scene before him changed once more. Above the Stone of Destiny, golden light flashed. Heart, body, energy, technique, power. 5 different balls of light, the 5 different rewards of the Stone of Destiny appeared before his eyes. Heart represented conviction, body represented body-refining techniques, energy represented origin energy, technique represented moves and techniques, and power represented momentum and fortune. At least one of Wang Chong's Stone of Destiny rewards had been sealed, but after the Southwest War, the last 2 technique and power had been unsealed. At this point, all the seals on the Stone of Destiny had been undone. Wang Chong's eyes turned, and he very naturally turned his attention to the energy reward that represented origin energy. Unlike its name, the Stone of Destiny did not directly reward origin energy, much less raise a martial artist's strength by a level. Instead, it rewarded many things related to origin energy, such as halos or the characteristics of stellar energy. With a thought from Wang Chong, the contents of the Stone of Destiny's origin energy rewards quickly appeared before his eyes. Compared to the Southwest War, the contents of the Stone of Destiny's rewards had once more changed. Origin Energy Pill, effective only for Origin Energy realm martial artists. Stellar Energy Sharpness, changing the nature of stellar energy and increasing its sharpness. Stellar Energy Piercing, changing the nature of stellar energy and increasing its piercing nature. Wang Chong muttered to himself. He was already very familiar with these things. Origin Energy Pill and Stellar Energy Sharpness were of little use to the current Wang Chong. Only Stellar Energy Piercing could ignore defenses, and as the number of layers increased, its ability to ignore the opponent's level was still useful to Wang Chong. But what truly attracted Wang Chong's attention was the new contents of the Stone of Destiny. Stellar Energy Ignition only targets the power of Lu Wu, increases users' Lu Wu ability by 1 level. In battle, rapidly burns away the opponent's energy. The degree of burning depends on user's strength and the opponent's level. Primary upgrade. Burn 1/4 of the opponent's stellar energy every 15 minutes. Only effective against Imperial martial opponents at most. Exchange points, 800. Advanced upgrade. Burn 1/4 of the opponent's stellar energy every 15 minutes. Effective against Saint Martial realm opponents. Cost, 1,200 points. Wang Chong's eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he saw this. He clearly remembered that this ability hadn't existed the last time he saw it. The Stone of Destiny won't change for no reason. It seems that as I accumulate more points, new rewards will appear. Wang Chong thought to himself. But what truly attracted his attention was the words only targeting the power of Lu Wu. This kind of reward had never appeared before. It seemed that the Stone of Destiny could tailor some special rewards to the host's needs. In truth, I already have 2 supreme arts on me. One is the great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation Art, and the other is the art of God and Demon Slayer, but neither of them have caused a change in the Stone of Destiny. Only the power of Lu Wu has become a reward for the Stone of Destiny. Just what is the origin of this power of Lu Wu? Wang Chang's mind was in turmoil as he recalled the men in black he had encountered. The power of Lu Wu had belonged to those mysterious men in black, but Wang Chong had never imagined that it would cause a change in the Stone of Destiny. But the stellar energy ignition effect of the strength of Lu Wu was truly effective against the current Wang Chong. The effect of the great yin-yang heaven creation art and the ability to burn a quarter of the opponent's stellar energy every 15 minutes might not have been enough to kill Dian Mangpoj, but it was enough to give him a headache. As these thoughts flew through his mind, Wang Chong quickly made his decision. Buzz! With a thought from Wang Chong, the reward for the stellar energy ignition effect in the Stone of Destiny exploded with light. At the same time, an enormous energy, burning like fire and chilling like ice, surged into Wang Chong's body like a great river. This was an extremely uncomfortable feeling, but it only lasted for a moment before vanishing. But Wang Chong's body now had a new energy. This energy was both hot and cold, and it had fused with Wang Chong's flesh, blood, and cells. What a strange energy, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. This energy was very similar to the strength of Lu Wu. It was also brimming with vitality, but it felt even stronger. Moreover, even though his outer appearance hadn't changed, Wang Chong could clearly sense that his strength had increased significantly. I wonder how effective it is. In a little while, when I fight with Dian Mangpoj, Wang Chong thought to himself. The Stone of Destiny's style had always been like this. It would not massively increase one's strength in one go, but rather subtly a qualitative change. Just the stellar energy penetration was clearly not enough to deal with Dian Mangpoj. With a thought, Wang Chong continued to read. Heart, physique, energy, technique, power, and all sorts of other rewards appeared before Wang Chong's eyes. These rewards were all different, had different abilities, and could be exchanged for different points, but the vast majority of them were not what Wang Chong currently needed. Wang Chong's brow gradually creased as he read the contents of these rewards. Wang Chong didn't care much about Dian Mangpoj soldiers. He already had a solution for everything, but Dian Mangpoj was a problem that Wang Chong had to deal with. Putting aside everything else, if he failed, Dian Mangpoj would immediately launch a frenzied campaign against Qixi. Dian Mangpoj's actions were bold and unconstrained, and not even Wang Chong could predict them. He could only guarantee that while Dian Mangpoj's attacks were ineffective against him, they might not necessarily be effective against the Qixi Protectorate. Moreover, the penalty of 2,000 points of destiny energy for mission failure was something that Wang Chong had no choice but to consider. Suddenly, Wang Chong's eyes flitted across the technique, reward, and paused at the very end. Karmic Battle Armor, Elementary. For user only, it can greatly increase user's defensive abilities, allowing user to defend against the piercing effects of any divine weapon. In addition, the armor can be fused with user's stellar energy, allowing user to greatly increase the abilities and strength of martial artists. Exchange requirements. User becomes the controller of fate and obtains the elementary Karmic Battle Armor. Karmic Battle Armor is upgraded from the Karmic Battle Armor. Exchange points, 1,400 points of Destiny Energy. Upgrade high-level Karmic Battle Armor strengthens the effects of stellar energy. When user imbues stellar energy into the armor, user's level can be raised by 1 level. Bonus. The effect of the upgrade cannot exceed the Saint Martial Realm. Bonus. A powerful increase in strength is accompanied by a powerful flaw in strength. The Karmic Battle Armor's increase in strength cannot exceed 2 hours. Furthermore, once it was used, the host would be in a state of dizziness and weakness for about 5 days. The Karmic Battle Armor did not just deplete stellar energy. In addition, the Karmic Battle Armor could not be used normally for a month. User should use it cautiously. Exchange points for upgrade, 1,000 points of destiny energy. Bonus upgrade. When user pays an additional 80 points of destiny energy, user can store the karmic battle armor in the Stone of Destiny's dimension at any time. At the same time, the armor will obtain the attachment effect. All of the armor will automatically attach itself to the user when summoned, allowing user to quickly put on the armor in any situation. As he read through these lines of information, Wang Chong suddenly sank into deep thought. He clearly remembered that there had been no such reward last time. Could it be? Suddenly thinking of something, Wang Chong quickly focused his attention on the heart, body, energy, technique, and power. Of the 5 rewards, power, the last one was the power reward. Heavenly battle armor, divine battle armor sealed. As expected, Wang Chong saw what he had guessed in the last reward for power. But unlike the karmic battle armor, the heavenly battle armor's words were all gray and sealed. As expected, the more destiny energy one accumulates, the greater the reward will be. At the same time, the number of points required to exchange for these rewards will be even more terrifying. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. The items that Wang Chong had exchanged for at the beginning had only required a few dozen points, but things like stellar energy ignition were extremely terrifying. A single stellar energy ignition had consumed 1,200 points of destiny energy for Wang Chong, and the karmic battle armor, with all of its supplementary abilities, cost a terrifying 2,480 points of destiny energy. In the past, he would have only been able to stare at the ocean and sigh. But even though the amount of destiny energy required was astonishing, the effects of these abilities were equally astonishing. Both stellar energy ignition and the karmic battle armor could be used on Saint Martial experts, and the peak of the Saint Martial realm were the imperial great generals of the various countries. There were only a handful of people in the world who could surpass them. But the karmic battle armor was even more astonishing. Although it required 2,400 points of destiny energy, it could forcibly raise 1 strength from the imperial martial realm to the Saint Martial realm. It seemed like only a difference of a single realm, but to Wang Chong, the difference was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. At the very least, the power of the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art at the imperial martial realm was completely different from that at the Saint Martial realm. Time was short, and after thinking for a few moments, Wang Chong no longer hesitated. He first spent 80 points of destiny energy to exchange for the destiny battle armor, then spent 1,400 points to upgrade it to the karmic battle armor, and then he spent 1,000 points to upgrade it to the karmic battle armor. In total, Wang Chong had spent 3,760 points of destiny energy. Now I only have 270 points of destiny energy left. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. The stronger the ability, the more points of destiny energy one needed to exchange for it. Wang Chong did not dare to recklessly use the remaining 270 points of destiny energy. Buzz! Chapter 781. Marquis, have you finished your training? Seeing that Wang Chong was no longer in his stance, Li Sai's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Yes. Wang Chong nodded. How much time has passed? Are there any movements from the other side? Marquis only meditated for a short while, less than 20 breaths of time. As for the Uzin side, there's no movement for the time being. Li Sai said. Oh, Wang Chong was taken aback. Only then did he understand why Li Sai had such a surprised expression. Although he felt that a long time had passed, 20 breaths. For Li Sai, he probably only meditated for a short while. However, the speed of the space of consciousness was different from the flow of time now. Woo! While they were talking, suddenly, a desolate horn sounded from the Uzin army's camp. The sound was loud and clear, piercing through the sky and resounding throughout the battlefield. Moreover, it was different from the previous bugle calls. This bugle call was filled with a dense and oppressive aura. Buzz! A slight tremor came from the opposite side. Even the grass in front of Wang Chong and Li Sai trembled. Seeing the scene, Wang Chang's expression froze, and he suddenly stood up from the ground. Pass down my order. The army is to get ready. Dian Mangpoj is preparing to attack, Wang Chong said in a low voice. Sensing the seriousness in Wang Chong's voice, Li Sai quickly retreated. At the same time he left, Buzz, a powerful aura came from the opposite side. Even from a distance of more than 2,000 feet, one could clearly feel it. Wang Chong looked up and saw that the dark, tide-like Uzun army suddenly separated. A warhorse the height of an adult, white as snow, and 4 blood-red hooves suddenly came out from the depths of the army. On the back of the warhorse, a familiar figure looked over and locked his eyes on Wang Chong. Even from a distance, Wang Chong could feel the icy cold murderous intent and killing intent from the other party. Are they finally going to attack? Wang Chong looked at the opposite side and recognized the figure of Dian Mangpoj at a glance. Although he had defeated Dian Mangpoj twice in a row, Wang Chong did not feel relaxed at all. Dian Mangpoj was a famous general of the Uzun, a fierce general, and the Jura, war god of the Uzun. Although Wang Chong and Dian Mangpoj had been impulsive twice before, Wang Chong had either used intelligence or group attacks. As for the orthodox cavalry battle and battlefield confrontation, he had not done it until now. And more importantly, with Dian Mangpoj's character, he would definitely learn from the previous lesson. Without the white smoke created by barley flour, Wang Chong would not be able to create a wave of dust explosion to deal with him. Boy, you're dead. From afar, Dian Mangpoj did not say anything, but Wang Chong could clearly feel a murderous intent from his eyes. The next moment, Dian Mangpoj raised his right hand, as if it was some kind of signal. The densely packed Uzun army separated, and just behind Dian Mangpoj, a completely different army rode out, slowly on big horses. Every war horse in this army was extremely strong. Compared to the barley horses beside them, whether it was the bones or the size, they were much larger. The bulging muscles on their bodies contained more explosive power and impact. And the cavalry on the horses were also different from the other Uzun cavalry. Most of the Uzun people were affected by the highland environment, and most of them were shorter than the Han people. However, every single one of these cavalrymen was extremely tall, and their eyes were gloomy and untamed. Just by casually standing there in a formation, a dense killing intent and baleful aura surged into the sky. There was also a powerful oppressive aura. This kind of powerful aura was not something ordinary cavalry could possess. On the entire highland, only Wang Chong's 5,000 Wushang cavalry could compare. The White Braves. In the distance, the pupils of the Qixi Protectorate's generals constricted as they gasped, especially He Yi, whose pupils had shrunk to the size of needles. No one had a deeper impression of the White Braves than the Qixi Protectorate. The Qixi Protectorate had used the lives of 5,000 soldiers and Pulin he to deeply understand just how powerful and terrifying Dian Mangpoj and his White Braves were. To the Qixi Protectorate, that night was like a nightmare. Although there were only 2,000 some White Braves, each one was like an evil spirit from the underworld. One after another, the Qixi Protectorate soldiers charged forward. But in the face of the iron hooves of the White Braves, they were thrown into the air like broken kites. 1, 2, even 3 Qixi Protectorate soldiers charging together were unable to stop the advance of the White Braves. Formidable strength, frightening methods, and a callous heart that would never be moved by the outside world, the power of the White Braves made even these seasoned Qixi soldiers tremble in fear. That was a bloody night that no one was willing to recall, not even He Yi and the other generals of the Qixi Protectorate. Buzz! Time seemed to stop. As everyone watched, Dian Mangpoj swung down his right hand. Rumble! The earth quaked as 5,000 mighty and high-spirited White Braves surged out from Dian Mangpoj's left and right. At first, they were slowly picking up speed, their hooves growing heavier and heavier. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, The 5,000 white braves were charging at full speed. The earth quaked and dust churned. Although there were only 5,000 soldiers, the charge of the white braves seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas. It was like what was charging at them was not 5,000, but 50,000, perhaps even more. Nay, as the 5,000 soldiers were charging, a heaven-shaking neigh came from behind them. In a flash of white light, Dayan Mangpoj had charged out from the rear. Clang! A metallic clatter resounded over the battlefield. The moment the great snow mountain steed's front hooves touched the ground, a dark red halo began to expand from beneath Dayan Mangpoj's feet. Rumble! The earth fell silent as a fierce light engulfed the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the dark red war halo had spread to the feet of every white brave. In just a few moments, the aura of the 5,000 white braves swelled to an inconceivable level. Not only that, the dark red halo had fused all their auras together, giving off the impression that they were moving fortresses, immovable and unshakable. Buzz! In the distance, even the silent Fominlinta couldn't help but widen his eyes at this sight. This Dayan Mangpoj truly does have some ability. Fominlinta's prize general, Pulin He, had been killed by Dayan Mangpoj, as had his 5,000 soldiers. Fominlinta wanted to use him to deal with Wang Chong, but deep in his heart, Fominlinta's desire to kill Dayan Mangpoj was no less than Wang Chong's. But even so, Fominlinta had to admit that Dayan Mangpoj truly was a frightening foe. That kind of powerful halo wasn't something ordinary cavalrymen could withstand. In this aspect alone, Dayan Mangpoj's training of soldiers was far superior to that of ordinary commanders. Fominlinta was reputed to be extremely skilled in training soldiers, and the soldiers he trained were as disciplined as steel. Thus, although the Chishi Protectorate did not have many soldiers, it was still able to firmly defend Chishi. Neither Uzin nor the Western Turkic Khaganate could do anything against the Chishi Protectorate overseen by Fominlinta. But even the soldiers trained by Fominlinta paled in comparison to the white braves trained by Dayan Mangpoj. Even Fominlinta had to admit this. If he were the one facing Dayan Mangpoj's 5,000 braves, Fominlinta would definitely put all his strength into the fight. Dusong Mangpoj might be very strong, but he's probably no match for this Dayan Mangpoj in the art of war. A person like this in Uzin is truly a calamity for my Tang dynasty and Chishi. If possible, the first person I kill after killing Wang Chong is him. I don't want him to grow into a bigger problem. As Fominlinta thought to himself, a harsh killing intent flashed through his eyes. Ready. As he saw the 5,000 Uzin, white braves, charging toward him, Wang Chong waved his arm, a grave look in his eyes. He would never underestimate any opponent, much less a formidable foe of the Tang dynasty like Dayan Mangpoj. Li Sai, in a little while, prepare the 10 charges, 10 victories formation. Wang Chong sternly ordered as he looked into the distance. Yes, Marquis. Li Sai could also sense the gravity in Wang Chong's voice and quickly left. In all the time that Li Sai had been with Wang Chong, this was the first time he had seen such a solemn expression on his face. In the past, no matter what sort of opponent he faced, Wang Chong had always been able to remain calm and composed. But this time he was completely different when dealing with Dayan Mangpoj. Li Sai could sense that Wang Chong was being far more cautious in dealing with Dayan Mangpoj than any other opponent he had faced. Wang Chong could sense that Li Sai was flabbergasted, but Wang Chong did not explain. Although he had never interacted with Dayan Mangpoj in his last life, Wang Chong had heard far too many legends about him. Dayan Mangpoj was a madman, but he was also an extremely frightening opponent. Moreover, he would eventually become an imperial great general of the Uzin, an existence that surpassed even Dusong Mangpoj. In the past, there were far too many legends about how he had destroyed cities and countries. Moreover, An existence that could lead the 5,000 white braves to stop the Mamelukes after the defeat of the Tang dynasty could not be some ordinary individual. Chapter 782. All soldiers, hear my order. Change formation. A thunderous voice came from behind him. With Li Sai's order, the 5,000 Wushang cavalry behind Wang Chong began to change formation. The 5,000 Wushang cavalry in Ney immediately changed formation, their horses neighing and their armor clattering. In just a single change in formation, the entire army's aura had changed, and a cold and bitter, baleful aura soared into the sky. This simple change instantly attracted the attention of all the soldiers. Even the surrounding vegetation around the 5,000 Wushang cavalry became somber. "My lord, what's going on?" "What a thick, baleful aura! What did that brat do?" Those Wushang cavalry seemed different. The change in the Wushang cavalry quickly attracted the attention of the soldiers of the Qixi Protectorate. In the tense atmosphere of the battlefield, any change on either side was enough to attract everyone's attention. No one knew what Wang Chong had done. The 5,000 Wushang cavalry had not moved, but they gave off a completely different feeling. They had become even more dangerous and fierce. Anyone who looked at Wang Chong's army from a distance would instinctively feel a deep sense of unease. If one looked carefully, they would even feel that the 5,000 Wushang cavalry were surrounded by some invisible energy that blurred the air around them. No one had ever encountered such a situation before. Although no one knew what was going on, they could all sense that the Wushang cavalry had undergone a formidable transformation. It seems like they've changed into some sort of formation. Of the Qixi generals, no one was more experienced and more knowledgeable than the commander of the Western Front, Hebe. His pupils constricted as he stared intently at that place. Heba Yi knew almost all the formations of the Tang dynasty like the back of his hand. He alone could change into many different formations, and he could use different formations depending on the situation. Heba Yi had fought in the western regions for many years, and there were few people who could compare to him in this aspect. But not even Heba Yi could recognize what sort of formation Wang Chong was using. Something that exuded this sort of aura was definitely a top-class formation. There was no reason why he had never seen or even heard of such a thing. "My lord," Heba Yi subconsciously turned to Qixi Protector General Fomin Linta. In terms of experience, no one here could surpass Fomin Linta. As Qixi Protector General and one of the most elite great generals of the Tang dynasty, there was probably nothing he did not know. But to Heba Yi's surprise, he turned his head and saw that Fomin Linta was frowning as he stared at Wang Chong. It was apparent that he was also confused. Heba Yi's mind trembled, and he instantly found himself speechless. "My lord," the change on Wang Chong's side had attracted far more than just the attention of Fomin Linta and the Qixi Protectorate. In the rear of the Uzun army, a famed general turned with a stern expression to Dusong Mangpoj. Dian Mangpoj's 5,000 white braves were truly formidable, but the Tang dynasty's Wushang cavalry were equally fierce. After seeing the 5,000 Tang people charge through the enemy lines and chase down the Uzun like they were vegetables, no one dared to look down on them. The corpses strewn across the battlefield that had still not been cleaned up were the price of looking down on the Tang people. In the rear of the army, Dusong Mangpoj said nothing, his expression as tranquil as an ancient well. But those familiar with him could clearly see that when Wang Chong changed his formation, Dusong Mangpoj's body had slightly leaned forward, his muscles slightly tensing. But Dusong Mangpoj's body quickly relaxed and returned to its original state. "My lord, those Tang people aren't easy to deal with. Should we send soldiers to reinforce General Dian?" And Yusang General turned his head to Dusong Mangpoj, a nervous expression on his face. When the news that Daluan Ruozin and Huishu Wuzong had been defeated by the youth of the Tang dynasty in the southwest, these people had still been somewhat skeptical, but after witnessing that inconceivable explosion, they now viewed that ordinary youth of the Tang dynasty as a god. "There's no need," Dusong Mangpo's eyes flickered for a moment before returning to normal. Dayan Mangpo's 5,000 white braves are more than enough. His 5,000 soldiers are the strongest force we have here. If not even he can deal with them, sending anyone else will just increase the casualties. But back then, Daluan Ruozin and General Huishu Wizong, an unwilling Uzun general, wanted to say something, but he was quickly interrupted by Dusong Mangpoj. Daluan Ruozin is Daluan Ruozin, and Dayan Mangpoj is Dayan Mangpoj. Moreover, the army of the Ngari royal lineage is far from being able to compare to the 5,000 white braves. Dusong Mangpoj indifferently said, and then he seemed to think of something and slightly creased his brow. But your words are somewhat reasonable. Zagong, take 5,000 soldiers with you to help. Yes, my lord. An Uzun general replied and swiftly left. Rumble. A few moments later, another cloud of dust rose from the Tibetan formation. With the sound of the horn, a second wave of Tibetan cavalry left the formation and galloped away, following the 5,000 white braves. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Mike here, my lord. The Uzun formation has sent out more men. Su Qi's heart tightened at the sight of this second cloud of dust, and he subconsciously turned to Wang Chong. There's no need to pay attention to it. Wang Chong's expression was calm and unperturbed. Their target this time was Dayan Mangpoj and his 5,000 white braves. As long as this goal was achieved, Wang Chong didn't care too much about the 5,000 Uzun cavalry behind him. Ready. On my order, attack at any moment. Wang Chong raised an arm, his eyes fixed on Dayan Mangpoj and his 5,000 white braves. The 5,000 white braves were already galloping at full speed, and at the front of the army, Dayan Mangpoj's eyes were steely. His aura alone was enough to overwhelm the heavens, enough to topple mountains and overturn seas, surpassing that of an army. As a Saint martial expert, Dayan Mangpoj's strength had already reached an astonishing level, enough to make the vast majority of martial artists tremble in fear and bow their heads. But Dayan Mangpoj's expression was firm, his eyes locked on Wang Chong. It was like the only thing in the world that mattered was killing Wang Chong. No matter what was happening in the outside world, whether it was the 5,000 cavalry sent by Dusong Mangpoj or anything else, nothing could cause even the slightest ripple in his heart. Come, with this strike, I'll pulverize your body. Dayan Mangpoj clenched his teeth, his killing intent surging like a tide. Although he seemed crazy, Dayan Mangpoj actually preferred to act only after planning, thinking things through thoroughly. The yaks, the highland barley flour, an entire nest had been mobilized. Even a lion would use its full strength to catch its prey. But it was precisely because of this that Wang Chong had seized the chance to inflict so many casualties in a single explosion. To a proud Uzun Azura war god like Dayan Mangpoj, more than 20,000 casualties was an absolute disgrace. Thus, in this attack, Dayan Mangpoj had cast aside all his apprehensions, all his considerations, all his cautiousness. No matter what tricks Wang Chong had up his sleeve, he would use absolute strength to crush and exterminate him. This time, there would be no more obstacles. On the flat plateau, nothing could stop him. All soldiers, hear my order. Great bond formation. Dayan Mangpoj leaned against the back of his horse, his eyes flashing with a savage light. At the same time, he thrust an arm into the air. Rumble. 1,000 zhang from Wang Chong's camp, the 5,000 white braves suddenly roared and changed their formation, a hazy light exploding from their bodies. Buzz! In a flash, as if they had practiced this thousands of times, the 5,000 white braves suddenly transformed into a different formation. This was not the Uzun trapezoid formation, but an unprecedentedly powerful formation. Boom! Ma. And I. Me. Ma. Without any warning, the space around the 5,000 white braves suddenly became hazy and somber. At the same time, An ancient, majestic, and mysterious voice came from the depths of space and time. This voice contained 6 notes, and with each note, the White Braves' aura and strength rose by a level. When the last and 6th note erupted, the 5,000 White Braves underwent a heaven-toppling transformation. With the final note, the already powerful force instantly rose to an astonishing level. An aura as majestic as the mountains and seas erupted from the 5,000 White Braves, filling the heavens and overturning the earth. Even the distant spectators, Fomenlinta, and the Chishi Protectorate felt a powerful pressure. It was like the 5,000 White Braves were not charging at Wang Chong, but at them. Just what kind of formation is this? At this moment, even Fomenlinta slightly paled. He had long ago heard of Dayan Mangpo's reputation. But as the Uzun Empire was located on an extremely high plateau, it had never had much contact with the surrounding countries, making it very difficult for outsiders to obtain detailed information. Moreover, Dayan Mangpo's reputation could not compare to Dusong Mangpo's and the other Uzun great generals, and he had never fought in Chishi, so a top-class imperial great general like Fomenlinta was never within the scope of the Chishi Protector General's observation. Chapter 783. Those Wushang cavalry might be in danger. Next to Fomenlinta, Hebe Yi and the other generals of the Chishi Protectorate stared at the 5,000 White Braves, a hint of worry in their eyes. Although they were on different sides, and Wang Chong had even offended their Protector General, they couldn't help but empathize with the power of the Uzun soldiers. After all, they were all Tang people, and in the end, the Chishi Protectorate would have to fight with Dayan Mangpo. Rumble! The 5,000 White Braves charged together, but they exploded with the momentum of an army of tens of thousands. This momentum was unstoppable and unstoppable. If the White Braves at the start could be said to be able to fight 1 against 2, then now that the White Braves had completed their formation, they were finally displaying their abilities as the defenders of the Uzun Plateau, the protectors of the royal capital, the protectors of the world, and the strongest soldiers of the Uzun. The White Braves were no longer fighting 1 against 2 or 3. They were fighting 1 against 8, 9 against 10, and even 10 against 1. This was the true face of that terrifying army that could contend against the great Tang's elite Mamelukes on the plateau. Rumble! The plateau quaked, and the earth seemed on the verge of splitting apart. In front of these 5,000 White Braves, any famous commander would feel a deep fear and shock, as well as a boundless pressure. They've finally come out. On the other side of the battlefield, behind the steel walls, Wang Chong's pupils constricted as he stared at the surging White Braves, an unprecedented solemnity in his eyes. The Great Bond Formation. Dayan Mangpo had finally used this formation that the White Braves had used to fight against the Mamelukes on the Uzun Plateau. This was the most powerful formation of the Uzun Plateau, one that had been passed down from the Great Snow Mountain Temple. Bond represented the Bon religion, the most ancient religion of the Uzun Plateau, one that had been born far before the time of the Uzun Empire and even the Great Snow Mountain Temple. It was the most ancient religion of the plateau. All the people of the Uzun believed that the Great Bon religion belonged to an extremely ancient civilization that had vanished from the plateau, and the Great Bon religion was similar to the Great Snow Mountain Temple of that era. All information about that civilization, including the Great Bon religion, had vanished. Only bits and pieces of it had been passed down, preserved in the Great Snow Mountain Temple for future generations to revere. The Great Bon Formation was a powerful formation of the Great Bon religion that had been preserved in the Great Snow Mountain Temple. Even Dayan Mangpo's White Braves had been trained using the secret arts of the Great Bon religion. The mysterious white designs drawn on the sides of the White Braves' horses were the symbols of the Great Bon religion. These had all been passed down from the Uzun Plateau during the era of the Great Calamity. When Dayan Mangpo's White Braves used the Great Bon Formation, they represented one of the strongest cavalry forces of the plateau and the entire world. There were not many soldiers that could stand at this apex, and the White Braves were one of them. The Mamelukes of Arabia were also one of them. Wang Chong's Wushang Iron Cavalry was also among them. However, in his previous life, Wang Chong had never had the chance to lead the Wushang Cavalry against the Uzin Azura war god Dianmengpoge's White Braves. That's fine too. Let's see whose army is stronger. Who is the strongest cavalry in the world? Wang Chong rode on the white hoof shadow, his gaze fixed on the other side, an unprecedented light of anticipation flashing through his eyes. In the previous generation, when Wang Chong rose to power, hundreds of generals fell and the starry sky dimmed. Although he was known as the #1 war saint in all of history and had obtained the recognition of those seniors, he was still a war saint. But deep in Wang Chong's heart, as a pure general, he still felt some regret that he had not been able to compete with those truly powerful foes. The Wushang Iron Cavalry was known as the world's #1 cavalry. Although this title had been obtained in battle with the other worldly invaders and had been acknowledged by all, the Wushang Iron Cavalry had never fought with the White Braves of the Uzin Plateau, had never fought with the Mamelukes that had defeated the Tang Dynasty, Gao Xinji and the Anqi Protectorate Army, and had never fought with the Wolfang Cavalry of the Turks. But now he could finally make up for one of these regrets. Ready. Clang. Wang Chong suddenly drew his sword and pointed it at the Wut's steel sword. Under the cover of the dark clouds, the silver Wut's steel sword gleamed with a cold light. In a flash, everyone's energy gathered together, and the 10 charges, 10 victories formation began to transform. The 10 charges, 10 victories formation, which was only in its embryonic form, suddenly became several times more austere. As Wang Chong looked across from him, the gazes of the 5,000 Wushang Iron Cavalry followed suit. 1,300 zhang, 1,200 zhang, 1,100 zhang, 1,000 zhang. As they got closer and closer, the White Braves in the Great Bond Formation began to speed up, their auras growing stronger and more terrifying. Above the 5,000 White Braves, the void began to twist, revealing a massive, ancient, white swastika symbol that exuded a powerful pressure. Just by looking at it from afar, one could feel a formless spiritual oppression. But most frightening of all was the energy and strength of the 5,000 White Braves fused together. When 5,000 soldiers charged as one, it was truly frightening. But in the face of this state of the White Braves, Wang Chong's eyes remained calm and unmoving. 950 zhang, 900 zhang, 850 zhang, 800 zhang. As the distance grew closer and closer, the energy grew stronger and stronger, but Wang Chong remained unfazed. His eyes were half closed, still waiting for a chance when Dianmengpoge's energy would reach its peak and there would be no turning back. This time he would not only defeat Dianmengpoge, but also completely resolve this calamity of Qixi. 750 zhang, 700 zhang. The distance grew smaller and smaller, and now it was less than 2,000 meters. This distance was slowly becoming dangerous. 650 zhang, 600 zhang. Wang Chong, hand over your life. A thunderous voice resounded through the world. Dianmengpoge was the first to shout from atop his divine steed, his spear raised. Humph. Wang Chong sneered and swung down his sword, giving the order to attack. Boom! There was a heaven-shaking boom as the 5,000 Wushang cavalry surged forward like a flood, causing the entire plateau to lose its splendor. Translated by Hypersheet 325, edited by Mike Hirnay. The war horses neighed as if some massive creature had torn off its disguise. The 5,000 Wushang cavalry exploded with a terrifying aura. Clang, clang, clang. Tens of thousands of halos began to descend, wrapping around the feet of the 5,000 Wushang cavalry. In just a few moments, the silent Wushang cavalry had reached an astonishing height, completely blocking the aura of Dianmengpoge's White Braves. If the 5,000 Wushang cavalry had been like a child compared to the White Braves at their peak, Then the moment Wang Chong gave the order to charge, the 5,000 Wushang cavalry exploded with energy, instantly transforming from a child to an adult. Although they still couldn't compare to Dian Mangpoj with the Great Bond Formation, they now had the right to contend against the White Braves. What? Dian Mangpoj's pupils constricted, his heart trembling in shock. But it was far from over. Bang! With a metallic clatter, Wang Chong's white hoof shadow let out a long neigh and stood up. In a flash of light, a dark red halo began to expand from the white hoof shadow's feet to all the Wushang cavalry. The halo of Dusk Stallion. The moment they leapt forward, Wang Chong unleashed his strongest cavalry halo. Clang, clang, clang. 3 more halos of Dusk Stallion were unleashed, covering the entire army. At this moment, Wang Chong had shown everyone the power of the halo of Dusk Stallion. 100 zhang. The 5,000 Wushang cavalry had reached a frightening speed. Normal cavalry needed 500 meters to reach this speed, but the 5,000 Wushang cavalry had reached it in a span of 100 zhang, 30 meters. 20 zhang. A gust of wind howled out from under the hooves of the horses. After traveling 100 zhang, the 5,000 Wushang cavalry were already leaving behind blurs. It was only 20 zhang, but the 5,000 Wushang cavalry had already reached the maximum speed of ordinary war horses. 30 zhang. The speed at which the Wushang cavalry were traveling was enough to leave many cavalry dumbfounded and sighing. But with the support of the halo of Dusk Stallion, the 5,000 Wushang cavalry were still able to accelerate. 50 zhang. The earth rumbled as the Wushang cavalry moved like a bolt of lightning, leaving a long white trail behind them, more than 100 meters long. And yet the 5,000 Wushang cavalry were still accelerating. How could they be so fast? The explosive power and charge displayed by the 5,000 Wushang cavalry had left everyone stunned. The soldiers of the Qixi Protectorate unconsciously straightened their backs in fear, and the distant Dusong Mangpoj couldn't help but widen his eyes. It was common knowledge that the faster a cavalry was, the more powerful they were. For Wang Chong to be able to increase the speed of his army within a distance of 50 zhang was simply unheard of, and the 5,000 Wushang cavalry were still accelerating 80 zhang. The dust kicked up by the army reached a height of 100 feet. 100 zhang. Chapter 784. Impossible. At this moment, Dian Mangpoj clenched his teeth, a look of deep shock appearing in his eyes. The Great Bond Formation was a secret technique of the Great Snow Mountain Temple, belonging to an ancient sect of the plateau. This was how the 5,000 White Braves had been able to reach such a shocking speed. This was the limit that cavalry could reach. In Dian Mangpoj's understanding, it was almost impossible for any cavalry to be faster than his White Braves. But Wang Chong had managed to surpass them in a mere 300 zhang, shattering this limit. But this was not the end. Boom! In a flash of light, a powerful killing intent as vast as the mountains and seas exploded from the bodies of the Wushang cavalry. 10 charges, 10 victories formation. This was a formation that had fused the essence of countless formations from the era of calamity and gathered the wisdom of countless people. It was hailed as one of the strongest formations in the apocalyptic era, and it was finally revealing its loftiness for the first time in this world. 10 charges, 10 victories. Ghosts weep and gods extinguish. The era of calamity had a total of 10 supreme battle formations, all of which had been selected from the millions of formations of the world. Moreover, they had been further refined and refined, reaching the pinnacle of formations in all of history. They were hailed as the best formations in the world, and the 10 charges, 10 victories formation was one of them. 10 charges, 10 victories. Ghosts weep and gods extinguish. This was the terrifying, offensive power of this formation, and there were almost no formations that could block it. This was a supreme offensive technique that was peerlessly swift and fierce. After Wang Chong had obtained this formation, he had modified it, further strengthening its power and making it even more terrifying. At the same time, it was also more suitable for the Wushang cavalry, becoming one of the supreme formations that humanity had used to deal with the otherworldly invaders during the era of calamity. Wang Chong had once used this formation to lead the Wushang cavalry in slaying many otherworldly invaders with incredible vitality and undying bodies, creating many legendary feats. Moreover, although the 10 charges, 10 victories formation was not the most powerful of the 10 supreme battle formations, it had the greatest ability to break through formations and defenses. Moreover, the Wushang cavalry had only just learned it and had yet to experience the endless tempering and invulnerability of the later generations. The other formations of the 10 supreme battle formations were still difficult to cultivate, but the 10 charges, 10 victories formation was possible. This was also one of the reasons Wang Chong had chosen the 10 charges, 10 victories formation. But even so, the power of the 10 charges, 10 victories formation was already unparalleled in the world. Uzin's plate armor was the heaviest in the world, and no other country could compare. Dian Mangpo's Great Bond formation was also suited to this trait, possessing both offense and defense, with the defense being the most formidable. This was one of the reasons why Dian Mangpo's White Brute Army had been able to deal a heavy blow to the Abbasid Caliphate's Mamelukes on the plateau. As a classic battle, it was also an extremely influential battle. No one in the art of war would be able to avoid this battle. As the last Grand Marshal of the Central Plains, Wang Chong had once studied all the battles, tactics, and tactics of the world, and this battle was one of them. According to Wang Chong's analysis, the offensive power of the Great Bond formation wasn't too ridiculous, but the defensive power of the formation combined with Uzin's plate armor was boundlessly powerful. To the Mamelukes, who had fierce attacks but weak defenses, this formation was the perfect counter. It was like the sharpest spear meeting the hardest shield. The Great Bond formation was the shield. Anyone who couldn't break through the shield would be hit by the shield and would be passively beaten. This was a legendary classic battle, a clash between the best of cavalry, and one that had been fought on the unique terrain of the plateau. Wang Chong had once analyzed that if he were the one dealing with Uzin's White Brute Army, the best method would be to use the 10 charges, 10 victories formation of the 10 great battlefield battle formations. Although the 10 charges, 10 victories formation wasn't the strongest in terms of tracking and coordination, it was the strongest of the 10 most powerful formations. As long as it could break through the Uzin's Great Bond formation, the Great Bond formation would naturally collapse on its own. And without the support of the formation, Uzin's White Brute Army was nothing to be feared, even if it was astonishingly strong. Thus, the 10 charges, 10 victories formation was the best choice to deal with Dian Mangpoj. Buzz! An enormous energy exploded from the 5,000 Wushang cavalry. In a flash, the energy exuded by the 5,000 Wushang cavalry was on par with the Uzin's White Brute Army. If one were to say that the Wushang cavalry had given off a gloomy and indistinguishable feeling before, like elite soldiers among elites, then the Wushang cavalry had now exploded in strength, becoming one of the best cavalry in the world. Bastard! There's no way such a thing could happen. Dian Mangpoj ground his teeth, nearly driven mad by this sight. The White Braves were the protectors of the royal capital, one of the best cavalry in the Uzin Empire. All the White Braves had been carefully selected, and Dian Mangpoj had paid an enormous price in order to select the strongest cavalry. Of all the cavalry in the Uzin Empire, Dian Mangpoj had only chosen 5,000, and he had even led them into battle, tempering and polishing them through the endless battles. Only then had the White Braves come into existence. With the current strength of the White Braves, Dian Mangpoj would even dare to charge into an army of 50,000 and defeat them. In Dian Mangpoj's mind, it wasn't that there were very few people who could compare to the White Braves, but that there were none. But Dian Mangpoj had never imagined that on the edge of the plateau he was most familiar with, there would be a group of elite cavalry on par with his White Braves, and that they belonged to the Tang people. To that Wang Chong he wanted to kill. To Dayan Mangpoj, this was something he could never accept. But even so, to Dayan Mangpoj, this only served to further stimulate his killing intent. All soldiers hear my order. Kill them all. Leave none alive. Dayan Mangpoj roared, his eyes surging with killing intent. No matter what, he would never accept that there was still a powerful cavalry in this world that could stand on equal footing with his white braves. Rumble. The white braves' hooves thundered like thunder, filling the heavens with a mountain-toppling momentum as they shot toward Wang Chong and the 5,000 Wushang cavalry like bolts of lightning. At this point in the battle, it was like an arrow on a bowstring. There was no room for retreat. "Li Sai, follow me," Wang Chong said. His eyes gleamed as he stared at Dayan Mangpoj and the 5,000 white braves. "Yes, Marquis." Li Sai's aura was like a storm as he followed, closely behind Wang Chong. The 5,000 Wushang cavalry continued to accelerate, their momentum constantly climbing. A powerful and somber aura soared from their bodies, distorting the air and making everything hazy. Buzz. As the 5,000 Wushang cavalry's momentum reached its peak, a massive golden spear appeared above the army, its tip aimed at the distant Uzin white braves. Not only that, next to that tensome zhang long golden spear, a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth. Soon, 10 spears covered the army like a school of sharks, aimed at Dayan Mangpoj and the white braves. 10 charges, 10 victories. These 10 spears represented the greatest offensive power of the 10 charges, 10 victories formation. 50 zhang, 40 zhang, 30 zhang. The winds howled and dust churned as the two sides got closer and closer. This battle had attracted the attention of countless people. Foman Linta and his several dozen Chishi protectorate subordinates were completely focused, even holding their breaths. In the rear of the army, Dusong Mangpoj had subconsciously straightened his back, his eyes looking forward, the muscles in his neck unconsciously tensing. The entire Uzin army was deathly still, everyone's eyes focused on the two seemingly evenly matched armies. At this moment, the rumbling of hooves drowned out all other sounds, becoming the loudest sound on the battlefield. 20 zhang, 10 zhang, the tension in the air had reached an unprecedented level. The two armies could see the frenzied, killing intent and bloodthirst in each other's eyes. Wang Chong could even see the veins bulging on Dayan Mangpoj's forehead and the pitch-black hooves of his divine steed. He could even hear Dayan Mangpoj's heavy breathing. Right and wrong, now is the time to test them. As Wang Chong looked across from him and listened to the rumbling of hooves, his heart suddenly exploded with an unprecedented desire to fight. Putting aside the grudge between the Tang dynasty and Uzin, forgetting the matter of the Stone of Destiny, as a pure soldier, a war saint who lived for battle, Wang Chong had an incomparable desire to fight with Dayan Mangpoj and other top-class generals, brigadier generals and great generals that he had never fought before. He also longed to fight with those top-class soldiers. This was a regret that Wang Chong had not been able to accomplish in his last life. But at this moment, it was all made up for. Let us see just who is the strongest horseman. Wang Chong stared across from him, his eyes exploding with a powerful desire to fight. Boom! In the next moment, there was an earth-shattering boom as the two groups of cavalry collided fiercely like two surging tides. In that instant, time seemed to stop. The earth rumbled as if an invisible giant hand had smashed into the ground, causing the entire plateau to shake violently. Clang! No one noticed that a milky white halo had expanded from Wang Chong's feet to cover the entire white braves. The aura of the white braves swayed and then dropped. Clang! After the first ring of light, a second ring of light appeared. Bane of the battlefield and bane of generals. As the two armies clashed, Wang Chong immediately released his two strongest halos. Rumble. Chapter 785. Neigh. The gales howled and the warhorses neighed. At this moment, warhorse collided with warhorse, saber with sword, stellar energy with stellar energy, halos with halos, all the sounds mingled together, throwing the battlefield into chaos. At this moment, the usefulness of the war horses was clearly displayed. All the white braves used the most valiant Highland steeds of the plateau. Each of them had a powerful physique and bulging muscles. They had all been handpicked from thousands of people on the plateau. If these were ordinary horses, the white braves would only need a single charge to break their bones. But the horses of the Wushang cavalry were different. Although they had been hastily obtained, they were the best horses of the Turkic steppe, comparable to the horses of the Arabs. Boom! 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 The two groups of war horses collided. The Highland steeds Dian Mangpoj had carefully selected were actually unable to gain any advantage over Wang Chang's Turkic war horses. Kill! Kill these Tang people. No one can trample on our plateau. No one can insult our general. Kill them all. All the Uzin, white braves, madly bellowed, their scimitars whistling through the air. They had a glorious history on the plateau. They had destroyed countless foreign armies, breached capital after capital, killed famed generals, and struck fear into the hearts of countless armies. This was the glory and accomplishment that all the Uzin white braves were proud of. In the western regions, no one could stop them, and there was nothing they could not break. This was something all the white braves firmly believed. But at this moment, these guards of the Uzin capital, the strongest cavalry of the plateau, finally understood that there were existences in the world that were not one bit inferior to them. Just like them, these people were top-class cavalry. Bang! The air trembled and sparks flew. A scimitar, borrowing the momentum of a war horse's charge, fiercely slashed at the enemy. But in a flash of light, these seemingly unstoppable scimitars of Uzin white braves were blocked by a narrow sword. This sword was not particularly fierce, nor was it very large, but its silver-white blade exuded an inconceivable and mountainous strength. With a single sweep, it was able to block the determined scimitar of an Uzin white brave, and yet the sword remained unmoved, as if it had taken root in the air. How could this be? When did the people of Wushang get so strong? The white brave with the scar on his brow trembled. He had participated in the night raid of the City of Steel, and he had even thrown his grappling hook to follow Dian Mangpoj to the top of the city walls. At that time, not even 2 or 3 guards of the City of Steel had been a match for him. In the end, it had been the power of the ballistae that had intimidated them, and that had been during the siege, when they had not been able to display their full strength. He found it impossible to believe that in the wilderness, where they could display their full strength, those once weak Tang people had become so powerful that they could stand on equal footing with them. Fools! Do you really think that no one in the Tang dynasty can stand against you? Before the white brave with the scar on his brow could react, there was a flash of light as a boot rapidly expanded in front of his eyes. With a boom, the boot kicked out from under his horse, sending him flying from his Highland steed. Impossible! The white brave with the scar on his forehead crashed into the ground, rolling several times as he was sent flying, his heart filled with shock. As one of the best soldiers of the Uzin, an existence that had once destroyed many small kingdoms, the white braves were extremely experienced in combat. No one had ever fought with them in such a manner. That kick from under the horse's belly had been tricky and impossible to guard against. He had never even thought about using such a method of combat. Not even the valiant and skilled horsemen of the Turks were able to use this method to fight with them. This was the first time he had seen cavalry of the Central Plains that were even more agile and skilled than the Turks. "I can't be bothered with you. You found the wrong person to run into Marquis." With a sneer, the Wushang horsemen immediately galloped away. These Uzin people were extremely arrogant, completely unable to distinguish the difference between the Tang people and the Tang people. Nor did they realize that they were fighting with a completely different group of people. The Wushang cavalry had strict rules and tactics. When fighting, cavalry could only charge, never stop, and they certainly couldn't turn around and chase. All the Uzin people who fell off their horses would be killed by the other Wushan cavalry behind them. Boom! 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 As the two armies clashed, countless people watched as the 5,000 Wushan cavalry displayed their astonishing horsemanship for the first time on the stage of the world. The Wushan cavalry attacked from the abdomen, the neck, and even the buttocks of the horses. They attacked from all angles and positions, and there was nothing that they could not attack. Some of the Wushan cavalry even managed to get under the White Braves' horses and attack from the rear, kicking one White Brave after another off their horses. These astounding and inconceivable horsemanship techniques were easily displayed by the Wushan cavalry who had grown up in the mountains and precipitous valleys. This sight left the distant Qixi protectorate and the distant Uzin army dumbfounded. Heavens! Just where did this Wang Chong find these people? Our Tang dynasty has cavalry even more skilled than the Turks. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. This isn't the cavalry we saw before. It hasn't even been 2 months. Just how did he do it? This is a miracle. These cavalry are at least as strong as 2 of us, no. They're at least as strong as 3 or 4 of our Qixi protectorate soldiers, maybe even more. The Qixi protectorate generals, He Bei included, were all dumbfounded by this sight. Although Fomin Lintus said nothing, his eyes were also flickering, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. General. In the rear of the army, an Uzin general turned his head to Du Song Mangpoj, deep concern in his eyes. This sort of Tang dynasty army was definitely not a blessing for the Uzin. I understand, Du Song Mangpoj squinted into the distance. His voice was flat and indifferent, but everyone could sense the thick, killing intent in his narrowed eyes. No matter how Dayan Mangpoj ended up, this young marquis of the Tang dynasty and the 5,000 cavalry behind him would all die. Ready! Du Song Mangpoj looked forward and raised an arm. The Uzin general understood, a smile on his lips, and he quickly left. Regardless of what was going on in the rear, the battle on the front had reached its most intense level. The performance of the Wushan cavalry had far surpassed everyone's expectations. One White Brave after another fell to the ground, their horses galloping away in a cloud of dust. One group of cavalry after another charged forward, paying no attention to the fallen White Braves. Behind them, Wushan cavalry clattered and clattered. Clang! As the White Braves looked on in fear, a second wave of Wushan cavalry arrived. The swords in their hands swung through the air, gleaming with cold and sinister light as they slashed at the necks of the White Braves. No matter how thick Uzin's plate armor was, it was useless in a place where it could not be protected. No matter how strong the body of flesh and blood was, it could not block the sharp blade of a sword. Ah! Boom! Just when the fallen White Braves were ready to be killed, there was a flash of white light from where the swords had struck. A milky white barrier of light covered the necks of the White Braves, blocking this sure-kill blow. Determined to succeed, the combined attack of man and horse only managed to send the White Braves tumbling through the air, but it didn't kill them. This sudden sight left all the Wushan cavalry dumbfounded. How could this be? How could the body of flesh and blood stop the sharp blade of a sword? Not even they would have been able to block the full-strength charge of the cavalry. But not only had the White Braves managed to block it, they didn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries. This was not something that should have happened in a normal battle. And what was up with that thin layer of white light around the necks of the White Braves? This was the first time the Wushan cavalry had encountered such a situation, and they had no idea how to explain it. Moreover, 80% of the reason the White Braves had been able to block the full-strength attack of their war horses was because of that thin layer of white light. Ha ha ha! At this sight, one of the White Braves roared with laughter and stood up. His face had been covered in fear, but now it was filled with excitement and no fear. It's the great Bon priest. A white swastika rune appeared on his forehead. This rune seemed to contain a special energy. Kaklak! The power of the rune surged through his body. In a flash, the White Brave's muscles began to bulge and his bones began to grow taller. His strength seemed to instantly double. Bang! The White Braves punched. As Nei's horse neighed, his fist struck the belly of a Wushang warhorse that had leapt over his head. The enormous force sent the warhorse and the Wushang rider flying 10 Boom! 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 Similar scenes were taking place everywhere. One White Brave after another began to swell in strength, sending the Wushang cavalry around them flying. Chapter 786. Bees. At this moment, on the other side of the intense battlefield, in a place where no one could see, 6 White Braves officers wearing thick plate armor with robes peeking out from under the armor were holding 6 green pocket-sized pots in their hands. These pots were covered in layers of inscriptions, all of them engraved with all sorts of strange and mysterious beast inscriptions. Along with a series of incantations, an indescribably mysterious force burst out from the small pot, transforming into numerous mysterious and obscure green magic symbols, slowly revolving around them. The energy of the 6 White Braves resonated with each other, slowly rippling through the army and connecting with a symbol on the foreheads of the White Braves to form an enormous formation. The heart of the Great Bon was one of the 6 tools left behind by the Great Bon cult of the Zhangzhang dynasty, and it was also the reason why the Uzun Empire had been able to reactivate the Great Bon formation after so many years. The reason why the Uzun Empire had been able to hold off the Abbasid Caliphate's Mamelukes with 5,000 soldiers was not only because of the White Brave strength and the top-class plate armor of the plateau, but also because of the heart of the Great Bon. No one knew the principles behind the heart of the Great Bon, but they knew that once these 6 tools were gathered, the heart of the Great Bon could be activated, granting all the White Braves an inconceivably powerful defense. Li Sai formed the 10 charges sweep. 6 assault squads move out. Destroy the heart of the Great Bon. Before the White Braves could use the heart of the Great Bon to launch a counterattack, Wang Chong gave the order, and the 5,000 cavalry behind him suddenly changed formation. Like a massive turbine, they began to rumble and rumble as they swept through the battlefield. This sudden shift instantly disrupted the White Braves' formation. Even though the White Braves had dominated the world and possessed peerless fighting power, they were still unable to withstand the sweep of the 5,000 Wushang cavalry. Not only that, with the clattering of horse bells, 6 powerful cavalry units charged forward. Cheng Sanyuan, Su Shixian, Qinbin, and Su Qi each led a unit of cavalry in 6 different directions of the White Braves. Bang! 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 All the White Braves in their way were sent flying, none of them able to last a single exchange. Whether it was Cheng Sanyuan, Su Shixian, or Su Qi, the 6 of them were leading the elite of the Wushang cavalry, each of them at the 2nd or 3rd tier of the profound martial realm. Coupled with the threefold amplification of the halo of Dusk Stallion and the charge of their warhorses, each of them was at tier 5 or 6 of the profound martial realm, far surpassing the ordinary Wushang cavalry and White Braves. Even though the Great Bon's heart had powerful defensive abilities and could increase a person's strength, the increase was not as great as the Great Bon's heart. Stop them! A frantic voice echoed through the battlefield. Dian Mangpoj paled at the sight of Cheng Sanyuan, Su Shixian, Qinbin, Su Kai, and the other 6 armies charging in unstoppably. The Great Bon's heart was the core secret of the White Braves. Although the Great Bon formation could still display its power without the Great Bon's heart, its power was greatly reduced. Dian Mangpoj had always placed great importance on secrecy. Unless it was an extremely important battle, he would not lightly use the Great Bon heart. Coupled with the fact that the plateau was cut off from the rest of the world, outsiders would find it difficult to obtain information from the plateau, so very few people knew of the Great Bon heart. Dian Mangpoj had never imagined that an outsider like Wang Chong would know of the Great Bon's heart's existence, and that he had even prepared 6 groups of cavalry specifically to deal with it. If the Great Bond heart was broken, the White Braves would be greatly weakened, and the Great Bond formation would lose half its power. This was not a result that Dayan Mangpoj could accept. Daran Zombo go. Dayan Mangpoj harshly said. No matter what, the 6 armies Wang Chong had sent had to be stopped. Yes, my lord. At Dayan Mangpoj's side, 2 seemingly extremely powerful Uzun generals with bulging temples immediately left to carry out the order, several armies following closely behind them. But before they could get very far, rumble. Countless Wushang cavalry surged forward like a flood. With a single strike, they scattered the 2 generals under Dayan Mangpoj's command. Gallop! Gallop! The Wushang cavalry charged forward, and in just a few seconds, the 2 Uzun generals had disappeared without a trace. As they saw the dense ranks of Wushang cavalry around them, Daran and Zampa instantly paled. On the other side, when Dayan Mangpoj saw this scene, his heart was filled with rage, and he gritted his teeth harder and harder. In Dayan Mangpoj's life of war, this was the first time he had encountered a powerful formation that could rival his Great Bond formation. The offensive power displayed by Wang Chong's 10 charges, 10 victories formation was even more terrifying and fierce than his Great Bond formation. Damn it, brat, hand over your life. Dayan Mangpoj roared, and he squeezed his horse's abdomen. His eyes were bloodshot, and he charged murderously at Wang Chong in the middle of the army. In neigh, the war horses neighed, and their voices were as loud as metal. The tall and strong Great Snow Mountain divine steed charged forward like a meteor. Bang, bang, bang. Everywhere it passed, the Wushang cavalry were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. Some of the Wushang cavalry even screamed as they were sent flying by Dayan Mangpoj's stellar energy 7 or 8 zhang into the air. None of the Wushang cavalry were a match for him, and certainly none could stop his advance. Ha ha ha, Dayan Mangpoj, if you want to fight, I'll fight with you. All soldiers, hear my order. Disperse. Wang Chong's eyes brightened at the sight of Dayan Mangpoj charging at him like a demon god. Not only did he show no fear, he even began to exude an intense desire to fight. Dayan Mangpoj was the core of the formation, and at the same time, the target of Wang Chong's operation. As long as he could kill him, he could complete the mission for Qixi and completely eliminate the threat to Qixi. Nay. The neighing of Wang Chong's horse completely drowned out the neighing of the other horses. After nearly a year, Wang Chong's white hoof shadow had completely matured. Its body was tall, its bones sturdy, and its muscles bulging. Wang Chong had used a special method to circulate stellar energy in its body, and it was now brimming with explosive power. Its strength, speed, sturdiness, and defensive capabilities all far surpassed that of a normal warhorse. It was completely capable of standing on equal footing with Dayan Mangpoj's divine steed of the Great Snow Mountain. Rumble. Wave after wave of stellar energy flowed from Wang Chong's body into the white-hoofed shadow. Halos vibrated as Wang Chong became one with his horse, his speed instantly reaching the limit, leaving a long trail of white energy behind him. Good. Dayan Mangpoj was not alarmed by this sight, but rather delighted. You're seeking death, so don't blame anyone else. Bang. Dayan Mangpoj fiercely squeezed his horse's abdomen and charged forward. As countless people watched, Wang Chong and Dayan Mangpoj crashed into each other like 2 shocking waterfalls, one on the left and one on the right. Boom! Just as Wang Chong and Dayan Mangpoj crashed into each other like 2 comets, another tall and majestic figure crashed into the other by a hair's breadth. In that moment, the world seemed to shatter, the deafening sound drowning out the sounds of fighting on the battlefield. On the outskirts of the battlefield, the Qixi Protectorate and the other Uzun warriors who were not participating in the battle could clearly see a milky white ball of light explode in the center of the battlefield like a sun descending to the mortal world. Bang! Outside the explosion, Countless Wushan cavalry and white braves were unable to dodge in time. Screaming, they were sent flying in every direction. Humph! Where did this nameless pawn come from? Scram! In the center of the battlefield, Dian Mangpoj looked at the mountainous figure charging alongside Wang Chong, his eyes flashing with savagery. He swung the spear in his hand and thrust it at Li Sai. Boom! Stellar energy shot out in all directions. Li Sai's confident strike was blocked by Li Sai's woozy steel sword, which was taller than a man. The Fergana horse Li Sai rode, neighed, and retreated under the tremendous force, but in the end it managed to block the attack. Ha ha, Dian Mangpoj, he's not the nameless pawn you say he is. Li Sai, let's kill him together. Wang Chong breathed a sigh of relief at this sight. Although Dian Mangpoj was known as the Azura war god of the Uzan Empire and the great general king at the end of the calamity, Li Sai was not some nameless pawn. His title of invincible great general was more than enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Buzz! With a thought from Wang Chong, the air trembled as the images of a sun and a moon, one yin and one yang, appeared on either side of Wang Chong. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong immediately used the great yin-yang heaven creation art. Rumble! The air in a radius of 100 zhang began to tremble, and under Wang Chong's control, vortexes began to rapidly revolve. The enormous suction even affected the stellar energy in Dian Mangpoj's body, causing the stellar energy in Dian Mangpoj's body to vibrate, nearly bursting out of his body and surging toward Wang Chong. And just as Dian Mangpoj was focusing his attention to suppress the stellar energy, rumble! There was a flash of light as Wang Chong fiercely slashed his sword at Dian Mangpoj. Hand over your life! Without any further words, Li Sai swept his sword horizontally, the stellar energy in his body vibrating as he instantly activated the halo of storm within his body. Within a radius of several hundred zhang, the wind howled, sand and pebbles flew, and everything was covered in a haze. And just as the wind howled, the woozy steel sword in Li Sai's hand slashed through the air like a bolt of lightning, viciously slashing at Dian Mangpoj like a tempest. Boom! An invisible wall of stellar energy erupted from Dian Mangpoj's body, blocking both Li Sai's and Wang Chong's attacks. Dian Mangpoj's eyes were sinister, and his pupils radiated with the sharpness of thousands of swords. Chapter 787. Is that so? A sneer came from the wind, and before Dian Mangpoj could finish speaking, a violet flame soared into the sky, wrapping around Dian Mangpoj's stellar energy and setting it ablaze. Ah! Dian Mangpoj let out a low cry as he felt the stellar energy in his body begin to burn. Even with his Saint Martial realm cultivation, he was completely unable to resist this strange violet flame. Bastard! Stinking brat! Just what kind of martial art is this? Dian Mangpoj roared and fiercely struck out with his palm. Boom! Unexpectedly, this time, Wang Chong made no attempt to dodge and met Dian Mangpoj's palm head-on. Dian Mangpoj didn't move at all, but Wang Chong and his horse were forced back several steps before he could stop himself. Saint Martial realm. This is impossible. It's only been a few months, so how could you have broken through to the Saint Martial realm so quickly? Dian Mangpoj, who seemed to have the upper hand on the surface, suddenly revealed an expression of extreme shock. He was even more shocked than when Wang Chong and his 5,000 Wushan cavalry had stopped his white braves. Dian Mangpoj was a brigadier general, a true veteran of the Saint Martial realm. To be able to face a veteran Saint Martial realm expert head-on, one had to be at least at the Saint Martial realm. In other words, Wang Chong was also a Saint Martial realm expert. But how was this possible? The last time they had met, Wang Chong had only been at Tier 9 of the Imperial Martial Realm, and that had only been 2 months ago. There was a huge gap between the 9th level of the Imperial Martial Realm and the Saint Martial Realm. The gap was even larger than the gap between the 1st and the 9th level of the Imperial Martial Realm. It was impossible to cross that gap in 2 months, not even the most talented person. Although Dayan Mangpoj was known as the Azura of the Uzin and had a brigadier general cultivation, he didn't dare say that he could do this. No, it wasn't just him. None of the generals of the Uzin Plateau had this ability. No. What kind of armor are you wearing? Dayan Mangpoj's pupils constricted as his gaze fell on the black armor that had suddenly appeared on Wang Chong's body. This black armor was completely different from any armor Dayan Mangpoj had ever seen. The armor was pitch black, yet it revealed an indescribably noble and dignified aura. It was as if it was the king of armor. Any armor, including the secret plate armor of the great snow mountain temple that Dayan Mangpoj was wearing, would pale in comparison to the pitch-black armor on Wang Chong's body. It was like a foot soldier standing before an emperor. What was even more unbelievable was that all the armor in the world was made of metal and should have been incomparably heavy, but the armor on Wang Chong's body seemed to be as light as a feather. Even more bizarre was that although it seemed normal on the surface, Dayan Mangpoj could sense that the armor seemed to have a life of its own. It followed Wang Chong's rhythm and breathed in and out. And under the effect of this mysterious energy, even the light in a radius of 3 zhang around Wang Chong seemed to be twisted and gloomy. This was no ordinary armor, and Dayan Mangpoj clearly remembered that when Wang Chong rode his horse and fought with him for the first time, he clearly hadn't been wearing this armor. Dayan Mangban still had no idea how Wang Chong had managed to put on the armor. Ha ha ha! Dayan Mangpoj, a scholar who has been away for 3 days, must be looked at in a new light. Do you think that I'm still an ignorant fool? In this battle, I won't just crush your white braves, I'll also kill you here, so that all the people of Uzin will know what happens to those who oppose the Tang dynasty. Wang Chong gripped his sword, his eyes shining as his entire body exploded with a will to fight. Stellar energy ignition, strength of Lu Wu, and the karmic battle armor. Wang Chong had already used all the power he had obtained from the Stone of Destiny. This was especially true of the karmic battle armor. When Wang Chong sent his stellar energy into the karmic battle armor, he immediately felt like he had become one with it. The karmic battle armor was his skin, hair, bones, and limbs, breathing as he breathed. Most importantly, when he put on the karmic battle armor, Wang Chong instantly felt like his strength had broken through an enormous barrier, reaching a realm that he had never even imagined. The Saint Martial Realm. Wang Chong had never imagined that, after a lifetime, he would once again reach this powerful realm. This feeling of exhilaration was indescribable. Come on, Dayan Mangpoj, the war saint or the war god. Let us see who is truly the strongest. As this thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind, he leaped forward with his horse. Bang! In a flash of light, Wang Chong suddenly split into 3. 3 Wang Chongs, their bodies exuding violet energy as they soared into the air and charged at Dayan Mangpoj. The 3 horses separation art was an extremely powerful Saint Martial equestrian art. Not only could one create an illusion, but even a horse could, and it was difficult to tell the real from the fake. Wang Chong originally didn't have the ability to use this battlefield charging technique, but now that he had reached the Saint Martial realm, he could use many techniques with ease. What? Dayan Mangpoj raised his head, and his body trembled at this sight. The current Wang Chong gave him a completely different feeling. He had become fierce and terrifying, brimming with the sharpness of a sword. Blood Sea Vortex. Despite his shock, Dayan Mangban's reaction was not slow. The spear in his hand trembled, and a bloody light exploded forth. In an instant, he displayed the Blood Sea Vortex of the great snow mountain temple. Bang! Where Dayan Mangpoj's spear pierced, the space seemed to collapse, and the powerful force created a huge vortex in the air. Scarlet light shone everywhere. The 3 illusions that Wang Chong had created were immediately enveloped in the range of this technique. Bang! The illusions shattered, and the blazing purple flame sword in Wang Chong's hand collided heavily with Dayan Mangpoj's spear. However, before Dayan Mangpoj could counterattack, Chi, a white light flashed, and a sharp sword Chi as thick as 2 fingers pierced through the air. With just a slight shake, the void was immediately split in half, revealing a huge spatial crack. Not good. Dian Mangpoge's expression chilled, and without even thinking, he lowered his head and dodged to the side. That milky white sword Chi, only 2 fingers thick and inconspicuous, brushed past Dian Mangban and crossed Tensum Zhang to stab into a white brave engaged in battle behind him. This white brave, who could block a full-strength attack from Wushang's cavalry, had his great bond defense instantly shattered. The thin layer of white light around his neck only appeared for a moment before it was pierced through by Wang Chang's sword Chi, along with his plate armor. The milky white sword Chi did not stop there. It continued to pierce through a second white brave, then a third, until it had pierced through 5 white brave corpses before dissipating. The 5 white braves didn't even make a sound. After charging a certain distance, they dropped to the ground. Great Snow Mountain Devil Dragon art. A hint of rage flashed through Dian Mangpoge's eyes. He clawed out with his right hand, and a massive black dragon, its eyes like a lake and its back like a mountain, suddenly appeared behind Dian Mangpoge, making Dian Mangpoge seem like a god of destruction that had descended from the 9 heavens. Rumble. Without the slightest hesitation, Dian Mangpoge stabbed out with a spear. The ground in front of him cracked and cracked, sending mud flying. A tyrannical and cold stellar energy, brimming with destructive energy, swept toward Wang Chong and Li Sai at the same time. Go! At almost the same time, Wang Chong and Li Sai charged forward, their eyes flashing with cold light. The stellar energy incineration, the great yin-yang heaven creation art, and the art of god and demon obliteration all exploded out of Wang Chong's hands. And after reaching the Saint Martial realm, the various martial arts and techniques from his previous life were now at the fingertips of Wang Chong's fingers. As the Grand Marshal of the world in his previous life, as well as the Supreme War Saint, although Wang Chong's strength had not yet recovered to the level it had been 2 years ago, and there were still many powerful martial arts that he could not use, the initial realm of the Saint Martial realm was enough for Wang Chong to use the vast majority of the supreme techniques from his previous life. Boom! 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 Wang Chong moved like lightning. The sword in his hand, coupled with the art of god and demon obliterations, sword Chi, crisscrossed and transformed the area in a radius of several dozen feet into the most dangerous of hells. And with each exchange of blows between Dian Mangpoge and Wang Chong, a portion of the stellar energy in his body would be burned away. The stellar energy incineration was extremely effective against an opponent of Dian Mangpoge's level. In contrast, the great yin-yang heaven creation art was far less effective against a brigadier general of the Uzun Empire like Dian Mangpoge, who was also a veteran Saint Martial realm expert. Moreover, after the battle at the City of Steel, it could be seen that Dian Mangpoge had once again put in a lot of effort into his internal energy. He had tempered his internal energy until it was as solid as a boulder, making it even harder for the great yin-yang heaven creation art to absorb it. But even so, there was still an endless stream of internal energy pouring into Wang Chong's body. Even though Dian Mangpoge was the Azura war god of the Uzun Empire and possessed incredible strength, he was still unable to break free. And this was because Wang Chong had only cultivated the yin-yang heaven creation art for a short period of time, and his level of mastery was still shallow. Boom, boom, boom. Winds howled, sand and pebbles flew. Whether it was Wang Chong or Dian Mangpoge, both of them were moving with extreme speed. Even though they were riding on horses, their movement techniques and speed were no different from when they had dismounted. In this aspect, not even the cavalry of the Wushang Empire could compare. Plateau Dai, hand over your life. Chapter 788. In the battle between Dian Mangpoge and Wang Chong, the only one who could participate was the future invincible great general Li Sai. Moreover, the battle of Wushang's City of Steel was different. At that time, Wang Chong had relied entirely on Cheng Sanyuan, Su Shixian, Su Ke, and the other officers of the army to form an array. Only by mobilizing more than 200 people had they managed to force back Dian Mangpoj. But Li Sai was different. Of all the subordinates under Wang Chong's command, he was currently the strongest. No one could take away his existence. And Li Sai was so powerful that even a brigadier general like Dian Mangpoj could not ignore him. His techniques were bold and unrestrained, but his stellar energy contained explosive power. Every time his attacks landed on Dian Mangpoj's stellar energy, though they were blocked, they still consumed a significant amount of Dian Mangpoj's stellar energy. Even Dian Mangpoj, the Azura war god of the plateau, felt apprehensive and frustrated, but there was nothing he could do. Damn thing! I'll kill him first! Dian Mangpoj's mind was brimming with killing intent. Boom! After forcefully pushing back Wang Chong, he turned his spear and thrust it at Li Sai. This strike was extremely sudden and extremely fast. The air where the spearhead pierced through collapsed, forming a series of vortexes. Even the light was distorted, becoming incomparably dark, and the destructive power on the spearhead was enough to pulverize metal. Li Sai had not yet reached the Saint Martial realm, so if Li Sai had been struck by this strike, he would have been heavily injured, if not killed. Buzz! To everyone's surprise, Li Sai, who had always charged forward in a bold and unrestrained manner, seemed to have sensed this move ahead of time. The moment his Fergana steed charged forward, it suddenly pulled back and galloped backward, dodging Dian Mangpoj's murderous strike. Boom! The tip of the spear spewed out energy, transforming into a long black dragon. Like a violent torrent of water, it rushed out dozens of zhang. With a heaven-shaking boom and the neighing of horses, the White Braves and Wushang cavalry were sent flying in every direction. Where the pitch-black spear chi struck, the battlefield was thrown into chaos. Bastard! Dian Mangpoj cursed in his heart, but he had already missed his chance. On the other side, Wang Chong had already taken advantage of this opening to attack. Violet flames covered the heavens and earth, instantly entangling Dian Mangpoj's stellar energy like kerosene. Dian Mangpoj's stellar energy instantly began to burn. Stellar energy incineration, the great yin-yang heaven creation art, and the stellar energy piercer. Dian Mangpoj's strength clearly far surpassed Wang Chong's, but his body was being cut down and weakened. In front of Wang Chong, he was unable to display any of his power. Boom, boom, boom. While Wang Chong, Dian Mangban, and Li Sai were locked in a fierce battle, 5 massive explosions came from the other side of the battlefield, each one triggering a heaven-shaking explosion. Majestic waves of energy swept through the battlefield, blowing sand and stone into the air and stirring up 6 fierce gusts of wind that engulfed the entire battlefield. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Micro. Along with these 6 loud bangs, it was as if something invisible had shattered. On the battlefield, a thin layer of energy rippled out, instantly vanishing from the 5,000 White Braves' bodies. On the battlefield, the White Braves, whose divine power had been greatly boosted and invulnerable to swords and spears, were suddenly like punctured rubber balls. Their strength plummeted, and they were instantly pushed back to their original level of strength and cultivation. Some were even a little inferior. For a moment, all the White Braves stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Not good. Dian Mangpoj had been putting all his strength into killing Wang Chong and Li Sai, but when he heard these 5 explosions and sensed the changes in the White Braves, he paled, his usually calm face paling. The heart of the Great Bon. Dian Mangpoj was well aware that these 5 explosions had been the sound of the heart of the Great Bon being broken and the formation shattering. Although the heart of the Great Bon had 6 and 5 had been broken, leaving only 1, in truth, without the other 5, even if there was 1 left, it would be meaningless. A single vessel was not enough to form a formation that could support the entire army. Even worse was that in previous battles, the enemy simply did not know of the heart of the Great Bon's existence, or simply could not break the Great Bon formation's power, so the heart of the Great Bond had never been damaged. But once the heart of the Great Bond was broken, it was not just a matter of the defenses being broken. Forcefully breaking the formation would also cause the army's overall strength to drop. In the current situation, this was an extremely fatal blow. Ha ha ha, all soldiers, hear my order. 10 charges, 10 victories. Break apart the Uzun army's formation. Wang Chong roared with laughter. Although Dayan Mangpoj had been painstakingly concealing the Uzun's heart of the Great Bond, he had not been able to hide it from Wang Chong. The 6 cavalry divisions that had specifically targeted the heart of the Great Bond had finally shown their effects. Now that the heart of the Great Bond had been broken, everything was going according to his plan. Now, it was finally his turn to act. Rumble. Following Wang Chong's order, the Wushang army suddenly changed formation. If the Wushang army had been like a whirlpool at the start, then the Wushang army had suddenly transformed into a massive sword-wheel formation that was cold, murderous, cruel, and fierce. Accompanied by a surging killing intent, it stabbed into the White Braves. Nay, the war horses whinnied as one Highland steed after another fell to the ground. The previously unstoppable White Braves were now completely suppressed by the Wushang cavalry. The difference in strength between the two sides was like the difference between the heavens and the earth, and the offensive and defensive positions were completely reversed. Boom, boom, boom. Warhorse collided with warhorse, metal against metal, and White Braves fell to the ground one after another. Unlike before, when he was invulnerable to swords and spears and could send the Wushang cavalry flying with a single punch, the White Braves were no match for him now. Wherever the 5,000 Wushang cavalry passed, the White Braves would be trampled underfoot. Clang! After the charge of the first wave of Wushang cavalry, the second wave of Wushang cavalry galloped forward, their swords cutting through the air and sending the heads of the White Braves flying. Even in death, their eyes were wide open, not daring to believe that they had been defeated on the plateau, and their opponent was the Tang people that they had always looked down on. Li Sai go! Wang Chong bellowed as he once more charged forward. Dayan Mangpoj's mind was in disarray, and Wang Chong could see that his strategy had been thrown into disarray. Now was the perfect time to kill him and complete the mission of Qixi. Stellar energy incineration. Great Yin-Yang heaven creation art. Art of God and demon obliteration. Wang Chong's body was wreathed in violet flames as he used all his most powerful techniques. Meanwhile, the sword in Wang Chong's hand was like a serpent, and all sorts of Saint martial techniques flew out at Dayan Mangpoj like a storm. Moreover, his position was constantly changing, sometimes to the east, sometimes to the west, sometimes to the front, sometimes to the back. Not only did the warhorse not restrain his hands and feet, it even made Wang Chong's attacks even more crafty and unpredictable. On the other side, Li Sai was furiously roaring. He had clearly sensed that this was a good opportunity, and the stellar energy in his dantian rumbled like a tsunami. That massive Wuzi steel sword continued to slash at Dayan Mangpoj from every direction like a surging river. Li Sai's stellar energy was fierce and tyrannical. So each slash of this massive sword was like a landslide, constantly consuming Dayan Mangpoj's stellar energy. Although Dayan Mangpoj still held the absolute advantage, his stellar energy was constantly being consumed, and it was no longer as dense as it had been before. Damn it, you two bastards. It's all the same if I kill you first. Dayan Mangpoj's eyes were scarlet, and he could not restrain his rage. Before today, he had always believed that his White Braves were the best of the best, their tacit understanding far surpassing the other soldiers. Only when he saw the Tang dynasty's Wushang cavalry did he understand what true training was, how to advance and retreat, how to cooperate with each other. The gap between them and the White Braves was now obvious. When the heart of the Great Bond was unleashing its power, the Wushang cavalry had also suffered a massive blow. But they had maintained their formation, relying on their collective strength to block the White Braves' charge. And when the heart of the Great Bond was broken, the Wushan cavalry were able to display their full strength, quickly recovering to their original state as if they had never suffered such a blow. On the other hand, the white braves, perhaps accustomed to crushing their opponents with overwhelming superiority, had no experience in dealing with this sort of situation. Against an enemy stronger than them, the white braves' weakness was immediately revealed. Screams could be heard as the hundreds of white braves faced wave after wave of Wushan cavalry. The Wushan cavalry had a clear division of labor, seamless coordination, and tacit coordination, and they were completely powerless to resist. As the sword swung, countless white braves fell to the ground, their blood staining the earth, and the broken halberds of the white braves sticking out of the ground. Dayan Mangpo's heart was dripping blood. From the time the white braves had been established until now, they had never suffered such a heavy blow. This was not a dozen or 20 casualties, nor was it 100 or 200. Chapter 789. Great Snow Seals, Demon Dragon Descends. Dayan Mangpo's expression was savage, his eyes crimson. A tyrannical stellar energy exploded from his dantian, causing the temperature in a radius of several dozen zhang to plummet. The entire plateau seemed to have been plunged into a world of ice and snow, the cold winds howling as thousands upon thousands of snowflakes the size of goose feathers appeared in the air. Roar! The sky resounded with the roars of thousands of dragons. The light dimmed as Dayan Mangpo suddenly vanished. Above his head, a massive dragon with blazing eyes slashed a claw at Wang Chong and Li Sai. Careful! Wang Chong's heart chilled as he sensed an intense danger. He could not be more familiar with Dayan Mangpo's demon dragon art. But this technique was different from all the techniques Dayan Mangpo had used in the past. It was not just the name, but its power and appearance were also different. It was even sharper and more powerful. Heaven and earth spin, sun and moon shift, vast heaven-earth art. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong became one with his horse, advancing instead of retreating. Rumble! Thunder boomed as shadows appeared in the air. In the blink of an eye, countless images of the sun and moon crisscrossed as they flew through the air. Under countless gazes, the white hoof shadow let out a long neigh and entered the shadows floating in the air with Wang Chong. In that moment, everyone in a radius of several hundred zhang, whether it was the white braves or the Wushan cavalry, suddenly felt a strange sensation. It was like the entire world had been turned upside down, the sky below and the earth above. This dislocation made them feel dizzy and uncomfortable. Vast heaven-earth art. This was a supreme technique of the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art that was even more powerful than the great Yin-Yang art. The Imperial Marshal Wang Chong originally did not have the right to use this technique, but now that he was wearing the karmic battle armor, everything was different. Mountain River Reincarnation / When Wang Chong used the vast heaven-earth art, Li Sai dragged his saber with both hands. Without thinking, he spun around and used all his strength to use the strongest move he had so far. Boom! A black storm rose into the sky. Within the storm, a beam of saber chi shot into the sky. It was grand and majestic, stretching for more than 20 zhang. Hum! The huge sword chi paused in the void for a moment, and then slashed down at Dayan Mangpo with the force of a thunderbolt. Boom! 3 top-notch experts, 3 powerful ultimate moves, at this moment, converged on the plateau of the triangular gap. With an earth-shattering boom, the stellar energy converged and transformed into a blazing sun, with a diameter of more than 200 feet. As soon as the sun appeared, it rapidly expanded until it reached a height of 500 to 600 feet before exploding violently. Boom! In that instant, it was as if time had come to a standstill. Boundless astral winds, accompanied by destructive power, swept across the entire battlefield. This massive boom drowned out the fighting of tens of thousands of soldiers. Even the distant Chishi, Protectorate, and Dusong Mangpo's army couldn't help but close their eyes, deep fear appearing on their faces. At the level of cultivation of Dian Mangpoj, Wang Chong, and Li Sai, their strength far surpassed the imagination of ordinary soldiers. Whether it was the individual white braves or the Wushang cavalry, they were all insignificant in front of experts of this level. Boom! When the white light dissipated, a sturdy figure flew out of the center of the battle along with his horse. It was Dian Mangpoj. When Wang Chong and Li Sai worked together, the stronger Dian Mangpoj had been utterly defeated. Let alone the Wushang cavalry, even the white braves under Dian Mangpoj's command were stunned by this sight. Although Dian Mangpoj had been defeated in Wushang's city of steel, that had been in the city, not the plains where the Uzin were skilled. Moreover, Wang Chong had more than 200 experts at his side. Moreover, Dian Mangpoj had managed to retreat unscathed, so the white braves did not consider that battle a loss. But in this battle, Dian Mangpoj had truly lost, and Wang Chong did not have more than 200 experts at his side. My lord! After the initial shock, all the white braves began to rush toward the place where Dian Mangpoj had fallen, hoping to save their commander. But before they could act, one group of Wushang cavalry after another charged forward, cutting through the charging white braves and scattering them. Kill him! Wang Chong looked at the place where Dian Mangpoj had fallen, and a savage light flashed in his eyes. Without even thinking, he urged his horse forward. If he wanted to kill Dian Mangpoj and remove the threat that was Chishi, today was the day. The vast heaven-earth art truly is formidable. It can't even be mentioned in the same breath as the great Yin-Yang art. As the wind held around him, a thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind. Wang Chong was sure that Dian Mangpoj had been injured, and his organs had been severely injured. The vast heaven-earth art was a supreme technique of the higher level of the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art that his master had taught him, and its power was inconceivably powerful. Not only could it digest, absorb, and control the stellar energy of an opponent, it could also target Saint Martial experts like Dian Mangpoj who had stable true essence. It could flip and shift the organs of their bodies and heavily injure them. No matter how much stellar energy an opponent had, they would find it very difficult to block this move. The evil emperor was an existence that struck fear into the hearts of all those on the evil path, and his opponents were all top-class experts with extremely stable true essence. Some of them had even cultivated supreme techniques to stabilize their true essence to resist the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art. Alas, these techniques were useless against the evil emperor's vast heaven-earth art. The vast heaven-earth art could injure their organs, shift them, and scatter the rock-solid true essence in their bodies. Then there was the great Yin-Yang art that followed, instantly draining these renowned figures of the martial world dry. The evil emperor had never been shy about this in front of Wang Chong. Dian Mangpoj was a Saint Martial expert, and the quality of his stellar energy was even higher than his own. If he could absorb all of this stellar energy, he would definitely be of great benefit. Rumble! With Wang Chong in front and Li Sai in the back, the two charged at Dian Mangpoj like bolts of lightning, leaving two long trails of energy behind them. This was an extremely rare opportunity, and they had to kill him no matter what. However, in the blink of an eye, just as the two of them rushed out, a sudden change occurred. Dash Kai yell! Whoosh! Tens of thousands of shouts converged into a massive wave. Behind the white braves, the 5,000 Uzin cavalry had circled around the white braves' obstacle and were charging in from the flanks. Although they had arrived late, the 5,000 Uzin cavalry had arrived just in time. Even though these soldiers were far weaker than the Wushang cavalry and the white braves, they were still enough to cause a wave of chaos. Retreat! Just as Wang Chong and Li Sai were distracted, a figure rose from the ground and galloped away in a cloud of dust. Wang Chong and Li Sai both felt their hearts skip a beat when they saw that snow-white divine steed of the great snow mountain. It was Dian Mangpoj. Even though he had been struck by their combined attack, it seemed that Dian Mangpoj's injuries were not as severe as they had imagined. Hiya! Dayan Mangpo's order immediately caused a massive reaction among the white braves. Having lost the heart of the Great Bon, the white braves were no match for the Wushang cavalry. Now that they had received Dayan Mangpo's order, all the white braves immediately began to retreat. Pass on my order. Have the entire army pursue. In addition, kill the second group of Uzun cavalry. Wang Chang's callous voice resounded over the triangular gap. The Uzun's Great Bon formation was simply too powerful. This mysterious energy that had been passed down from the ancient Zhangshung dynasty was something that not even Wang Chong could see through. Although the bane of the battlefield and bane of generals' halos were still effective against the white braves, they were not as powerful as imagined. This was the first time Wang Chong had encountered such a situation. But even though the two halos were affected by the mysterious energy of the Great Bon formation, they were still effective against these ordinary Uzun cavalry. Dayan Mangpo's Great Bon formation could not affect these ordinary Uzun cavalry. Kill! Swords and sabers clattered as the Wushang cavalry charged forward in pursuit. Boom! The second group of 5,000 Uzun cavalry was instantly routed by the Wushang cavalry. On the Ney, under the charge of the 10 charges 10 victories formation, row after row of Uzun cavalry fell. They were not a match for the Great Bon formation at all. The impact of the 10 charges 10 victories formation sent wave after wave of Uzun cavalry crashing into the ground, turning the plateau into a sea of dust. Not good. Run. They had not realized it when they had been watching from afar, but now that they had clashed with the Wushang cavalry, they could sense just how powerful this fearless army of Tang people was. The first to charge was the first to flee. Rumble! Dust billowed as wave after wave of soldiers fell. When the 10 charges 10 victories formation pushed the momentum and strength of the Wushang cavalry to the limit, it was not something that these people could withstand. Blood flowed out of the plateau like a river or an ocean. Everything had happened too quickly, and no one had been able to react. 500, 600, 700, 1,000. The corpses of the Uzun soldiers littered the plateau. A battle to provide support had instantly turned into a battle to flee. The Wushang cavalry was at the rear, and the two armies were at the front. They chased after the Tang soldiers, and screams of misery rang out incessantly. The entire battlefield was in chaos. Faced with this situation, not even Dayan Mangpo could turn the situation around. He could only release the halos around his body and do his best to cover his army in order to reduce their losses. As for bringing up the rear, Dayan Mangpo did not even dare to think about it. Chapter 790. Kill! Shouts and roars resounded throughout the plateau, shaking the heavens and the earth. This clash between the strongest soldiers of the White Braves and the Wushang cavalry had ultimately become a one-sided pursuit. All soldiers retreat! As the Wushang cavalry were cutting down countless Uzun soldiers in a cloud of dust, Wang Chang's eyes flashed as he raised an arm and gave the order to retreat. This order was so sudden that all the excited Wushang cavalry who had been immersed in the pursuit were left dumbfounded. Their galloping speed suddenly slowed, and even the dust they kicked up dissipated. All soldiers, hear my order! Retreat! Li Sai's voice quickly resounded over the plateau. When the two commanders gave the order to retreat, no one hesitated. All the soldiers drew an arc across the plateau, decisively giving up on the pursuit and retreating to the base in the rear. The flexibility of the Wushang cavalry was on full display at this moment. Wang Chong had barely given the order to retreat, but in just a few seconds, the several thousand Wushang cavalry had turned around and pulled away from the pursuing Uzun soldiers. Nay, not long after Wang Chong's forces had turned around, there was a fierce neighing of horses. Behind the fleeing White Braves and Uzun soldiers, a massive black war banner slowly rose into the air, pointing in the direction the Uzun army was fleeing in. On the bottom of the black flag, a snow-white giant eagle was extremely eye-catching. Dusong Mangpo. This Uzin imperial great general had been sitting in the rear this entire time, maintaining a calm mind, but when Dayan Mangpoj was defeated by Wang Chong and Li Sai, Dusong Mangpoj could no longer sit still. He ran so fast, just a little bit more, and we could have caught him. The army parted like a wave. Dusong Mangpoj's eyes were like an eagle's, and he rode a divine steed from the great snow mountain to the rear of the army. His aura rose and fell, thick and boundless, like an unbroken mountain range. Although Dayan Mangpoj had always been known as the Azura war god of the plateau, possessing the cultivation of a brigadier general, and only a step away from the great general level, he still paled in comparison to a top-class great general like Dusong Mangpoj. Although it was said to be only a step away, this step was actually an enormous chasm. "My lord, should we still pursue? Perhaps we can catch up to them before they return to camp?" A voice came from the side as a Tibetan deputy stuck his head out, a look of unwillingness on his face as he stared at the roiling dust behind Wang Chong's group. In a battle between armies, it was very difficult to pay attention to the rear. Moreover, they had done their best to take advantage of every opportunity and narrow their field of vision. If Wang Chong's group had reacted just half a beat slower, perhaps what awaited him would have been the great general's destructive blow. The course of this battle would have been completely rewritten. "There's no need." Dusong Mangpoj shook his head. Wang Chong had reacted extremely decisively and without the slightest hesitation. While the army had won and was in the middle of a frenzied pursuit, Wang Chong had still been able to promptly stop. This was an extremely rare trait. This was proof that Wang Chong had been able to maintain a calm and rational mind. There was probably no need for him to pursue them now. Moreover, Dusong Mangpoj gave a profound glance in Fomin Linta's direction, a hint of caution in his eyes, but he quickly looked away. "Retreat!" Dusong Mangpoj raised a palm. This was enough to stop Wang Chong's Wushan cavalry and further reduce the number of casualties suffered by the Uzin army. This was more or less enough. Boom! With a clanging of metal, the Uzin army retreated to a camp more than 2,000 zhang away. At almost the same time, Wang Chong's army returned to the protection of the steel walls. This fierce battle had ultimately ended with Dusong Mangpoj's intimidating entrance and the restraint on both sides. These Wushan cavalry are truly too powerful. They actually routed the White Braves to this extent, even defeating Dayan Mangpoj. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. The young Marquis truly is extraordinary. No wonder he was able to defeat the soldiers of the Ngari royal lineage in the southwest. We've all underestimated him. How shocking! How could our Tang dynasty have such a formidable character? Not even the Uzin are a match for these soldiers. As the soldiers in the distance slowly parted and calmed down, all the soldiers of the Chishi Protectorate Army, from top to bottom, were deeply stunned. 5,000 against 10,000, and against the strongest of the White Braves. This battle had left a massive wave in everyone's mind. Moreover, although they did not dare to say it out loud because of the Protector General's position, deep in their hearts, seeing Wang Chong defeat and sweep away those infamous Uzin soldiers had given them a thrill and a sense of glory. After all, at this moment, they were all Tang people. "General." Many pairs of expectant eyes looked at Hebe Yi, who was at the side. At this moment, all of them felt an impulse, a hot-blooded impulse, to charge forward and fight alongside Wang Chong, to defeat the Uzin on the plateau. After all, the Chishi Protectorate was the true guardian of the plateau, the true opponent of the Uzin. If a person who was not a member of the Chishi Protectorate and did not have the duty to protect, it could put his life on the line, what reason did the Chishi Protectorate have to retreat? Heba, Yi said nothing, only turned to Protector General Fomin Linta. But unlike the other Chishi Protectorate soldiers, Fomin Linta's face was extremely gloomy. Heba Ye's heart trembled, and he subconsciously glanced down. He saw that Fomin Linta's hands had at some point been tightly clenched, and those powerful hands, brimming with destructive power, were now suffused with a luster like black iron. Heba Ye's heart chilled, and he no longer dared to say anything. "Li Sai, how are you? Pass on my order. Take a head count and investigate the losses." In the distance, behind the silver steel fortresses, Wang Chong pulled on the reins of his horse and turned to Li Sai. Dian Mengpo's stellar energy was extremely tyrannical and robust, and he was also extremely skilled and experienced in battle. Moreover, the incident at Wushang City of Steel had clearly stimulated him. After a period of bitter cultivation, Dian Mengpo had become even stronger. Wang Chong could rely on the defense of the karmic battle armor to deal with him, but Li Sai was different. In the end, it was still too early. Li Sai was still not that tyrannical, invincible great general who could single-handedly alter the course of the battlefield. With his current imperial martial cultivation, he would still be at a great disadvantage in a battle with Dian Mengpo. "It's nothing, just a small injury." Li Sai's expression was calm, his determined face unperturbed, but Wang Chong could clearly see that the armor on his right shoulder had caved in and shattered. Blood was constantly seeping out from beneath the armor, its scarlet color a ghastly sight. But Li Sai didn't seem to see it, acting like it was someone else who had been injured. His body was as straight as ever. Wang Chong carefully examined him for a few moments before finally nodding. Although his strength was inferior to Dian Mengpo's or his, Li Sai's vitality clearly far surpassed his cultivation level. The trembling of stellar energy might have been a heavy injury to others, but to Li Sai, it was still within the range of what he could endure. There's still a major battle ahead. Take this pill. It'll be good for your injuries. In addition, take an inventory of our losses." As Wang Chong spoke, his expression gradually turned solemn. Wushang village could be said to be the best source of soldiers for the Tang dynasty. Even the weakest were close to the profound martial realm, and the vast majority had surpassed it. Add to this the skills they had trained in such a harsh environment, and the Wushang cavalry were naturally among the strongest cavalry in the world. However, their opponents were still the strongest of Uzun's white braves. Even though Wang Chong had made all sorts of preparations beforehand, some injuries were still unavoidable. A few seconds later, the casualties of the Wushang cavalry were reported to Wang Chong. Of the 5,000 Wushang cavalry, only 4,678 remained. A total of 322 Wushang cavalry had died in the battle just now. In addition, more than 700 had suffered light injuries, and more than 300 had been heavily injured. All told, the number of dead and wounded had reached more than 1,300. This was the first time in the history of the Wushang cavalry that they had suffered such heavy losses. For the Wushang cavalry, which numbered only 5,000, this was a very large number. The White Braves had always been invincible, and this sort of opponent was not going to be easy to deal with. What about the Uzun side? Wang Chong asked after a moment of silence. Their losses should be greater than ours. Li Sai said, his voice resounding. Although it's impossible to count them one by one, the Tibetans should have lost more than 1,800 men and injured more than 2,000. If Dian Mengban hadn't reacted so quickly and given the order to retreat, the Tibetans would have lost their lives. The number of their casualties should be far more than this. In addition, the 2,000 Uzun cavalry that came to reinforce them were killed by us in the first wave of reinforcements. 1,800 was no small number for the 5,000 White Braves. In comparison, the deaths of 322 Wushang cavalry was a small number. This also proved that the Wushang cavalry had the strength to suppress the White Braves, and this advantage was not small. Wang Chong gave a long sigh and finally nodded. Although he had wanted nothing more than to devour the entire White Braves in one fell swoop, not even the 10,000 Mamelukes had been able to do so. For the time being, it would be very difficult for him to do so. We can only wait for the other Wuzi Steel and meteoric metal to arrive and refine the armor and weapons to increase the strength of the Wushan cavalry. Only then can we go and exterminate the elite cavalry of the Turks, Arabs, and Uzan. Chapter 791. The Wushan cavalry had only been established for a little more than 2 months, and they were still far from reaching the level of power of his last life. In other words, there was still much room for growth. Li Sai, order the army to rest where they are. In addition, we can carry out the plan we made earlier. Dusong Mangpo's side will probably move very quickly, much faster than we imagined. Yes, Marquis. Once the order was given, the army behind the steel walls quickly calmed down. How is it? Can you still hold on? 20,000 sumjang away in the Uzan camp, Dusong Mangpo rode over and stopped not far to the right of Dayan Mangpo. Are you looking down on me? Do you think that I can't beat two Tang people? Dayan Mangpo's face was gloomy and hateful, and his teeth were clattering. Dusong Mangpo could sense the indignation in Dayan Mangpo's heart, but he only smiled. You rest on the side. Leave this child called Wang Chong to me. Dusong Mangpo indifferently said. Impossible. Dayan Mangpo immediately refused. This time, I admit that I was indeed careless. Let me rest for a while, and I will personally behead him. Let me do it. Dusong Mangpo's lips curled into a faint smile. I can do it, Dayan Mangpo fiercely said. Let me do it. Dusong Mangpo spoke once more. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but his tone had changed, leaving no room for doubt. Dayan Mangpo froze for a moment, and then he finally raised his head to look at Dusong Mangpo. The two stared at each other. Dusong Mangpo, who usually had a gentle expression and would back down whenever Dayan Mangpo made a request, had a much firmer look in his eyes, a toughness that had never been seen before. Dayan and Dusong were the two great aristocratic families of the Uzan Empire. They had a long history and enormous influence. Both families had many experts and outstanding figures, and they had personal relationships with each other. Thus, the relationship between Dayan Mangpo and Dusong Mangpo was the same. As long as Dayan Mangpo decided on this operation, Dusong Mangpo would not interfere, much less refuse. But this did not mean that Dusong Mangpo had completely indulged Dayan Mangpo. In the northern border of the Uzan Plateau, Dusong Mangpo was the true commander-in-chief, wielding the highest authority. If Dayan Mangpo could not defeat his opponent even after using all his strength, then it would be his turn to make a move. Dayan, war is not a game. I've already given you a chance, and the Tsempo will not allow us to suffer any more defeats. Moreover, this is not a negotiation. Dusong Mangpo had finally revealed his side as an imperial great general. Whether or not Dayan Mangpo was the Azura war god of the plateau, or how formidable his white braves were, at least for now, Dusong Mangpo's status was firmly above his own. Dayan Mangpo stared in a daze at Dusong Mangpo. In a daze, he seemed to understand something and finally lowered his head. Although he was unwilling, at least for now, he did not have the strength to challenge Dusong Mangpo. That brat. No matter what, I will personally kill him. Dayan Mangban did not argue any further, and with these words he rode away. This defeat was an enormous humiliation to him, and someone of Dayan Mangpo's personality would never easily give up. But this time, Dusong Mangpo said nothing more. Hebe Yi, pass on my order. All soldiers are to retreat at full speed. Retreat 10 li. In addition, everyone else is to leave with me. At this moment, no one noticed that in the northwestern part of the Uzan Plateau, Fomin Linta was leaning forward on his horse, a vicious light flashing through his deep eyes. A bunch of useless trash. I've waited here for so long, but in the end, it's still me who has to fight. Fomin Linta viciously glared in the direction of the Uzan army, his heart filled with extreme dissatisfaction. This battle was completely different from what he had imagined. Even with so many Uzan soldiers and experts like Dayan Mangpo and Dusong Mangpo holding the line, they had still failed to kill a 16 or 17-year-old Wang Chong. This greatly disappointed Fomin Linta. The result of this battle made it impossible to carry out many of the follow-up plans he had made. Fomin Linta was very unwilling to make his actions so obvious, but in order to achieve the effect he wanted, he could only do this. Gallop! Before anyone else could react, Fomin Linta had already turned his horse around, parted the crowd, and galloped off into the distance. Behind him, the generals of the Qixi Protectorate were dumbfounded. No one had expected Fomin Linta's actions. Didn't you hear? Let's go. Heba Yi glanced in the direction of Wang Chong, a complicated look in his eyes, mixed with sympathy and guilt. But he quickly waved his hand and led his generals away. From the start of this battle to now, the Qixi Protectorate had sent people to observe, and even Fomin Linta had appeared on the front lines. But this time was different. All the generals and scouts of the Qixi Protectorate had withdrawn from the battlefield. Not a single person remained. Buzz! It was fine when the Qixi Protectorate had not moved, but now that everyone had withdrawn from the battlefield, this sudden action immediately attracted the attention of both sides. Marquis, it's Fomin Linta and the Qixi Protectorate. A voice suddenly rang out. In the distance, behind the steel walls, the sound of the horses galloping away from the Qixi Protectorate caused everyone to turn their heads. Su Kai rode his horse to a place not far from Wang Chong, a hint of nervousness in his eyes as he gazed at the roiling dust. The air around him was suddenly fraught with tension. This time, Fomin Linta wants to draw out Dusong Mangpoj. Li Sai suddenly took a few steps forward and looked into the distance, his expression extremely solemn. Wang Chong gave a firm nod, his expression extremely solemn. He's running out of patience. Even if the imperial court condemns him, he'll still use the hands of Uzun to kill us. Fomin Linta had always been a hidden danger. In order to eliminate him, he would stop at nothing. As an imperial great general, not only had he not led the Qixi Protectorate to reinforce him, he had instead turned his back on Dusong Mangpoj to draw him out. This sort of behavior was simply despicable. It seems like whether or not the matter with Uzun can be resolved, I have to think of a way to remove him from the position of Protector General and have him transferred away. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. His resolve to deal with Fomin Linta grew even firmer. As expected, he still left. In the distance, Dusong Mangpoj finally smiled at the sight of the eagle unfurling its wings and soaring into the sky behind Fomin Linta. Although Fomin Linta's actions seemed extremely abrupt and unexpected to others, Dusong Mangpoj had expected all of this. Whether it was the strangeness of Qixi Protector General staying out of this war, or his deliberate opening of the gap to allow Dayan Mangpoj to pass, Fomin Linta had made his intentions clear. But Fomin Linta was still a veteran general who had made his name many years ago. He wanted to use Dusong Mangpoj's strength to deal with Wang Chong, but that didn't mean that Dusong Mangpoj wouldn't use this chance to deal with Dusong Mangpoj. As long as there was a chance, Dusong Mangpoj was sure that Fomin Linta would attack him, using this opportunity to obtain merit and request a reward from the Tang Dynasty Imperial Court. In this battle, Dusong Mangpoj had spent the greater part of his energy on guarding against this Qixi Protector General. Only now, when Fomin Linta left of his own accord, withdrawing all his soldiers, did Dusong Mangpoj finally relax. Haha, Fomin Linta, many thanks. Since you're so sincere, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll kill this youngest son of the Wang clan for you. Dusong Mangpoj heartily laughed as he looked into the distance. He quickly turned his gaze to Wang Chong and the several thousand Wushang cavalry. The time was ripe. It was time to end this battle. Rengong, pass on my order. All soldiers should get ready to attack. This time I will personally command. Dusong Mangpoj said. Yes, my lord. The fierce Uzun general called Rengong was invigorated by these words. Without another word, he immediately left to pass on his order. I didn't think that our second meeting would end like this. What a pity. Dusong Mangpoj turned his head to look at Wang Chong and the Wushang cavalry, a strange light in his eyes. No matter how clever Wang Chong was, how powerful his tactics were, or how many times he had defeated Daya Mangpoj, when Fomin Linter retreated and Dusong Mangpoj personally took action, Wang Chong's fate was sealed. Dusong Mangpoj was not afraid that Wang Chong would escape, as there was no way he could escape. No one could escape the pursuit of an imperial great general. And if he did, he would also bury the several thousand Wushang cavalry and the 8,000 some craftsmen who had worked on the construction of the city. With Dusong Mangpoj's understanding of the Tang dynasty, even if he spared Wang Chong's life after committing such a grave mistake, only death awaited him once he returned to the Tang dynasty. Call over General Daya Mangpoj. Tell him that he can quickly get his revenge. With these words, Dusong Mangpoj quickly returned to the center of the army. Boom! Boom! Very soon, the resounding sound of a yak horn with a metallic texture rang out across the plateau. This special texture was something that had never appeared before. Rumble! The tens of thousands of Highland steeds began to gallop as they prepared for battle. The stomping of their hooves caused the entire plateau to tremble, the air currents stirring and blowing dirt and grass into the air. Translated by Hyper Sheep 325, edited by Mike here, and unlike any other time, Dusong Mangpoj had thrown all his personal soldiers, the tens of thousands of Uzun cavalry, and the remnants of Dayan Mangpoj's white braves into battle. Hearing that Wang Chong and the Wushang cavalry could be dealt with, Dayan Mangpoj had immediately thrown his white braves into the army. The world was quiet, and there was no sound other than the sound of Dusong Mangpoj's tens of thousands of soldiers. An enormous and suffocating aura began to exude an invisible pressure. Chapter 792. Marquis, the Uzun are about to attack again. Hearing the loud and clear yak horn sound from afar, everyone behind the silver-white steel wall revealed nervous expressions. This wave of attacks had come much faster than they had expected. Moreover, everyone could hear a hint of something special in it. This battle was definitely going to be even more dangerous and tense than the last. There's no need to be nervous. I have everything planned out. Wang Chong had a solemn expression as he looked forward. Dusong Mangpoj was about to attack, and Wang Chong was well aware that he had no chance of survival against this Uzun great general, not even with the karmic battle armor. Dusong Mangpoj was a supreme expert on the level of Zhangqiu Jianqiong, Gashu Han, and Fomin Linta. Wang Chong did not have the strength to fight with an expert of this level. Boom! Like a bolt of lightning, a massive black war banner embroidered with a silver-white eagle suddenly leaped out of the Uzun army. In front of this war banner was a slender figure riding a muscular steed from the great snow mountain, appearing like a demon god. His body wasn't very tall, but he emitted a terrifying aura that was as vast as the mountains and seas. It was enough to make anyone feel humble and insignificant. Dusong Mangpoj. Even at this distance, Wang Chong could still recognize at a glance this Uzun great general that he had met once in the capital. At that moment, it was as if time had stopped. After what seemed like both a moment and countless eons, countless Tibetan warriors followed behind Dusong Mangpoj, forming a vast flood of black steel as they charged at him. Wang Chong's eyes widened. His eyes were filled with shock, and he could not help but feel like he was being crushed. Kaiyel! When tens of thousands of Uzun people burst out with all their strength, the sound waves were like mountain torrents exploding, triggering waves of violent airwaves on the plateau. The turbulent airflow turned into a gale, rushing towards the direction of Wang Chong and the others at the triangular gap. That powerful aura even caused the sky to change color. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions suddenly changed. Marquis. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Wang Chong. At a time like this, only Wang Chong could calm the army and point them in the right direction. Continue as usual. All craftsmen are forbidden from sticking their heads out of the city walls. Also, everyone, Get on your horses and listen to my orders." Wang Chong's voice was indifferent, and there were no fluctuations in it. However, it was this indifferent voice that made everyone feel like they had found their backbone and their hearts calmed down. Boom! The galloping hooves grew louder and louder. The tens of thousands of Uzun soldiers were constantly picking up speed, getting closer and closer to their position. When tens of thousands of soldiers charged together, especially with an imperial great general like Dusong Mangpoj leading the charge, the enormous pressure they exuded was enough to make anyone pale. 1,400 zhang, 1,300 zhang, 1,200 zhang. Clang! A dazzling golden halo of thorns appeared, and the moment Dusong Mangpoj's divine steed leaped out, it began to radiate like a blinding sun, rapidly spreading to the feet of every Uzun cavalry. Even the white braves under Dayan Mangpoj were buffed. At this moment, the momentum of the tens of thousands of Tibetan cavalry swelled, reaching astonishing heights. In comparison, the fortifications and defenses that Wang Chong had erected at the triangular gap were like rocks before a tidal wave, in danger of being crushed at any moment. "All soldiers, hear my order! Retreat!" A resounding voice resounded through the sky, and a moment later, the several thousand Wushang cavalry turned their horses around and began to charge back toward the steel citadel in the rear like a raging river. Translated by DX8XD, edited by DX8XD, edited by DX8XD. This abrupt sight left all the Uzun soldiers dumbfounded, and even Dusong Mangpoj's expression froze for a moment. They were used to Wang Chong's bold and fearless style of charging forward, no matter how many opponents he faced. So when they saw Wang Chong suddenly flee, instead of fighting, even Dusong Mangpoj couldn't help but be surprised. He's rather smart, but he's offended one of his own. Isn't it too late to run now? Dusong Mangpoj faintly smiled as he urged his horse forward. No matter what Wang Chong wanted to do, the moment he stepped onto the plateau and built himself a fortress and a steel wall, he had already placed himself in danger. And when Fomin Linter retreated, it was foreordained that this young military genius of the Tang dynasty would fall here. "All soldiers, charge! Those who retreat will die." Dusong Mangpoj's order made the Uzun army even more excited. "Damn it! Charge!" The sight of Wang Chong fleeing caused Dayan Mangpoj to go mad with rage. No matter what, he could not permit Wang Chong to escape. Even if he had to chase him to the ends of the earth, from here to Wushang's steel fortress, he would kill him. "Careful! The Uzun army has moved out. They're going to attack the fortress. Even that Uzun great general has moved out. Hurry, hurry! Open the gate and let Marquis and the others in. Everyone, speed up the welding and strengthen the walls. If we let the Uzun break in, all 8,000 of us will die. Remember, don't show your head on the walls." At this moment, no one was more nervous than the 8,000 craftsmen in the rear. The entire fortress was in a state of apprehension. If it weren't for the fact that all the foremen had fought with Wang Chong in the War of the Southwest and were able to maintain their composure at a time like this, constantly reassuring the workers and emphasizing that Wang Chong could deal with everything, they would have already abandoned the wall and fled. Rumble! The massive gate opened. 32 craftsmen were now scrambling to help open the gate, which originally needed only 8 people to operate. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew as one of the Wushang horsemen charged through the gate, and then the rest of the Wushang horsemen charged in like a surging river. "Hurry! Close the gate!" A thunderous roar reverberated in the sky above the entire city. The countless craftsmen began to move, and the massive gate began to close with the grinding of gears. When the last Wushang horseman charged into the fortress, the gate was completely shut. "Don't let them escape. Kill them all. Kill all the Tang people. Now is the time for revenge." The roars of the Uzun soldiers shook the heavens. After several battles, the Uzun soldiers had cast a deep shadow over the Tang people, who they had once looked down on. But when Wang Chong led the Wushang cavalry in fleeing, this gloom and fear was swept away. There was no doubt that no matter how powerful the Wushang cavalry were, they could not be stronger than Lord Dusong Mangpoj. As long as the great general was present, the Tang people were not even worth mentioning. Tens of thousands of war horses galloped past the silver-white steel walls, charging toward the miniature fortress at the triangular gap in the rear. This time, the tens of thousands of Uzun soldiers encountered no resistance, nor was there a torrent of attacks from the beehives. All the soldiers charged forward, passing through many obstacles until they reached that miniature fortress of steel that was more than 9 zhang tall. "Prepare the grappling hooks." A loud shout rang out from within the army. In an instant, clanging sounds could be heard as countless hooks flew up to the city walls. At a time like this, only Dayan Mangpoj's white braves could carry such powerful siege weapons. Rumble! A long silver-white battering ram, covered in complicated patterns, smashed into the gate of the fortress of steel with the momentum of a thunderbolt. The massive impact caused the entire fortress to hum and tremble with a deafening boom. The white braves had long ago become very familiar with seizing a city when they had the upper hand. In past battles, the white braves had relied on this set of tactics to conquer several small kingdoms of the western regions with their 5,000 soldiers. In dealing with Wang Chong, Dayan Mangpoj had long ago investigated and learned that he had built a fortress of steel at the triangular gap. All the silver-white battering rams and the grappling hooks to scale the walls had been prepared in advance. But in these successive battles, the 5,000 white braves had never had the slightest chance to reach the walls and use these siege weapons. Whoosh! In the howling wind, the white braves flew up to the top of the wall. Unlike Wushang's towering fortress of steel, this wall was far too easy to scale. A few moments later, the white braves had appeared on the wall. But the first to appear on the wall was far from these white braves. Whoosh! In a flash of light, Dusong Mangpoj leapt off his divine steed from the great snow mountain. He didn't even need to use his grappling hooks, but he was already more than 90 zhang up the wall. "Look, over there. Use your arrows to shoot at him." The walls were in chaos, and the moment Dusong Mangpoj appeared on the wall, countless arrows flew at him from all sides. This was a group of archers that had been left behind in the fortress to hold the line. Attracted by Dusong Mangpoj's powerful aura, almost all the archers had taken action. Insignificant tricks. Dusong Mangpoj faintly smiled, his body straight and unmoving as he allowed the arrows to come at him. But all the arrows froze in the air when they were still 3 zhang away and then dropped to the ground. But just as one wave ended, another wave of arrows exploded forth like a swarm of locusts. Dusong Mangpoj only grinned and ignored them. Amidst the rain of arrows, his sharp eyes scanned the world as if searching for something. Found it. Chapter 793. You think you can run? Dusong Mangpoj inwardly sneered as he recognized Wang Chong's back at a glance. On the guest platform, Wang Chong also seemed to sense something, and when Dusong Mangpoj looked over, his body trembled and he subconsciously turned his head. At this moment, those 2 youthful eyes that had always been composed and wise finally began to show a hint of deep panic and fear. In the face of absolute strength, any plan or strategy was nothing more than a child's toy. Only great generals could deal with great generals. Wang Chong had been able to use his own methods to invisibly control the movements of a Qishi great general, like Foman Linta, using him to restrain Dusong Mangpoj. This was a feat that Dusong Mangpoj deeply admired. Alas, you still underestimated the daring of a great general, and you also underestimated Foman Linta's resolve to kill you. This is why you are fated to die here today. Dusong Mangpoj grinned as he looked forward. Only in the Tang dynasty could one offend so many great generals from both sides, and only this youth before him be able to do such a thing. But no matter how brimming with talent and talent, if one was too arrogant and willful, They were bound to be short-lived and come to a premature end. Bang! Dusong Mangpoj leaped forward, leaving countless afterimages in his wake. A moment later, he reappeared several dozen jong away. When Dusong Mangpoj truly began to move, he was countless times faster than a warhorse. The only downside was that he consumed a great deal of stellar energy. If Wang Chong had been thinking of running from the very start, it would have been impossible for him to slip away from Dusong Mangpoj's eyes at a time like this. "Little friend, what's the rush? It's been several months since we last met in the capital. Come and reminisce with me." Dusong Mangpoj's voice was unperturbed, but it clearly resounded over the miniature fortress of steel. The aura on his body was like the mountains and the seas, filling the entire city. That kind of godlike power shook everyone's mind. The entire city was in a state of panic. Cries of surprise, fear, and the sounds of people knocking over wooden and iron frames in panic formed a continuous sound. The 8,000 craftsmen in the fortress were in chaos, and the several thousand Wushan cavalry that had entered the fortress were fleeing in all directions. Dusong Mangpoj had originally been a little cautious and on guard, but when he saw this sight, he no longer hesitated. True or false? True panic or false panic? True fear or false fear? In front of an imperial great general like Dusong Mangpoj, he could tell at a glance. Moreover, the most important aspect of an army was its formation. Wang Chong's several thousand Wushan cavalry had fallen into disarray, scattering in all directions. Even if there really was something wrong, at this time they could only turn it into something real and cripple their own limbs. Once the main army opened the gates, no matter how formidable the Wushan cavalry were, they would be doomed. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Dusong Mangpoj charged like a galloping horse, leaving a long trail of white flames in his wake as he charged toward Wang Chong at the back gate of the fortress. Majestic stellar energy tore through the air, howling like a tsunami. Behind Dusong Mangpoj was the image of a snowy plateau. The plateau was densely covered in lightning, and the lightning bolts were like spider webs, constantly striking down, making Dusong Mangpoj's figure seem even more imposing, mysterious, and powerful. A shadow appeared in Dusong Mangpoj's hand, condensing into the black claw of a monstrous beast. The Uzun Plateau had many legends, and the Zhangshung dynasty was only one of them. Before this, it was said that the plateau once had countless behemoths and monsters the size of mountains. In the end, the legends of these behemoths and monsters became the supreme arts of the great snow mountain temple. Dusong Mangpoj had learned the supreme art of the great snow mountain temple. This was also the reason why he could oversee the plateau and become one of the few imperial great generals of the Uzun Empire. Now that he no longer had to worry about Fomenlinta, Dusong Mangpoj only needed one strike to kill this unprecedented threat to the Uzun Empire. "Young Master Wang, accept your fate." Dusong Mangpoj's voice resounded over the city. But before Dusong Mangpoj could finish speaking, he was interrupted by an irritated voice. "That brat's life is mine." A thunderous voice resounded over the city. Behind Dusong Mangpoj, there was a flash of light, and then a muscular figure appeared on the walls like a god. His bright eyes exuded an intimidating light. Even from a distance, one could clearly see it, and it made one's heart palpitate in fear. Dayan Mangpoj was a brigadier general, a level lower than Dusong Mangpoj. However, in terms of killing intent toward Wang Chong, Dusong Mangpoj could not compare. Boom! Dayan Mangban shot down from the walls like a cannonball, his body shooting away like a bolt of lightning. Although this operation had originated from the Tsenpo, and Dayan Mangpoj had never even seen Wang Chong before, this was no longer a simple mission. Boom! In the distance, the clattering of metal quickly attracted the attention of Dusong Mangpoj and Dayan Mangpoj. Their bodies trembled, and when they looked up, they saw that the back door of the steel gate had finally opened a crack. Wang Chong could rush out at any moment. Buzz! There was no time to think. Boom! Both Dusong Mangpoj and Dayan Mangban pushed their stellar energies to their limits, leaving long trails of energy behind them as they held forward. Brigadier generals and great generals were incredibly fast. Dusong Mangpoj was known as the Eagle of the Plateau. When he had accompanied the first prince to the capital, his identity had been exposed, and he had fled from the Tang dynasty to the plateau. One could easily imagine how fast he was. Bzzz. Dusong Mangpoj's dantian exploded, leaving a long trail of energy in its wake. In an instant, he had crossed 200 zhang, and with another flash, he had crossed another 200 zhang. In the blink of an eye, he was less than 50 zhang from Wangchong. When an imperial great general used all their strength to pursue a single person, their speed was terrifying. At this moment, Dusong Mangpoj was as fast as a shooting star, so fast that the naked eye couldn't keep up. Whether it was the heaven and earth creation art practitioner Wangchong, the Brigadier General Dayan Mangpoj, or the future invincible great General Li Sai, all of them would pale in comparison to Dusong Mangpoj's speed. Buzz! When he was less than 30 zhang from Wangchong, Dusong Mangpoj's eyes widened as a strange feeling surged into his mind. In a flash, Dusong Mangpoj's eyes scanned the area and quickly locked onto two elderly figures at the city gate. It was hard to tell if these two were the craftsmen or foremen of the city. One was dressed in a black robe, had black hair, and had a stern expression. The other was dressed in coarse linen clothes, had a head of white hair, and had an inflexible expression. Both of them appeared to be quite old, their faces covered in wrinkles. They were at least 60, and the white-haired man had turbid eyes, indicating that he was at least 80 or 90 years old. While the city's craftsmen were panicking and fleeing in panic, even Wangchong was fleeing. Only these two people stood at the back gate of the City of Steel, one on the left and one on the right. Their eyes were calm, and not only were they not fleeing, they were calmly looking at Dusong Mangpoj as if they were waiting for him to pass. This was a stark contrast to the surrounding crowd. This is... Dusong Mangpoj's pupils constricted as a hint of suspicion crept into his mind. But Dusong Mangpoj quickly cast this thought to the back of his mind. No matter how suspicious these two elders were, they were of little importance to an expert of the imperial great general level like him. At most, if they dared to try and stop him, he would just casually strangle them to death. Boom! Behind him, the white braves had finally scaled the walls of the City of Steel and opened the gate. As the heavy gate opened, thousands of Uzin cavalry surged in. At this point in the battle, Uzin had finally obtained victory. Dusong Mangpoj heard the roars of the thousands behind him and no longer hesitated. His dantian exploded with stellar energy as he charged toward the open back gate of the City of Steel. He could already see Wangchong's back. He wasn't far away. Once he killed the young marquis of the Tang dynasty, he would be able to complete the Tsempo's mission and wash away Uzin's humiliation. What an arrogant Uzin! He's only at the peak of the Saint Martial realm. Who knows how many experts of this level I killed back then? Does this 40-some-years-old junior really think that no one can stop him? At this moment, the unmoving, black-robed elder, standing on the right side of the city gate, suddenly spoke, his eyes cold. Even someone of Dusong Mangpoj's cultivation couldn't help but feel a deep chill in his heart. You're right. Brother Zhang, do not take offense. Uzin is far from the Central Plains and does not know that Brother Zhang once dominated the world of sections. It is normal for people to pale at the mere mention of your name. This time, the young marquis intends to campaign against Uzin and resolve the worries of the Tang dynasty. Although I am old, it is rare for me to be able to help the Tang dynasty and the people of the Central Plains, so I am willing to die 10,000 deaths. This time, let us work together to resolve this problem for him. At this moment, the white-haired elder on the left, who appeared to be in his 80s or 90s, also spoke. The moment the two spoke, an indescribably strange and eerie feeling emerged in Dusong Mangpoj's mind. As a supreme existence at the peak of the Saint Martial realm, Dusong Mangpoj could travel a great distance in the blink of an eye. In normal circumstances, these people wouldn't even be able to spit out a single word, let alone complete a sentence. But not only had these two people completed a sentence in front of him, it had been the person on the left who had finished speaking and the person on the right who had spoken. This was the first time in Dusong Mangpoj's life that he had ever encountered such a bizarre situation. Dusong Mangpoj felt like he had seen a ghost. But what left Dusong Mangpoj even more shocked was, boom! Chapter 794. Dusong Mangpoj had never encountered such a thing in his life. There was basically no imperial great general in the world that he did not recognize, but this black-robed elder was not one of them. But the energy he exuded was brutal and cruel, brimming with endless aggression and aggression. For a moment, Dusong Mangpoj felt like he was not looking at a single person, but thousands of swords and sabers. But at the center of these swords and sabers, there was nothing but pitch-black darkness, a massive black hole. Bang! Before Dusong Mangpoj could react, another powerful energy erupted from the side like a tsunami. In Dusong Mangpoj's eyes, that old-fashioned, white-haired, tottering elder who seemed unable to even stand suddenly exploded with a tsunami of energy. True martial realm, profound martial realm, imperial martial realm, Saint Martial realm, the elder's energy instantly broke into the peak of the Saint Martial realm. Dusong Mangpoj, I spared your life last time, so why haven't you learned your lesson? Chief Wushang raised his head and spoke in a thunderous voice. It's you! Dusong Mangpoj's body trembled as if he had been struck by a lightning bolt. Countless scenes flitted through his mind. Looking at that old face, he finally recognized it. More than half a year ago, when he had brought the first prince to infiltrate the capital of the Tang dynasty, Wang Chong had exposed his identity and forced him to flee in panic. He had the first prince return to the Uzun Plateau while he led his pursuers away. At the time, he had mistakenly entered a valley and almost died there. Dusong Mangpoj had never imagined that the mysterious elder who had defeated him in that valley would appear here. It was so massive that even Dusong Mangpoj, an imperial great general of Yusang, appeared dumbfounded. Not good. At this moment, Dusong Mangpoj's entire body began to tremble, an immense fear gripping his body. He suddenly understood why Wang Chong was so calm and dared to set foot on the plateau with only 5,000 men to challenge the entire Uzun army in the north. Dusong Mangpoj had always believed that Wang Chong was relying on another great general of the Tang dynasty, Fomenlinta, but only now did Dusong Mangpoj realize that he had been wrong. From the moment he stepped onto the plateau to the two great victories that followed, to the third battle where he fled without a fight, everything was under Wang Chong's control. He was not relying on Fomenlinta, but on these two terrifying elders. Everything, including Wang Chong's deliberate opening of the City of Steel's back door, had been to lure him out. In this battle, Wang Chong's target was not Dayan Mangpoj, but himself, an imperial great general. From the beginning to the end, although he did not participate in the battle, Wang Chong's eyes never left him. To think that the Tang dynasty would have such a formidable individual. With him here, our Uzun will never be able to do much in Qixi. Dusong Mangpoj's entire body trembled, a deep chill surging through his heart. Although he had long ago heard of Wang Chong's name and heard from Daluan Ruozhen and Huishu Wuzong about his great battle in the southwest, Dusong Mangpoj had always thought little of it. The difference in cultivation level between him and Wang Chong was far too great. But only now did Dusong Mangpoj realize just how terrifying this youth of the Tang dynasty was. His terror did not lie in his martial prowess, but in his intelligence, his ability to always be in control. Let's go. As this thought flashed through his mind, Dusong Mangpoj immediately began to flee. If there was only one opponent, Dusong Mangpoj would have definitely fought to the death. But two great generals were not people he could deal with. No great general could fight against two great generals of the same level at the same time. This was a trap. Ha ha ha, Dusong Mangpoj. Don't you think it's a little too late to run now? A loud laugh came from outside the open gate. At some point, the fleeing Wang Chong had suddenly stopped and turned to Dusong Mangpoj. Boom! As if in response to Wang Chong's voice, the heavens and earth swayed and time came to a standstill as a heaven-shaking boom exploded through the air. As countless people looked on in fear, a dazzling light countless times brighter than the sun erupted from the back gate of this miniature fortress of steel. The area around the triangular gap was deathly still, the massive explosion drowning out all other sounds. The screams, the shouts, the sounds of collisions, and the neighing of horses were all drowned out. The huge light and heat, as well as the incomparably violent strength chi, radiated outwards, pressing down on the city wall, causing the entire city wall near the back door to emit squeaking sounds. In order to increase the toughness of these walls, Wang Chong had carved hundreds of toughening and defensive inscriptions into them. But in front of these three great generals, these powerful inscriptions were like papier-mâché, shattering and twisting the steel walls into a dough twist. Ah! Ah! A heaven-shaking scream shattered the silence as Dusong Mangpoj was sent flying like a rag doll. Retreat! A panicked roar resounded through the world. Dusong Mangpoj had barely touched the ground when he immediately began to flee. Dusong Mangpoj had never felt such fear and unease in his entire life. The intense sense of danger was like a shadow following him, so fierce that it could not be any more intense. Whether it was in terms of strength, energy, fighting techniques, or the use of stellar energy, these two had far surpassed Dusong Mangpoj's expectations. If he had not personally fought with them, he would have found it difficult to imagine their sharpness and terror. Every bit of stellar energy they possessed was unleashed to the fullest, to the limit. This was especially true of the black-haired elder. In his hands, he could use one bit of stellar energy to the effect of three. Thus, although his cultivation level was not the highest, he was the most threatening and terrifying of the three. Dusong Mangpoj had been at the peak of the Saint Martial realm for tensome years and was a veteran great general. But in terms of understanding of martial arts and stellar energy, he was on a completely different level from the black-robed elder. Before this, Dusong Mangpoj had never imagined that someone could use the stellar energy in their body in such an extraordinary and exquisite manner that it was almost at the level of the Tao. In the face of an opponent who far surpassed him in experience and maturity, Dusong Mangpoj had no desire to fight. He only wanted to get as far away as possible. Since you've come, you still want to leave? A cold voice came from behind him, causing Dusong Mangpoj's soul to leave his body. Dusong Mangpoj could sense two storms of energy in pursuit, one in front and one behind. The evil emperor and the Wushang village chief were in hot pursuit. For this battle, Wang Chong had spent a great deal of time. He had even gone to the Spirit Vein Mountain outside the capital to request the assistance of his master, the evil emperor, and then sent a messenger pigeon to summon the Wushang village chief. Wang Chong had carried out this entire operation in great secrecy. The chief of Wushang and the evil emperor had arrived at night without alerting anyone. Moreover, when they had stepped onto the plateau and entered the triangular gap, the chief of Wushang and the evil emperor had mixed in with the 8,000 craftsmen and entered as craftsmen. In the previous two battles, the two of them had watched from the walls, not participating at all. Even when the battle between Wang Chong and Dian Mangpoj was at its most intense, the two of them had no intention of getting involved. They had been waiting for the moment when Dusong Mangpoj would fall into their trap. Bang! In a flash of light, a massive boom came from behind them. The black-robed evil emperor casually punched. In an instant, a wave of energy exploded, transforming the air in a radius of several dozen zhang into thousands of swords of energy that shot toward Dusong Mangpoj. Myriad spirit sea art. The evil emperor's attack caused the sky to darken. The entire city seemed unable to endure the pressure and seemed ready to collapse at any moment. At the level of the evil emperor, the myriad spirit sea art could unleash a vast and majestic attack that was not one bit inferior to the great yin-yang heaven creation art. Not only that, the evil emperor's understanding of energy had surpassed the imagination of all martial artists. Dusong Mangpoj, a peak Saint Martial Realm imperial great general, had an extremely keen sense of opponents of the same level. Thus, even if Dusong Mangpoj and Fomin Linta couldn't see each other, they could still sense each other's presence. But this move was completely useless against the demonic Emperor Old Man. The evil Emperor had only needed to control the surrounding information to completely block off Dusong Mangpoj's senses. Only the myriad spirit sea art could do this. Boom! The energy exploded, but Dusong Mangpoj managed to dodge it by a hair. Dusong Mangpoj had pushed the supreme movement technique of the Great Snow Mountain Temple to its limits, but he was still unable to completely dodge the evil Emperor's attack. The destructive shockwave sent Dusong Mangpoj tumbling through the air. It was with great difficulty that he stabilized his body and continued to flee. In the blink of an eye, another comet howled toward him. At this moment, the Wushan village chief's attack arrived. At this moment, Dusong Mangpoj felt his scalp go numb. The feeling of teetering on the edge of life and death was enough to make one go crazy. But there was one person who was even more terrified and crazed than Dusong Mangpoj. Just who is this person? Where did that brat find such a formidable expert? Dayan Mangpoj's pupils constricted, his mind seething with despair. In that clash just now, he had at least sensed that two great general-level experts had appeared in the city. To Dayan Mangpoj, this had been a heavy blow. Although Dayan Mangpoj was known as the Azura war god of the Uzan Empire, he was still only a brigadier general, not a great general. The sudden appearance of two great general-level experts in this tiny city had completely overturned his understanding of the world. This was not something he could deal with at the moment. Let's go! Chapter 795. The two experts that Wang Chong had found were far too powerful. Existences that not even Dusong Mangpoj could deal with. Not even Dusong Mangpoj was a match for them. So Dayan Mangpoj was even less of a match for them. At this moment, Dayan Mangpoj felt an even greater urgency than Dusong Mangpoj's. This can't be happening. This sort of thing. Damn thing, how could this be? Dayan Mangpoj's eyes widened, and his teeth were clenched so tightly that they were about to shatter. But despite his rage, Dayan Mangpoj reacted quickly. Whoosh! Dayan Mangpoj immediately began to make his way up the walls. Dayan Mangpoj, where do you think you're going? Marquis has ordered you to stay. A voice suddenly resounded, and just when Dayan Mangpoj was about to flee, there was a massive boom as hundreds of stones flew into the air. A moment later, Dayan Mangpoj saw an ancient general made of stone standing in front of him, blocking his path. The stone general, Huang Batian, who had not appeared this entire time, had finally moved, and his first move was his strongest stone general. Beneath Huang Boshin's feet, rippling rings of light rippled. Compared to when they had first met in Wushang village, Huang Boshin's strength was clearly much greater. Boom! The sky darkened as the stone general howled through the air. Without another word, Huang Batian fiercely punched at Dayan Mangpoj. Get out of my way! Dayan Mangpoj's expression was savage, and his body exuded a vicious aura, his eyes vicious beyond compare. In the past, he would have never cared about an imperial martial earth element cultivator. A single thrust of his spear could heavily injure them, and Dayan Mangpoj wouldn't even glance at them. But when he was fleeing for his life, it was fatal. Buzz! Dayan Mangpoj's body blurred as he attempted to circle around Huang Boshin's stone general and flee. But before he could leave, Huang Boshin's second punch was already upon him. A giant fist made of rock, its surface covered with sharp edges, smashed down. This time, Dayan Mangpoj had nowhere to hide. Courting death! Dayan Mangpoj was furious in his heart, and he suddenly punched out. Pung! Two disproportionate fists, one big and one small, collided in the air, causing a world-shaking explosion, and an unparalleled wave of chi swept out. However, the final result was something no one could have imagined. The enormous stone general that was like a mountain suddenly let out a wretched cry and collapsed like a pillar that could topple a mountain. Its enormous body shattered into pieces and then disintegrated into countless boulders. But even though he had struck down Huang Batian with a single punch, Dian Mangpoj was not the slightest bit happy. On the contrary, his heart sank. In the past, this unknown earth element cultivator wouldn't have affected him at all. But at a time like this sort of delay was fatal, because Dian Mangpoj could already see several other people beginning to appear. Batian, let's go. Leave this person to us. For symbols, Yin Yang's soul trap, an elder of 50-some years and a middle-aged woman of 40-some years suddenly appeared. The woman tossed out several large stones, each the size of a millstone, that fell from the sky around Dian Mangpoj. Boom! 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 The world swayed, and before Dian Mangpoj could react, the stones had already begun to fall around him. Not good. Dian Mangban was perplexed at the start, but as he looked around, he realized that someone had secretly laid down several identical stones in the area, and his face paled as he felt an intense unease. With no time to think, Dian Mangpoj shot forward like a bolt of lightning in an attempt to escape this region. But it was too late. Whether it was Huang Batian, Elder Du, or Elder Fong, they had all been lying in wait for this moment for far too long. Even Wang Chang's escape route and the opening of the City of Steel's back door had been specially arranged. It was impossible for Dian Mangpoj to escape now. Buzz! In a flash of light, the scenery around Dian Mangban began to change. Dian Mangban had barely taken a few steps when all he could see was chaos. The City of Steel and the surrounding scenery had vanished as if he had fallen into a different dimension. Oh! Even someone as powerful and daring as Dian Mangban, who had vanquished countless enemies, couldn't help but pale in fright, rage, and panic when encountering this MO open for me. Dian Mangban angrily bellowed, and as he charged forward, he immediately gathered all his stellar energy and unleashed it. When a brigadier general of the Empire released all his stellar energy, the momentum would be astonishing. The roiling waves of chi transformed into a tide that swept in every direction. In the face of an attack of this level, even gold and iron would be shattered into pieces, let alone earth and stone. But the explosion of stellar energy and Dian Mangban's full-strength strike failed to produce any sort of reaction. All the stellar energy vanished without a trace, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. Not only that, as Dian Mangpoj charged forward, he encountered nothing, but he still couldn't get out. All he could see was a gray haze, making it impossible to tell up from down, let alone where he was. Ancient illusion formation. Dian Mangpoj's heart went cold. Back at the great Snow Mountain Temple, he had heard that the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains had some secret legacies, such as maze formations and illusion formations. Using a few branches or stones, one could create illusions and blind the opponent's perception. But that was just a small trick. Once a brigadier general or great general reached the level of a brigadier general, their eyes would be sharp and their willpower would be firm. It was impossible for them to be easily bewitched, so illusion formations and the like were useless. When Dian Mangpoj heard this, he simply laughed it off. But the one before him was clearly different. After Dian Mangpoj was trapped inside, he couldn't sense anything in the outside world, couldn't fly out of the boundary, and couldn't shatter his formation. This was no longer something that could be described as a traditional smokescreen or an illusion formation. In Dian Mangban's understanding, only those powerful ancient illusory formations that were said to have been lost to the Central Plains long ago could do this. Dian Mangpoj had not expected to encounter something like this in the City of Steel at the Triangular Gap. It wasn't that there was no way to break this ancient illusion formation, but it was extremely time-consuming, and at a time like this, it could be fatal. At this moment, Dian Mangpoj's heart went cold. Dian, Behind him, Dusong Mangpoj saw an elder of around 50 and a middle-aged woman of around 40 appear, and then Dayan Mangpoj instantly vanished. Dusong Mangpoj's heart chilled and his entire face paled. Buzz! Dusong Mangpoj suddenly turned around and charged at Dayan Mangpoj. But before he could even take a few steps, the world rumbled and a wave of energy slashed at him like hundreds of swords, each several dozen jong long. Still in the mood to save him? None of you will be able to escape today. An icy voice that made one's scalp numb came from behind him, so close that it seemed like it was right next to one's ear. Dusong Mangpoj's entire body trembled like a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. His entire body went cold, and even his breathing seemed to stop. The black-robed elder, the image of that stern and ridiculously powerful black-robed elder, appeared in Dusong Mangpoj's mind. If he had known that there was such a terrifying existence in the city, he would have led his army and fled without even attacking the city. Dayan, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I can't even protect myself right now. This is all I can do to help you. Dusong Mangpoj gathered his stellar energy and shifted, barely dodging the second wave of attacks from the evil emperor. At the same time, he took out a scimitar from his waist and immediately threw it at the place where Dayan Mangpoj was trapped. Space shrieked as if being torn apart. The moment Dusong Mangpoj's saber was thrown, it transformed into a comet, shrouded in destructive energy as it howled through the air. An imperial great general was so powerful that Dusong Mangpoj's attack could even shatter a mountain. Even if it couldn't save Dayan Mangpoj, it could still shake the formation and create a crack that would allow Dayan Mangpoj to escape. Bang! But the scimitar had only flown a few dozen feet when a small black silhouette struck Dusong Mangpoj's scimitar, the immense force of the collision sending the scimitar flying far away. Dusong Mangpoj's heart sank. At that moment, he could clearly see that the black shadow that had sent his scimitar flying was an ordinary wooden hairpin. The Wushang village chief had finally taken action. Dayan, take care of yourself. I've already done all I could. A hint of struggle flickered through Dusong Mangpoj's eyes, but he quickly flew past the four symbols Inyang Soul Trap and into the distance. Even though he only needed to stop an attack with all his strength to save Dayan Mangpoj, Dusong Mangpoj did not even dare to think about such a thing. If he hesitated for even a second, given the strength of those two terrifying existences behind him, not just Dayan Mangban, but even he would be dead. Of two evils, he had to choose the lesser. It went without saying what he should choose. Buzz! As Dusong Mangpoj flew over the wall, Dayan Mangpoj welcomed his most important guest in the four symbols Inyang Soul Trap. Buzz! There was a flash of light, and with the crisp sound of footsteps, several figures appeared in the four symbols Inyang Soul Trap. Dayan Mangpoj, we meet again. Wang Chung smiled, his expression relaxed, as he slowly appeared in Dayan Mangpoj's line of sight. It's you. Chapter 796. But very quickly, Dayan Mangpoj sneered. Good. I didn't expect you to dare appear before me at a time like this. Dayan Mangpoj said, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Haha, I'm here to send you off. Wang Chung faintly smiled and immediately attacked. Almost at the same time, Dayan Mangpoj charged at Wang Chung. Great Snow Mountain Devil Dragon Art. Vast Universe Art. Great Inyang Art. A series of shouts rang out from the four symbols Inyang Soul Trap. Rays of light, even more dazzling than the sun, exploded from within the formation, and strong winds swept in all directions. A moment later, there was a shrill scream, and then everything returned to silence. BZZZ. About 5 minutes later, there was a flash of light, and Wang Chung walked out of the four symbols Inyang Soul Trap, wearing the karmic battle armor. His expression was clear, his eyes bright, and his entire person energetic. He was completely different from before. More importantly, a purer and more vigorous aura erupted from his body. At this moment, Wang Chung seemed to have been reborn. The aura he exuded was no longer that of the Saint Martial realm with the help of the karmic battle armor. Instead, it was pure and natural, bursting forth from within his body. The Saint Martial realm, I finally succeeded. Wang Chang's eyes flashed, and he exuded an awe-inspiring demeanor that caused others to involuntarily feel a sense of awe and fear. This was not a deliberate action, but something that came naturally when one's cultivation reached a certain level. The combination of the vast universe art and the great yin-yang art, these two ultimate moves of the great yin-yang heaven creation art, had finally managed to severely wound Dian Mangpoj. Wang Chong had absorbed the Saint Martial realm internal energy of this legendary general of the Uzun Empire, the brigadier general of the empire, the Azura war god, and the future great general king. He had finally broken through the shackles and reached the early level of the Saint Martial realm. Although he was only at the initial stage of the Saint Martial realm, far from the peak of the Saint Martial realm, to Wang Chong, this was like the difference between heaven and earth. As long as his realm was fixed at this level, he would be able to cultivate many of the secret arts from his previous life. He would also be able to display many battle skills and martial arts that he had been unable to display due to the limitations of his realm. Just like unlocking, at this moment, Wang Chong's battle prowess didn't simply increase by one level. Instead, it increased by several times. Most importantly, this was equivalent to fighting his way to the Great Tao, a great Tao leading to the path of the war saint in his previous life. From the looks of it, if he wanted to recover to the cultivation of his previous life, he might not need that much time at all. Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission, She's Threat. You are rewarded with 400 points of destiny energy. Warning: the history of the world has changed. The famous General Dian Mangpoj has died in battle, and the course of history on the plateau has changed. This will affect the entire world and lead to uncertain variables in the future. These changes are currently being calculated. Because this world change was caused by Host, Host is rewarded with 2,000 points of destiny energy. At this moment, the Stone of Destiny's voice suddenly rang out. However, upon hearing this voice, Wang Chong's footsteps came to a halt, and he couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Strange. Wang Chong's eyebrows rose, greatly surprised. I actually gained an extra 2,000 points of destiny energy. The reward of killing Dian Mangpoj was 400 points of destiny energy. Wang Chong wasn't surprised by this, because this had been the mission issued by the Stone of Destiny from the very beginning. On the contrary, the additional 2,000 points of destiny energy after killing Dian Mangpoj took Wang Chong by surprise. The Stone of Destiny hadn't even mentioned this when it had issued the mission. The Stone of Destiny said that changing the history of the plateau would affect the entire world. It turns out that changing the fate of another country can also result in a major reward. This truly is an additional method of obtaining destiny energy. Moreover, the mission, She's Threat, stated that failure would result in a penalty of 2,000 points of destiny energy, and now the reward is also 2,000 points. I wonder if there's some connection between the two? If there is, then the missions issued by the Stone of Destiny will probably have another special method of obtaining destiny energy. Wang Chong looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. But it was only for a moment. Wang Chong took in a deep breath and quickly regained his composure. The Stone of Destiny could be studied later. The urgent task at hand was to deal with the battle before him. Kail! Kill! As the roars of fighting reached his ears, Wang Chong opened his eyes and saw that as Dusong Mangpoj fled, the morale of the Uzun army had plummeted. It was said that the heart of the army was tied to the commander-in-chief of the army, so one could easily imagine the shock and impact the tens of thousands of soldiers of the Uzun army had suffered upon seeing Dusong Mangpoj flee. It had been a devastating blow. An imperial great general represented the highest level of fighting power in the world. In the hearts of the Tibetan warriors, they would never run away from them. When Dusong Mangpoj was pursued by the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang, two supreme experts of the profound martial realm, The deepest and most deeply rooted belief in the hearts of the Uzun army crumbled. The collapse of the tens of thousands of soldiers of the Uzun army had been spontaneous and comprehensive. In the blink of an eye, a full-scale assault had been transformed into a mass escape. The unique geography of the triangular gap also displayed its power. While Wang Chong was dealing with Dian Mangpoj in the four symbols Inyang Soul Trap, all the Wushan cavalry had finished gathering and were being led by Li Sai in pursuit of the Uzun army. Although they had lost the support of Wang Chong's powerful war rings, the most formidable white braves of the Uzun army had also lost the support of Dian Mangpoj, the Great Bond Formation, and many more war rings. Coupled with the charge of tens of thousands of their own soldiers, the white braves were like dragons without a leader and no longer possessed the terrifying fighting power they were rumored to possess. Interesting. Wang Chong's eyes flashed as he roughly guessed at the cause and effect of the matter. His lips curled into a smile. Twang! There was a sharp whistle and a cloud of dust as the white-hoofed shadow whizzed over. Wang Chong mounted his horse and charged out of the city gate. As he charged out of the city of steel, Wang Chong smiled and released his war halo. Boom! 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 With a clatter of metal, one halo after another descended from his body, enveloping the white-hoofed shadow's feet. Then, like a hurricane, the halo expanded without end, rapidly spreading out from the city to the entire army. Boom! Heaven-shaking cheers came from outside the city of steel. Marquis! It's Marquis! Marquis was just dealing with Dian Mangpoj. Now that Marquis has come, Dian Mangpoj is dead. Charge! It's time for our counterattack. Don't let them escape. Waves of cheers rose and fell, as if the earth was splitting and the mountains were collapsing. Although they couldn't see anything, they could clearly sense that a vast amount of energy outside the city had suddenly grown many times stronger and soared into the sky. The three halos of Dusk Stallion, the bane of the battlefield, the bane of generals, all these halos were added together, increasing the enemy's strength. One could easily imagine the situation the Uzun army was in. Screams, neighs, and panic shouts filled the air. Even though he was very far away, Wang Chong could still sense the panic. Wang Chong knew that he had truly won this battle. Hiya! Wang Chong quickly leaped over the city gate and gave chase. Outside the city, Wang Chong could see from his war horse that the entire northern border of the Tibetan Plateau was in complete chaos. Several thousand Wushan cavalry had split into small arrow formations and were chasing the fleeing Tibetans north and south. Translated by Hyper Sheep 325, edited by Micah. Wherever they went, the Uzun army would crumble. No one dared to stop, much less resist. All of them had panicked expressions on their faces as they fled, not even bothering to form a formation. At such an advantageous moment, even the experts of all the aristocratic families in the city rushed out and chased after them. The earth was covered in corpses, the corpses of the Uzun cavalry. Broken weapons and halberds littered the ground. Even the long and massive banner of Dusong Mangpoj, painted with a white eagle, had been snapped in two and was thrust into the plateau, its broken pieces fluttering in the wind. Clang! As Wang Chong was looking around, he suddenly heard a metallic clatter from beneath him. Before Wang Chong could react, the milky white halo representing the bane of the battlefield suddenly exploded with light. The halo rapidly expanded, and then, like a washing wave, it began to spread in every direction. Congratulations to user. The bane of the battlefield halo has broken through to the 4th layer. A familiar voice resounded in his mind. Wang Chong was at first stunned by this voice, and then he smiled. For the bane of the battlefield halo, which had remained dormant for so long, to suddenly break through at a time like this was truly a pleasant surprise. After all, the bane of the battlefield halo had already reached the 3rd layer, and the further one advanced, the harsher the conditions would be. To be able to break through to the 4th layer at a time like this was truly an unexpected harvest. Hiya! As these thoughts flew through his mind, Wang Chong urged his horse forward. There he could see two figures, one black and one white, galloping toward him. "Master!" "Village chief!" Wang Chong called out, his eyebrows raised, his face brimming with joy as he rode forward to meet them. The greatest contributors to this battle were his master, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang. If not for them, it would have been rather difficult for him to defeat Dusong Mangpoj with his own strength. "Master, village chief, how is it? Did you catch Dusong Mangpoj?" Chapter 797. No, this junior truly does have some ability. Elder Fong and I pursued him the entire time, but in the end he used the strength of an army of tens of thousands to stop us, allowing him to escape. The evil emperor indifferently said, as if he was speaking of a trifling matter, "Dusong Mangpoj was a renowned Uzin great general, the eagle of the plateau, and one of the few peak Saint Martial experts. But in the mouth of the evil emperor, he was simply a junior." But even so, Wang Chong did not feel that there was anything wrong with this. Although Dusong Mangpoj was also in existence at the peak of the Saint Martial realm, he was much younger than his master. Moreover, he had not reached the peak of the Saint Martial realm as early as his master, so it was not excessive to call him a junior. Moreover, his master, the evil emperor, had once been the #1 expert of the evil path in the Central Plains. He had killed countless formidable foes, and the number of Saint Martial experts he had killed was not small. His mere mention of him was enough to make all the sect masters and supreme experts of the world pale in fear. In the entire world, there were only a few people who had the right to stand on equal footing with him. Even in the apocalyptic era, when Wang Chong became the Grand Marshal of the world and the strongest war saint in the history of the Central Plains, the name of the evil emperor was like a blazing sun hanging high in the sky, a legendary existence. If even he was like this, then Dusong Mangpoj had even less of the right to be arrogant. I also only just learned that he is an imperial great general of the Yuzin. If I had known that he would lead an army to invade the Tang dynasty, I would have never allowed him to leave. The white-haired Wushang village chief sighed and said, "The Wushang village chief has a head of white hair." Wang Chong's eyebrows rose, and he finally couldn't help but ask, "Village chief, what's going on here?" When he was at the back gate of the triangular gap, he had noticed some clues. As a great general of the Uzin Empire, Dusong Mangpoj seemed to be acquainted with the chief of Wushang. This was simply unbelievable. The chief of Wushang didn't hide anything and told him about the past. So, in order to escape, Dusong Mangpoj mistakenly entered Wushang village, and because of Huang Batian, the village chief released him? Wang Chong asked with a frown. "Sai, that's right." Chief of Wushang sighed and nodded. Looking at Chief of Wushang's remorseful and guilty expression, Wang Chong also remained silent. Huang Batian was the outermost protector of Wushang village, and he was also a martial arts fanatic. Anyone who could defeat Huang Batian would have a favorable impression of him, and he would call them brother and treat them as one of his own. Wang Chong had known this a long time ago, and he also knew that Dusong Mangpoj had once released someone who had intruded into Wushang village. But Wang Chong had never imagined that the person he had released was Dusong Mangpoj. Every drink and every peck is predetermined. It wasn't easy for me to trick Dusong Mangpoj in the capital and expose his identity, but I didn't think that Huang Batian would allow him to escape this calamity. Wang Chong could only bitterly smile. Huang Batian was a martial arts fanatic. This was his nature and no one could change it. Dusong Mangpoj had used this to his advantage, and there was truly nothing he could do about it. "Village chief, there's no need to worry. Dusong Mangpoj has probably suffered quite a fright this time, and in the triangular gap he lost no small number of soldiers, including a brigadier general, Dian Mangpoj. He probably won't dare to come back for a while." Wang Chong consoled. "You're right about that. Although he managed to escape, Elder Fong and I still managed to heavily injure him. He won't be able to recover without at least half a year." The evil emperor waved his black robe as he suddenly spoke, a hint of pride on his face. Ah! Wang Chong was pleasantly surprised. He had been busy dealing with Dian Mengpoj in the four symbols Yin-Yang soul trap, so he had no idea what was going on in the outside world. Wang Chong had also not expected that someone of Dusong Mengpoj's strength would still end up heavily injured by his master and chief of Wushang. If this was the case, it meant that this operation had been even more successful than expected. Wonderful. For a very long time in the future, Dusong Mengpoj will find it very difficult to appear on the northern border of the Uzun Plateau, much less threaten Qixi. Wang Chong had an excited look on his face. Right, master. When Dusong Mengpoj used a secret art to borrow the strength of the army, how did you manage to defeat him? In the War of the Southwest, Wang Chong had seen Huishu Wuzong use the secret art of the Great Snow Mountain Temple, borrowing the strength of the army to transform into a massive golden Buddha and block the full-strength blow of his father's mighty miracle god with a single palm. That scene had left an extremely deep impression on him. As an imperial great general of the Yuzin, Dusong Mengpoj was certain to have a similar secret art. It's no big deal. This secret art is very simple. He can only borrow the strength of the people at his side. The closer you are to him, the more strength you can borrow, and the farther away you are, the less strength you can borrow. In order to defeat his secret art, we just need to kill all the people at his side. The evil emperor nonchalantly said, Brother Zhang is correct. This secret art truly isn't that big of a deal. Chief Wushang had an indifferent expression on his face as he agreed. The calm expressions on the faces of his two elders made it seem like they had done something insignificant, leaving Wang Chong speechless. If the martial arts of the Great Snow Mountain Temple were so easy to defeat, it would not have become a holy land of the Uzun Empire, and the Uzun Empire would not have become a mortal threat to the Tang dynasty. Moreover, Dusong Mengpoj had hundreds of people, thousands of them. These people not only provided energy for Dusong Mengpoj, but they were also supported by his strength. Killing them all was easier said than done, but to his master and the Wushang village chief, this was a trifling matter like eating a meal or drinking a cup of water. Rumble. As they were speaking, dust suddenly churned in the distance, and a massive explosion alarmed the trio. Wang Chong turned his head and saw that hundreds of cavalry were charging from the northwest. This seems to be the cavalry of the Tang dynasty. Chief Wushang slightly closed his eyes as he looked into the distance. He didn't have a very good understanding of the Tang dynasty's army, but he could roughly tell which side was on his side. It's the Qixi Protectorate, Wang Chong slowly said, his heart sinking. The ones who had charged out at this moment were the Qixi Protectorate and Fomin Linta, who had been watching from the sidelines this entire time. They'd come to steal the credit. Dian Mengpoj was dead, Dusong Mengpoj was heavily injured, and the entire Uzun army was in shambles. Fomin Linta and the Qixi Protectorate had chosen this moment to charge out when the outcome was already decided and they were preparing to reap the fruits of victory. Their intentions were obvious. What? The evil emperor also heard Wang Chong's words and turned his head to look in the direction of the cavalry. The Qixi Protectorate was extremely fast. Even from a distance, they had already pushed their speed to the limit, and with the support of Fomin Linta's halo, they were like bolts of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of Qixi Protectorate soldiers were like shooting stars, killing their way into the fleeing Uzun army. Nay, for a moment, countless Uzun cavalry were thrown off their horses and trampled to death. Without formation, without organization, and without Dian Mengpoj and Dusong Mengpoj, the Uzun army was in a state of panic. Without a leader, they could only wait to be slaughtered. Moreover, Fomin Linta was personally leading the charge. Rumble. The heavens swayed and the earth quaked as an explosion erupted from the densest part of the army. Screams filled the air as flames soared into the sky. Hundreds of Tibetan soldiers and their horses were flung into the air by a power as vast as the sea and blasted away. With a single strike, a large portion of the battlefield had been cleared. And in that empty battlefield, Wang Chong could clearly see an extremely tall and muscular figure, wielding a massive saber that exuded a tyrannical aura that seemed capable of cleaving apart the world. His fiery aura was also fiercely trembling, exuding a sense of extreme danger that made one want to get as far away from him as possible. On this battlefield, he was undoubtedly the king, a powerful existence that ruled over all. All the soldiers, whether white braves or Wushang cavalry, were as insignificant as ants in front of him. Fomin Linta. Wang Chong recognized him at a glance. He had seen Fomin Linta in the City of Steel, and his image had been deeply imprinted in his mind. This Qixi protector general had first holed up and then borrowed a knife to kill, using Dusong Mangpoj and the Uzun to deal with Wang Chong. Now that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and Dusong Mangpoj had been defeated, he had mobilized his army to steal the credit. Wang Chong did not have an army, and the 5,000 Wushang cavalry could not be considered the orthodox cavalry of the Tang dynasty. This meant that if Fomin Linta wanted to steal the credit, Wang Chong would not be able to do so. Wang Chong could already guess at Fomin Linta's next plan. If everything went as expected, Fomin Linta would quickly submit a memorial to the imperial court, claiming all the credit for this battle. After all, no other faction had been spectating this battle besides his and Fuming Lingcha's factions, so it was hard to prove anything. If they really did pursue the matter, Fuming Lingcha would be able to produce evidence that Wang Chong had truly participated in this battle. There was no way Wang Chong could argue against him. Bastard! In battle, you're more passive than anyone else, and when it comes to stealing credit, you're more proactive than anyone else. You even know how to use the enemy's strength to deal with your own. Do you really think that just because I'm young, have less experience, and have lower status than you, that I can't do anything to you? Wang Chong stared at that stalwart figure, a hint of anger flashing through his eyes. Master, village chief, I'll go see him. Wang Chong suddenly mounted his horse and galloped off in Fomin Linta's direction. Let's go take a look as well. Behind him, the evil emperor and chief of Wushang glanced at each other before following. In the distance, the Wushang cavalry had already encountered the Qixi protectorate, and some of the soldiers were in a deadlock. When Wang Chong arrived, all the soldiers retreated to the sides. Even the soldiers of the Qixi protectorate subconsciously lowered their heads and retreated to the sides when they saw Wang Chong. Chapter 798. In this battle, the Qixi protectorate had acted very inappropriately. As the protector of Qixi, it had failed to fulfill its duty. Instead of attacking when it should have been, they had come out to steal the credit of the battle. This was truly not the conduct of a true soldier. Now that the original owner had appeared, all of them were naturally ashamed. With the appearance of Wang Chong, time seemed to stop and all was deathly still. All eyes gathered on Wang Chong, and in the center of the battlefield, that stalwart and tyrannical, godlike figure had also come to a sudden stop. His hand on his saber, his eyes were bright as he quietly stood there. His dignified and domineering gaze fell on Wang Chong, cold and emotionless. Wang Chong, you have rendered a meritorious service by assisting the Qixi protectorate in attacking Uzun. Once this matter is over, I will definitely present a memorial to the imperial court to commend you for your service. Fomin Linta did not wait for Wang Chong to speak. His confident demeanor made it seem as if the one fighting with Uzun for so long was not Wang Chong and the Wushang cavalry, but Fomin Linta and his Qixi army. Lord Protector General has rendered such a great service that Wang Chong might have to give Milord a gift. A few days ago, the western regions delivered a divine turtle. Wang Chong can give it to Milord. Wang Chong looked down from atop his white-hoofed shadow, his eyes brimming with derision. Impudent! Wang Chong's words were met with a chorus of angry rebukes. Tortoises could stretch and shrink, and Wang Chong was clearly mocking Fuming Lingcha and the Qixi protectorate army for retreating at the crucial moment so that they could take the credit when the battle was over. Fomenlinta didn't say anything, but his eyes were blazing with anger. Wang Chang's status was far inferior to his, but at this time he dared to mock and ridicule him. It was simply impudent. Wang Chong! Fomenlinta's expression turned cold. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze suddenly swept past the two figures behind Wang Chong who were slowly walking over. His pupils shrank as if he had been pricked by a needle. All his anger instantly dissipated, and an indescribable sense of threat spread from the soles of his feet to his entire body. For no reason at all, Fomenlinta's entire body tensed up, as if there was a prick on his back. It's them. Fomenlinta immediately recognized them. When Dusong Mangpoj had entered the City of Steel, he had sensed two powerful and terrifying auras erupt from the city. Even though he was very far away, Fomenlinta had still been able to sense the dreadfulness and threat of these auras. It was precisely for this reason that Fomenlinta had sensed that the situation had changed, which was why he had immediately mobilized the Chishi Protectorate to enter the battlefield at full speed. I didn't think that this brat would have such formidable figures at his side. Just how many more secrets does he have? Fomenlinta stared at the two figures, one black and one white, with a deep apprehension in his eyes. There's always a higher mountain. This fellow Fomenlinta only knows how to take advantage of any opening, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. It seems like there are times when I have to show off my strength. Wang Chong inwardly sneered. From his high vantage point on his horse, he could see through every change in Fomenlinta's face. Inviting his master and the chief of Wushang had truly been a wise decision. Fomenlinta was clearly wary of him. Wang Chong, what is the meaning of this? Do you really think that by bringing a few formidable people, you can act so impudently in front of me? Let me tell you, all of Chishi is under the control of me, Fomenlinta. Wang Chong, do you dare to rebel in front of me? Fomenlinta coldly said, 20 years ago, if a little foreigner dared to speak to me like this, I would have killed him with a single slash of my saber. The voice of the evil emperor came from behind him, his voice cold and unhurried as he walked over with the chief of Wushang. Even in front of an imperial great general like Fomenlinta, he made no attempt to hide his disdain, exuding an extremely domineering aura. Given the evil emperor's status in the martial arts world, he had stirred up so many bloody storms, killed so many top-class experts, and made so many people pale at the mere mention of his name. A Saint Martial realm Fomenlinta truly wasn't much in his eyes. Impudent! Fomenlinta was enraged. No matter how patient he was, he couldn't accept these words. Disciple, do you need me to kill him? As long as you nod, your martial Uncle Fong and I will kill him right now. That Dusong Mangpoj ran fast enough that we weren't able to kill him. But a foreigner like him is nothing to us. Killing him is as easy as snapping a finger, the evil emperor said. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, and it immediately fell on Fomenlinta's neck, the killing intent in his eyes obvious and undisguised. It was like Fomenlinta was not a great general that could intimidate the world, the Chishi Protector General, but a chicken or a duck in his eyes. On the side, the chief of Wushang didn't nod, but he also didn't shake his head. He had seen all the effort Wang Chong had put into dealing with Uzin, but Fomenlinta and the Chishi Protectorate hadn't appeared when they were needed, only coming out to take credit after the battle. This was truly shameful. Bastard! This is preposterous! Fomenlinta's face was red and his entire body was trembling. He was the mighty Chishi Protector General, an imperial great general, and yet he was being humiliated in front of so many soldiers. This was simply too arrogant, showing no respect for him, the imperial Protector General. Killing intent surged in Fomenlinta's eyes as he tightened his grip on his saber, causing it to clack. But a moment later, a gaze even colder than Fomenlinta's came from across from him. Fomenlinta's heart chilled, and he could no longer vent his anger. This was not the first time that Fomenlinta and Dusong Mangpoj had clashed in the north, and the two were evenly matched in strength. Even Dusong Mangpoj had fled like he had seen a fiend, so Fomin Linta was certain that he was no match for them. "Wang Chong, are you planning on attacking me?" Fomin Linta suppressed his anger as he raised his head to look at Wang Chong said, "Ha, Protector General, what are you saying?" "I was just joking with Protector General. If Protector General wants to take the credit, I have nothing to say. But I also have a few words for Protector General. There are some things that burn your hands. If Protector General wants to take them, you should think carefully." With these words, Wang Chong turned his horse around and rode back toward the distant city of steel. "Master, let's go." After exchanging a few words with Fomin Linta, the group quickly turned and left. "I still can't attack him right now. After all, he still has the status of Chishi Protector General. But I really do have to think of a way to move him away from Chishi as quickly as possible," Wang Chong quietly said to himself. The battle quickly concluded, and Uzin's army was utterly routed. Everyone fled in all directions like ants, which imperceptibly created a certain degree of difficulty in pursuing them. Wang Chong hadn't brought many men with him in the first place, and if they were too scattered, it would be extremely dangerous for them to run into another army. "Pass on my order. Have the army retreat. Don't pursue." Wang Chong's order was quickly passed down, and all the Wushang cavalry, under the leadership of Li Sai, began to converge. But the Chishi Protectorate still had not withdrawn its soldiers. "Marquis, this is ridiculous. The people of the Chishi Protectorate are too despicable. We're fighting to the death on the front lines, but they're just picking up the credit from the back." "That's right. The Chishi Protectorate camp is clearly right in front of us, but they refuse to come out. Just this alone is enough for Marquis to complain about them. This is too much. Do they really think we don't exist?" Behind the silver-white steel walls, the soldiers were all gathered together, looking into the distance with furious expressions. Up to this point in the battle, the Chishi Protectorate soldiers had treated them as if they didn't exist, brazenly and confidently trying to seize the credit. Some of the Chishi Protectorate soldiers had even intentionally blocked their path, intentionally ramming their horses into them. Their methods were truly despicable to the extreme. A dog could bite a man, but a man could not bite a dog. The several thousand Wushang cavalry could deal with the Uzin without batting an eye, but they could not do the same to the Tang Dynasty soldiers. "Haha, it's just an itch. There's no need to worry about it. Let them fight for it." Fomin Linta might think of this as a massive contribution, but to us, this is just a small contribution at the beginning. Compared to the contributions we'll make in the future, this battle is insignificant. Wang Chong waved his hand and indifferently said, his expression unconcerned. "In addition, it won't be so easy for Fomin Linta to steal the credit. Reporting, Marquis, the people of the Chishi Protectorate have forced their way into our fortress." Just as they were speaking, a scout riding on a warhorse suddenly kicked up a cloud of dust as he hurriedly galloped in the direction of the group. "Buzz!" His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Marquis, the fortress is full of craftsmen, and there are no Uzin soldiers. What are they doing? These bastards! Are they coveting the steel fortress we're building? We're building it, but they're coming to steal it? How shameless! They dare!" Chang Sanyuan, Su Shixian, and Su Qi all turned to Wang Chong. Now that Uzin's forces had retreated, the fortress at the Triangular Gap was an extremely important military stronghold. Given Fuming Lingcha's style, if he dared to rush out at the end of the battle to take credit, then he would definitely try to take advantage of this city of steel that they had spent so much manpower and resources to build. Fuming Lingcha's actions were not out of the question. "Marquis, they wouldn't really do that, would they?" Su Qi looked up at Wang Chong, somewhat worried. "That won't happen." Wang Chong calmly waved his hand, dismissing the worries of Su Kai and the others. Given Fomin Linta's personality, There's an 80 to 90% chance that he's thinking of stealing this fortress from us. After all, this fortress would be the equivalent of a base for the Chishi Protectorate, making it much more convenient. However, he would only think about it. He would never actually do such a thing. A mighty, great general of the empire would not be so foolish. Ah! Chapter 799. Haha! Up until now, only we have been able to build it. Wushang City is the best proof. This modular city has a deep imprint on it. Fomin Linta wouldn't be so stupid as to tamper with it, even if he did think so. No one in the court would believe that this city was built by Fomin Linta and his Chishi Protectorate. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Wang Chong smiled. And after the battle, the city was damaged. Without our help, Fomin Linta wouldn't be able to repair it. Only we can control the subsequent maintenance and the many mechanisms of the city. Fomin Linta is a smart man. Even if he wants to snatch it, he won't do it now. Fomin Linta must have other plans for sending people into the city at this time. Speak, what's going on? With these last words, Wang Chong turned his head to look at the scout who had reported the news. The scout did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly reported what had happened in the city. As it turned out, while Wang Chong was gathering his troops, at least 20 people from the Chishi Protectorate had sneaked into the city in the rear when no one was paying attention. The movements of these people were very strange. They did nothing but look around as if they were looking for something. And the strangest thing was that these people were not ordinary scouts. Although some of them had taken off their symbolic armor, the experienced scouts were still able to tell at a glance that they were high-ranking officers. Okay, you can leave. As for the high-ranking officers of the Chishi Protectorate in the city, Chang Sanyuan, take a group of people and drive them out. Although they aren't the type to haggle over minor matters, we can't let the Chishi Protectorate act too impudently here. Wang Chong said, Yes, Marquis. Chang Sanyuan received the order and summoned over 40 Wushang cavalrymen to carry out the order. The cooperation between Wushang's men was unparalleled in the world. Coupled with the effect of the formation, if the people from the Chishi Protectorate did not leave, they would only be asking for trouble. Marquis, don't tell me that Fomin Linta sent those people for Dian Mangpo's corpse. At this moment, a deliberately suppressed voice whispered in Wang Chong's ear. Wang Chong, you're not going anywhere. Li Sai rode his Fergana horse, standing guard at Wang Chong's side like a god. As he watched Chang Senyuan's group leave, a hint of confusion flashed through his eyes. Wang Chong did not look back. He looked straight ahead and nodded slightly. His expression became more serious. Fomin Linta probably didn't know at first, but now he must have captured some of the Uzin's men and found out about Dian Mangpoj. There are many people on the battlefield. When I was dealing with Dian Mangpoj, many of the Uzin's men rushed in and witnessed the scene of Dian Mangpoj being trapped by Elder Fong and Elder Du. It can't be helped. But as long as Fomin Linta can't find Dian Mangpoj's corpse, he won't be able to snatch the credit from Marquis. Li Sai urged his horse forward and said in a low voice, Hee, this is why I'm not afraid of Fomin Linta taking the credit. Some credit can't be snatched just because you want it. Dian Mangpoj came from the great Snow Mountain Temple and is a brigadier general of the Uzin. He is known as the Azura god of war of the Uzin and has a lot of achievements in the western regions. As long as Dian Mangpoj's corpse is in our hands, it will be difficult for Fomin Linta to claim the credit. Wang Chong smiled. It was not that he was magnanimous and could give Fomin Linta all the credit. It was just that Fomin Linta could not take away his credit from the beginning. Dian Mangpoj, as one of the commanders of the Uzin side in this war, played a decisive role. When Fomin Linta saw him come out empty-handed, he probably thought that Dian Mangpoj had escaped. After all, a brigadier general of that level should have a high chance of escaping if he wanted to. But he had already planned for Dian Mangban from the moment he had set foot on the plateau. So how could he allow him to smoothly escape? Let's go. If everything goes according to plan, Fomin Linta will be here soon. After Wang Chong gave the order, all the Wushang cavalry entered the city. Not long after Wang Chong entered the city, more than 10 people from the Qixi Protectorate were chased out. "What are you doing?" "We are from the Qixi Protectorate." "Do you really think this is your territory? How dare you attack us?" "You are rebelling." "How dare you?" "Let go of me." All the soldiers of the Qixi Protectorate army had been tied up and thrown out of the city. They were pushed and shoved, and though they were still moving forward, their necks were stiff and they were cursing as they walked, and the curses were getting nastier and nastier. "We are still at war with the Yuzin. Tell them that if they don't shut up, they will be treated as deserters. As a Marquis of the Imperial Court, I should have no problem helping Protector General Fomin Lin to deal with a few deserters." Wang Chong stood on the city wall and looked down at the people from the Qixi Protectorate who were thrown out. His words were quickly conveyed. As expected, the people from the Qixi Protectorate immediately quietened down. They trembled and closed their mouths, not daring to say anything else. "Marquis, Fomin Linta is coming our way." Chang Sanyuan looked into the distance and warned. Wang Chong turned his head and saw a tall figure, wielding a massive saber more than 7 feet long. He was like a god that had descended to the mortal world, riding a large and muscular horse toward the City of Steel. Translated by Hypersheep 325, edited by Micah. Pass on my order. Close the gates. Wang Chong waved his right hand and sneered. "Yes, Marquis." A messenger flew off, and with a clattering of metal, the 2 massive gates of the City of Steel, each weighing tens of thousands of jin, slowly began to close at the triangular gap. A few moments later, there was a massive boom as the gates of the City of Steel closed in front of Fomin Linta. Fomin Linta's eyes widened as he stopped his horse. This bastard! Fomin Linta immediately saw Wang Chong on the walls, a hint of anger appearing in his eyes. "My lord, this brat is provoking us." The deputy's indignant voice came from the side. The Qixi Protectorate had always been in charge of Qixi, and Fomin Linta was the Qixi Protector General, the undisputed supreme ruler. For Wang Chong to dare to close the gates in front of him was simply outrageous. "He's getting more and more arrogant. My lord, you have to teach him a lesson, or else his tail will just soar into the sky." The deputy's words came to a halt as Fomin Linta extended his right hand to stop him. "There's no need to say anything. I have my own plans for this matter." Fomin Linta stared at Wang Chong on the walls, a myriad of emotions in his eyes. On the walls, Wang Chong was unyielding, showing no signs of backing down. "I'll let you be smug for a while, but there will come a time when you fall into my hands." Fomin Linta gave Wang Chong a profound glance, but when he thought of the 2 supreme experts behind Wang Chong, he still felt a little apprehensive. "Let's go." As this thought flitted through Fomin Linta's mind, he quickly turned his horse around and left. And with Fomin Linta's departure, all the Qixi Protectorate soldiers followed suit. As night fell, the 3 sides retreated, bringing the battle on the steppe to an end. But even though the battle was over, its effects had only just begun. Dayan Mangpoj and Dusong Mangpoj were no ordinary experts. In the western regions, these people wielded immense influence, each of them extremely prestigious. The tens of thousands of Uzin cavalry, led by Dusong Mangpoj and Dayan Mangpoj, had been utterly defeated at the triangular gap on the edge of the plateau, almost completely wiped out. Such a matter was enough to cause an earthquake in the western regions, and the death of the 5,000 white braves had the greatest impact on this matter. In the past, the white braves had destroyed no small number of cities and small kingdoms. In the hearts of many small kingdoms, the mere mention of them was like an evil spirit from the underworld. But these powerful white braves had been killed along with the ordinary Uzin cavalry at the triangular gap. To these small kingdoms, there was nothing more shocking than the sound of nature. How could this be? All of us have seen the power of the white braves. How could they have been completely wiped out? In the northwest corner of the Uzun Empire, south of the Tsong Mountains, close to the Anshi Protectorate's Greater and Lesser Balar, this matter had sent shockwaves through the two kingdoms. Hurry and investigate. I have to know who wiped out the White Braves. They are the benefactors of our Lesser Balar. No matter what, I have to think of a way to thank them. In the royal palace of Lesser Balar, the king of Lesser Balar, with his thick red beard, was in the middle of a banquet. When he heard this news, he was so excited that he dropped the gold-plated wine cup in his hand, shattering it. But in the neighboring Greater Balar, the reaction to this matter was completely different. Impossible. It's impossible for anyone to wipe out the White Braves. All of you know how powerful they are. How could such formidable White Braves have been defeated and even wiped out? This must be false news spread by someone who wants to harm our great Balar. Pass on my order. Anyone who dares to discuss this matter will be executed. The king of Greater Balar had an ashen face, his thunderous voice echoing over the kingdom. Chapter 800. In the western regions, there were two major regional powers. One was the Western Turkic Khaganate, and the other was the Uzun Empire. The Western Turkic Khaganate had maintained an extremely powerful and prosperous state for a very long time, maintaining a long-lasting influence over the kingdoms of the western regions. The Uzun Empire was not like this, but even though it did not have a long history of ruling over the kingdoms of the western regions like the Western Turkic Khaganate, the Uzun Empire still ranked second in terms of influence. At times, even the cavalry of the Western Turkic Khaganate would have to retreat when encountering the cavalry of the Uzun Empire, as if they were extremely apprehensive of them. Now that a battle had taken place on the plateau that involved two imperial great generals and tens of thousands of Uzun elite cavalry, if this matter could not attract the attention of the kingdoms of the western regions, then there was nothing else that could. Flap, flap. Countless carrier pigeons flew over the skies of the western regions. This battle on the edge of the plateau seemed to grow wings and rapidly spread through the western regions. In the Anshi Protectorate headquarters, Gao Xianji held the letter in his hand, his brow tightly creased, and he remained silent for a very long time. The border between the Uzun Empire and the Tang Dynasty's western regions was extremely long, so it was not just Qixi that had been harassed by the Uzun Empire. The Anshi Protectorate headquarters had also been harassed. It was just that the Uzun Empire's assaults on the Anshi Protectorate headquarters had all been repelled by Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji did not have many soldiers, but all of them were the most elite soldiers of the Tang Dynasty. Each one of them could fight against 100 soldiers. Moreover, the Anshi Protectorate army was well equipped and possessed a large number of ballistae with astonishing destructive power. As a result, the Uzun Empire had always been extremely apprehensive of him. Moreover, with Gao Xianji's current prestige in the western regions, he could summon hundreds to his call. Other than the Tang Dynasty's Anshi Protectorate army, he could also mobilize the soldiers of the other countries of the western regions. Not even Uzun would dare to lightly clash with him. Even so, Gao Xianji had never dared to underestimate Uzun's cavalry, especially when they were being led by an imperial great general. Chongqing, what do you think? Dusong Mangpoj is no weakling, and Fomin Linta's abilities alone are not enough to defeat him. There's something fishy about this matter. Gao Xianji said and handed the letter to Feng Chongqing. Feng Chongqing didn't say anything. He glanced at the letter in his hand and lowered his head thoughtfully. Only an imperial great general can deal with an imperial great general. Based on the losses suffered by the Uzun Empire, Dusong Mangpoj was clearly forced to flee. For this to happen, the other side has to have at least 2 imperial great generals, and extremely formidable ones at that. Fomin Linta clearly doesn't meet this condition. Feng Chongqing raised his head and said, his eyes were clear and extremely rational. But are there so many imperial great generals in the western regions? Or are Geshu Han and Insis Han also coming? Gao Xianji said, Haha, if it's my lord, they might be able to come. but if it's Fomin Linta, it's impossible. He's always had a fiery temper, and he likes to flaunt his seniority. It would be strange if the other two could endure it. Moreover, they still have to guard their own garrison. As great generals, abandoning their posts is a heavy crime. Feng Changqing laughed. But if it's not them, who could it be? When did so many experts appear in the entire western region? Gao Xianji sternly said. These words instantly caused the smile on Feng Changqing's face to vanish. He instantly sensed the weight of this matter. Imperial great generals were no trifling existences. They represented the highest fighting force in the world, and very few people could reach this level. Moreover, if it wasn't Geshu Han and Insis Han, it meant that there were two other imperial great generals in the western regions that they didn't know about. No, they were even stronger than imperial great generals. Milord, Dusong Mengpoj was defeated at the Triangular Gap in Uzin's northern border. And if I remember correctly, that place leads to the city of steel that the youngest son of the Wang clan established in Wushang. In addition, our scouts have reported that a small city of steel has appeared at the Triangular Gap, and that youngest son of the Wang clan is there. I feel like this matter has something to do with him. Feng Changqing thoughtfully said. The entire western regions was currently talking about Fomin Linta's defeat of Dusong Mengpoj. But Feng Changqing still felt that there was something wrong with this matter, that it was not as simple as the rumors made it out to be. You mean that those two hidden imperial great generals were invited by that brat? Gao Xianji frowned. He had always had a deep trust in Feng Changqing. Although he was extremely ugly, his vision was unique and his thoughts clear. He could often see things that others could not. This had been proven countless times in the past. However, Gao Xianji found it rather hard to believe that Feng Changqing was linking this matter to the youngest son of the Wang clan. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Feng Changqing, but that this matter was far too shocking. An imperial great general was no trifling matter, and this was someone who could defeat one. In the entire Wang clan, there probably wasn't a single person like that, let alone two of them at once. Haha, my lord, there's no need to be in such a rush. Fomin Linta definitely doesn't have the strength to defeat Dusong Mengpoj to such an extent. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that there's something fishy going on. If Fomin Linta isn't hiding something, then it has to do with that Wang Chong. Regardless of which it is, I feel that this matter is far from over. At the latest, half a month, at the fastest, in a few days, this matter will definitely stir up more waves. Feng Changqing paused for a moment, and then he smiled. If Fomin Linta is hiding something, that's fine. We'll dig it out sooner or later. But if it's that Wang Chong, if I remember correctly, he sent Milord a letter not too long ago. Milord will have more and more interactions with him in the future. After all, his fief is in the western regions. Milord, have you thought about how to get along with him in the future? In addition, if this Wang Chong is so capable that he could even defeat Dusong Mengpoj, then why is he so capable? I feel that we need to reconsider the warning and suggestion he gave to you in his letter not long ago. After saying that, Feng Changqing turned his head and looked at his commander. Around half a month ago, Wang Chong had sent a letter regarding the Shi Kingdom. At the time, Gao Xianji and Feng Changqing had snorted disdainfully and laughed. After all, for a teenager to give pointers to an experienced imperial great general and Anqi protector general who had spent half his life on the battlefield was simply the greatest joke in the world. But if Wang Chong was so capable as to reverse the tide in the southwest, defeating Huishu, Wuzong, Dalo and Ruozhen, and Duangechuan, and then single-handedly defeating Dusong Mengpoj's tens of thousands of soldiers in Qixi, and even having connections that allowed him to invite two great general-level experts, then his weight was completely different. His age was no longer important here. At the very least, every word of a person with this sort of power was worthy of being taken seriously. I still need to carefully consider this matter, Gao Xianji said with a frown. Haha, Milord does not want to directly meet with him? Feng Changqing faintly smiled. Wouldn't everything be clear this way? Governors and protector generals of the empire were not allowed to leave their garrisons so easily. Moreover, Gao Xinji's relationship with Feng Chongqing had been somewhat unpleasant due to the regional commander's incident. Given Gao Xinji's usual style, he would have rejected Feng Chongqing's proposal without any hesitation, perhaps even ridiculing Feng Chongqing for a while. But this time, Gao Xinji didn't shake his head. "My lord," when Feng Chongqing saw this, he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise in his eyes. He was only joking, but from the expression on Gao Xinji's face, it was clear that he was seriously considering this matter. The hall was quiet for a moment, neither of them saying anything. Putting aside the kingdoms of the western regions, at this moment, the hall of the Qixi Protectorate was brightly lit. "Have you found out everything?" A thunderous voice resounded in the hall, and there was a hint of seriousness in the voice. Fomin Linta was as muscular as a lion, his hands held behind his back as he paced back and forth in the hall. The torches on the wall cast his shadow on the ground, stretching it to the length of the elder. This black shadow swayed on the ground, reflecting Fomin Linta's current mood. The battle at the triangular gap on the northern border of the plateau had come to an end, and the matters of the day had come to an end. But at this moment, Fomin Linta was faced with an even more important decision. "My lord, we've already searched the entire plateau, but have not found Dayan Mengpo's corpse. In addition, we've also interrogated the captured Uzun soldiers and found people proficient in Uzun language to interrogate them. They all say that they saw Dayan Mengpo charge into the city, but the army was routed, so they aren't very clear. In addition, we've also sent people to the plateau to gather information. But the plateau is vast, and the people of Uzun do not like interacting with other people. It will take a long time to gather any concrete information. In addition, the northern border of Uzun is in chaos. All the shepherds have retreated several hundred li out of fear, some of them even retreating to the royal capital. This has made it much more difficult for us to gather information." A fully armored Qixi Protectorate general with a long and narrow sword at his waist respectfully kneeled on the ground. How could this be? Fomin Linta paced back and forth in the hall, his brow deeply furrowed. Dayan Mengpo was the Azura war god of Uzun, a brigadier general of the empire, and one of the commanders in charge of this operation, and yet his fate was unknown. Strangest of all was that even though Fomin Linta had sent people into the City of Steel, they had not been able to find his corpse. Fomin Linta had no way of determining whether he was dead or alive. "I was too careless. If I had known this, I wouldn't have been so far away." Chapter 801. Experts of Dusong Mengpo and Dayan Mengpo's level could move extremely quickly if they wanted to escape. Although Fomin Linta was an imperial great general, he still could not catch up. This was also why Fomin Linta was so conflicted that he still could not confirm whether Dayan Mengpo was dead or alive. "My lord, do I still need to report this to the imperial court? If Dayan Mengpo isn't dead, it's fine, but if Dayan Mengpo dies in battle and we can't find his corpse, it might cause a great deal of trouble in the future. But if we don't report it now, in a few more days, this sort of abnormality on the border will definitely attract the attention of the imperial court. When the time comes, the Marquis will send an army supervisor to Qixi to investigate this battle, making it even more troublesome. After all, the rules of the army have always been that once a battle is over, the contributions of a soldier must be recorded on the same day. At the same time, if there is any major contribution, it must be immediately reported to the imperial court, or else it will be a violation of the rules of the army and arouse suspicion." A deputy with hawk-like eyes and a deep nose said, "Ever since the battle on the plateau had concluded, the Protector General had been investigating Fomin Linta's matter. But even now night had fallen, and he still had not reported this contribution to the imperial court. This was very dangerous. Report." Fomin Linta clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with an intimidating light as he finally made his decision. I want you to draft a memorial to the imperial court right now. Report the battle at the triangular gap to them. There's no need to investigate Dian Mangpoj. If something really does happen in the future, and the imperial court investigates, then our Chishi Protectorate's large-scale operation to defeat Dusong Mangpoj and kill tens of thousands of Uzun soldiers will be an unshakable fact. Not even the imperial court will be able to find any fault with it. I'd like to see what would happen if something like this really happened, and who would dare to oppose us. Fomin Linta had spent many years presiding over Chishi, running from east to west, and under the pincer attacks of the Uzun Empire and the Western Turkic Khaganate. Fomin Linta had been constantly harassed and had not had any achievements to show for a very long time. In particular, the matter of Pulin, his beheading, had caused him to be questioned by the imperial court censors. The major battle at the Triangular Gap and Dusong Mangpoj's defeat were far too important to Fomin Linta. The death of the 5,000 white braves was a decisive factor. Fomin Linta had been in the barren land of Chishi for far too many years, so long that he had forgotten that he had started out as the Anchi Protector General, not a transport captain in charge of supplies and soldiers. But what truly startled Fomin Linta was that, after sitting in the southwest for 10-some years, Zhangqiu Jinqiong had succeeded in moving to the capital and becoming Minister of War. When this news came out, Fomin Linta felt like he had been slapped in the head, jolting him from his stupor. Zhangqiu Jinqiong's experiences were very similar to his. Both of them had sat on the border for a very long time without any achievements. But Zhangqiu Jinqiong had succeeded in entering the Bureau of War and becoming Minister of War. If Zhangqiu Jinqiong could do it, why couldn't he? On that day, Fomin Linta finally rekindled his long-lost ambition. The battle at the Triangular Gap had been a rare opportunity. No matter what, he couldn't let it go. The messenger quickly left the hall while the clerk drafted a memorial. Flap, flap. A few moments later, a messenger bird soared into the sky, flying toward the capital. Marquis has divine foresight. The Chishi Protectorate headquarters was brightly lit until 3/4 to the Z period, and then a messenger bird took off in the direction of the imperial court. Not long after Fomin Linta made his decision, a scout rushed into the Chishi Protectorate headquarters and into Wang Chong's residence. With the Battle of the Triangular Gap concluded, Wang Chong had dispatched soldiers to the Chishi Protectorate headquarters to gather information. Just like Fomin Linta had sent people to keep a close eye on Wang Chong had also been keeping a close eye on Fomin Linta's movements. Marquis Fomin Linta really couldn't restrain himself and moved out. A light chuckle could be heard from the room. Su Kai turned his head to look at Wang Chong, his expression one of surprise. Just as Fomin Linta's hall was brightly lit, the City of Steel was also brightly lit. Li Sai, Su Shixian, Cheng Sanyuan, and all of Wang Chong's subordinates had gathered together, all of them silently waiting for the Chishi Protectorate headquarters to make a move. I understand. You are dismissed. Wang Chong lightly waved his hand, dismissing the scout. Marquis, Fomin Linta has already moved. Should we do the same and deliver Dian Mangpoj's head to the imperial court as a surprise? Cheng Sanyuan probed. Dian Mangpoj's corpse had already been smuggled back in a chest. This was a crucial piece of evidence, and as long as it was delivered to the imperial court, it would definitely give Fomin Linta a massive surprise. There's no need. Wang Chong grinned and waved his hand, rejecting Cheng Sanyuan's proposal. Fomin Linta is a crafty old fox. Whether it was letting Dian Mangpoj pass or using someone else's knife to kill us on the plateau and steal our credit, he did it flawlessly. Even if we report this matter to the imperial court, we'll at most charge him with lying about military intelligence and stealing credit. It won't be enough to deal him a fatal blow. On the other hand, if this matter is exposed, Fomin Linta might fly into a rage out of humiliation and launch a frenzied vengeance against us. At that time, we'll have outsmarted ourselves. Ah! Everyone looked at each other, and none of them could say a word. Marquis means that we need to endure for now. But if we do nothing, Fomin Linta might take an inch and take a mile, which isn't very good for us. Li Sai suddenly spoke from the side. That's right. General Li's words are reasonable. The others began to agree. Fomin Linta's status was simply too high. They didn't know if they should take action or not. Moreover, he had dared to steal credit in front of everyone on the plateau, which meant that he was already completely unbridled. There was no guarantee that he would do something even more outrageous in the future. Ha! Fomin Linta will definitely have to be dealt with, but it won't be by sending a letter to the imperial court to testify against him. All of you relax. I have my plans. If all goes as expected, in less than a month, Fomin Linta will be completely removed from the position of Chishi Protector General. Wang Chong indifferently said. These casual words had an earth-shattering effect in everyone's ears. Everyone couldn't help but tremble, their eyes widening. All of them stared at Wang Chong in shock. Imperial Protector Generals and Great Generals were no ordinary individuals, and the mobilization of these people would involve the entire body. For Wang Chong to be able to decide the fate of an Imperial Great General with a few casual words was a massive blow to all of them. Anyone who heard Wang Chong's words would find it hard to believe. But deep in their hearts, they all believed that Wang Chong really could do it. On this journey, Wang Chong had already performed far too many miraculous feats. While everyone else was saying no, Wang Chong alone had turned these feats into reality. Wang Chong took in the reactions of the crowd and grinned, not bothering to explain any further. Fomin Linta had already become an existence of little value in Chishi. His lack of progress was only hindering Wang Chong in various aspects. His utilitarian nature made it impossible for him to place the interests of the Tang dynasty as his top priority. In the future Battle of Talas, he would become a massive obstacle. For the sake of the Tang dynasty, for the tens of thousands of soldiers of the Protectorate of Rest, and for the soldiers of Chishi, Wang Chong had to think of a way to remove him from the position of Chishi Protector General. But there was no need to explain this to the crowd. Zhang Ke, how is the matter I asked you to do going? Wang Chong turned his head to the corner of the hall, where Zhang Ke was hidden in the darkness. On his shoulder was that small and fierce rock eagle, its eyes shining with a blazing light. Wang Chong's words quickly drew everyone's attention to him. Reporting to Marquis, everything is ready. We have already followed Marquis's orders to follow the target. Zhang Ke walked out of the darkness, his right hand pressed to his chest as he bowed. The crowd glanced at each other, none of them understanding what Wang Chong and Zhang Ke were talking about. This youth from the capital had been studying under Old Eagle for at least 7 or 8 years. When he had first appeared in front of everyone, his face had been immature, but after the baptism of 2 battles, Zhang Ke had become much more mature and composed. His immature face now had the aura of someone who had been tempered by wind and frost and was worthy of trust. Yes, remember not to reveal your identity. Listen to my orders. Listen to my orders, Wang Chong indifferently said. Your subordinate understands. Zhang Ke bowed and quickly turned to leave. He disappeared into the darkness outside the door. Uzin's men will find it very difficult to threaten Chishi in the short term. It's about time to move on to the other matter. As Wang Chong looked ahead, countless thoughts were running through his mind. Once that incident and the triangular gap were taken care of, he should be able to topple Fomin Linta's fate. He just needed to wait for a little while longer. In contrast, there was another matter that was pressing and needed to be carried out as quickly as possible. Suki, here is a silk bag. I've already arranged everything. Follow the instructions on the bag and finish this task as quickly as possible. Wang Chong suddenly said. At the same time, he extended his right hand into his sleeve and handed over a blue silk bag. Yes, Marquis. Without another word, Su Kai took the silk bag from Wang Chong, not even glancing at it before leaving. After the southwest Zhang's Hung and the triangular gap, Wang Chang's invincibility and strategic planning had been deeply imprinted into everyone's mind. No matter what Wang Chang said or what order he gave, everyone would unhesitatingly obey and carry out his orders. Chapter 802. Southwest of Wushang, 700 or 800 kilometers away, in a mountain range with steep cliffs and no path connecting it. But more than 2 months ago, more than 100 people had traversed the mountains, cutting their way through brambles and thistles to enter this mountain range. No one knew what they were doing, only that they had spent more than a month clearing a path out of the mountain. Then they began to dig into the mountain, apparently searching for something. Everyone, do your best. Marquis has ordered that if you can find that Lu or everyone will be heavily rewarded. From now on, you will all be able to eat and drink well, and no one will have to worry about food or clothing. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't be discouraged. Don't be disheartened. If Marquis says it's here, then it definitely is. All of you know about the War of the Southwest. A person like Marquis has always been like a god and would never lie. Everyone, do your work well. Marquis will not treat you unfairly. On a mountain, atop a large, crouching boulder, a 30-something-year-old army supervisor was urging his men on, his loud voice echoing over the mountain range. "My lord!" While they were digging, a panicked shout suddenly came from outside. A strong man in his 30s, who was naked from the waist up, staggered in from the outside. "There are many people outside. Quickly go and take a look." "What?" On the crouching boulder, the 30-something-year-old army supervisor leaped down from the boulder in shock. "What nonsense are you spouting? There's no one else here except us." "My lord, I'm not lying. Quickly take a look." The 30-something-year-old man said, his face filled with fear. The argument between the two quickly attracted everyone's attention. Gallop! A few moments later, a cloud of dust and thunderous hooves could be heard, traveling along the path they had cleared. The Inspector General's expression froze as he subconsciously raised his head. He saw a billowing cloud of dust covering the sky, and within the cloud of dust he could vaguely make out countless figures. From the clopping of hooves and the cloud of dust, there were at least 1,000 people rushing over. Just who are these people? Other than us, there's no one else in the entire mountain range. Could it be a nearby mountain bandit? The military supervisor was startled, and a thought flashed through his mind. On the westbound Silk Road, bandits and highwaymen were the most tyrannical. For them to appear at this time, they were most likely the bandits and highwaymen from the nearby mountains. Could it be that we made too much noise here and attracted the attention of some mounted bandits? The army supervisor felt uneasy. Thunder Rock? At this moment, a loud voice came from the smoke. Before the supervisor could figure out what was going on, he saw an arm with bulging veins and 5 fingers that were as black as steel. The arm grabbed a token and reached out from the smoke. That's right. Lei Peng was taken aback, but he quickly recognized the token. In the entire Tang dynasty of the Central Plains, there was only one lord who would use such a token. Did Marquis send you here? But isn't it not time yet? Lei Peng immediately calmed down. The battle on the Western Front has ended. Marquis has ordered us to speed up the progress on the Lu or mine. The smoke dissipated, and a fully armored leader of the cavalry charged out. His expression was solemn, and he had a mustache above his lips. It seemed that he had some status. Behind him, one figure after another arrived. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 1,000 people. But we've already been digging for more than a month, and we still haven't found any Lu or. Isn't it too hasty to increase our manpower now? Wouldn't it be a waste of countless manpower and resources, and a great disappointment to the Marquis? Lei Peng said nervously. Although he had been cheering them on for the past few months, he had no idea whether or not the Lu or Marquis had spoken of actually existed here. The mountains here were so dense that before they actually dug it out, no one knew which mountains had it and which ones didn't. Perhaps the entire mountain range didn't have it at all. Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? If Marquis says there is, then there definitely is. There's no need for you to say anything more. The leader of the cavalrymen was swift and decisive. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his head and waved his hand behind him. In an instant, everyone dismounted from their horses, pulled out pickaxes, shovels, and other tools from their horses, and walked over with large strides. They quickly joined the mining army. Seeing this, a trace of helplessness flashed through Lei Peng's eyes, and he joined the mining army. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Just when Lei Peng was about to give up hope, on the 4th day, there was a rumble as the mountain suddenly collapsed. A shout of joy came from within. We found it! We found it! We really did find the Lu, or Marquis, spoke of. Ha ha ha! An old miner clasped a large piece of grayish-white ore in his hands and suddenly cried out in excitement. Aluminum ore might have been mistakenly called Lu ore in this era, but Wang Chong had still relied on his memories to successfully find these treasures buried deep in the mountains. If one looked down from a high vantage point, one would realize that there were far more mining teams like this one. In the southeast, southwest, and other places along the Silk Road, Wang Chong had dispatched men to all of them. Moreover, after the battle at the Triangular Gap, he had increased the size of his forces by more than 10 times. This rapidly increased the efficiency of mining, and as more and more aluminum ore was discovered, the great clans of the Tang dynasty that had allied with Wang Chong quickly began to deploy their forces. Cart after cart of aluminum ore was excavated from the depths of the mountains and sent to the capital like rivers flowing into the sea. And in the capital, everything related to aluminum ore was gathered under the name of a single person. My lord, this is the 1000th cart of Lu, or that has been delivered today. On the eastern outskirts of the capital, on the westbound Silk Road, an azure-robed guard stood next to Zhao Jingdian, watching as countless carriages passed by, transporting one cart after another of Lu ore. Behind them stood a series of houses. These houses were all made of the simplest and crudest brick construction. There was no furniture inside, only piles of Lu ore inside. In the Tang dynasty, all the iron and copper ores were sought after by the great clans and swordsmiths, but no one knew what this newly discovered Lu ore was for. Although many people believed it to be worthless, it was an indisputable fact that it was highly valued by Wang Chong. Although many great clans still had reservations about Wang Chong's plan, they couldn't stand the fact that the cost of this Lu or lime was far too low. For these great clans, even if they participated, their losses would be extremely limited. On the contrary, if they gambled correctly, they would be able to obtain endless benefits from Wang Chong. This was the true reason why so many great clans were participating. The supply this time is truly too large. It seems like Marquis has already freed himself from Wushang. An extremely quick-witted guard next to Zhao Jingdian spoke up, an excited expression on his face. The 2 of you have rather fast reactions. I just received the news a few days ago that Marquis defeated Dusong Mangpoj and the Uzin on the plateau, sweeping away the threat to the west. For the time being, there shouldn't be any threats to Qixi. Marquis means that we should speed things up on our side. Zhao Jingdian gave a slight nod and said, Zhao Jingdian had not gone with Wang Chong on this trip to Wushang, because Wang Chong had given him an even more important task. The lime, clay, sand, and stones were all extremely unremarkable items that the nobles of the capital would not care about. But Zhao Jingdian could sense that Wang Chong viewed these items with unprecedented importance. This was the primary reason he had stayed behind. How are the craftsmen in the rear coming along with the new mud formula? Zhao Jingdian asked, his gaze still fixed in the direction of Qixi. All the most experienced craftsmen have been working day and night to formulate the best formula, and they've already reaped the rewards. The newly formulated mud, after being hardened, can now withstand the full-force blow of a true martial realm expert, but Master Kong and the others say that the hardness of this formula can be increased. In its ideal state, It should be able to withstand the full-force blow of a profound martial realm expert. The guard on the left solemnly said. In addition, the masters have agreed that Marquis' idea of adding some steel bars to the mud ahead of time is very reasonable. Moreover, the masters also have some ideas. They feel that we can add some simple toughening inscriptions or defensive inscriptions to the steel bars. This will greatly increase the hardness of the hardened mud, further increasing the amount of strength it can bear. The other guard added, the greatest difference between this world and Wang Chang's previous world was the large number of inscriptions. This also meant that Wang Chong had probably underestimated the heights cement could reach in this world. Wang Chong could not have predicted all of this. It's about time. Marquis' matter can't be delayed. Inform the great clans of the capital and tell them that Marquis has made an agreement with them that it's time for them to contribute money and strength. After waiting for so long, they're probably even more anxious than we are. Zhao Jingdian held his hands behind his back. In the days since Wang Chong had left the capital for Wushang, many of the great clans of the capital had come to investigate under the guise of using all sorts of tricks. As a grand clan of ministers and generals, and with the king of Song backing them, no one believed that Wang Chong would deceive them. But none of the great clans knew anything about this matter, and Wang Chong was unwilling to tell them. All the great clans were itching to know, and they could only send people to investigate. Bang! Zhao Jingdian's voice was like a thunderclap crashing over the capital, sending massive waves through the capital. The great clans and nobles were like sharks that had smelled blood, swiftly moving into action. Chapter 803. Bye. Buy all of the lime, clay, sand, stones, or whatever lure you have and send them over. We'll give him as many people as he wants. We'll give him as much money as he wants. We have to make Wang Chong and the Wang clan owe us a favor. In a small clan in the western part of the city, the 40-year-old clan head roared like thunder. What? Risk? Are you afraid that the mighty Wang clan won't be able to pay up? Putting aside everything else, just think about how much each Wuzi steel sword costs. You can't even buy one even if you have the money. Are you afraid that he won't be able to pay up? In the largest abyssal sword tower in the eastern part of the city, Tower Lord Zhao Jinling's spittle splattered everywhere as he cursed at the opposing elders. The elders' faces were red as they covered their faces and fled. Go. Go. Gather all the people in our family that can be mobilized. Also, send those bastards born by the third and fourth brothers. They've been idling around all day long. Send them all out. Don't you know that the Zhou clan in the western part of the city has already sent 9 out of 10 elders for fear of falling behind? If they can even send their elders, what are we waiting for? The first to move eats the meat, and the last to move eats the meat. Shit. In the northern part of the city, the Huang clan's patriarch Huang Sha had always had a fiery temper, and this time his furious voice was so loud that it seemed like the roof of the residence would be blown away. Everyone fled in fear and trepidation. The Zhao clan, the Bai clan, the Gua clan, the Chai clan, and the other ancient clans of the Tang dynasty also dispatched their experts, because of the letter that Wang Chong had sent to Zhao Jingdian from Wushang. All these clans were mobilizing. When all these families and clans were gathered together, they were like a huge machine operating together. The amount of energy they could muster was extremely shocking. All the lime, clay, sand, stone, and lu was gathered like a surging flood and transported to Zhao Jingdian's hands. With a single order, Zhao Jingdian had gathered at least 100,000 craftsmen. Not even Wang Chong had been able to do this when he was building the city of steel in Wushang. Compared to the remote and uninhabited Wushang, the capital was far more convenient. 3 days later, at the beginning of the road leading from the capital to the western regions, Zhao Jingdian, dressed in formal attire, was surrounded by countless experts from the great clans. The plan had already begun. Everyone was looking forward to this cement road that they had never heard of before. They all wanted to see what was really going on. Get ready. With a grave expression, Zhao Jingdian gave the order. A moment later, several hundred craftsmen lined up on both sides of the road and began to put in lime, clay, and lue, or as they had practiced countless times. Then they poured in sand and stone, quickly mixing them with water according to the ratio, and began to stir. Under the curious gazes of countless people, these craftsmen first covered the long road with a thick layer of the mud, then added a layer of gravel, stones, and steel bars that were as thick as a finger surrounded by iron wires. Finally, the last layer of mud was added. When everything was over, a 10-inch tall asphalt muddy road appeared in front of everyone. That's it. A disciple of the Zhang family in the capital looked at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. He had heard people talk about the cement road countless times, and there were all sorts of stories about it. Some said that the road would spit fire at night. Some said that it had wheels and could be moved, and some said that gold and silver had been added to the road so that it would sparkle at night. It was just that no one would have thought that this cement road, which took a lot of time and effort and attracted the attention of countless aristocratic families in the capital, was actually so ordinary. To think that it was just a few layers of green mud and 2 steel bars. What a waste of all the aristocratic families' expectations and energy, only to get such a thing in the end. It was really too disappointing. Haha, of course it's not over yet. If anyone wants to back out, there's still time. Our young master said long ago that we won't stop anyone who wants to back out. All the money you've invested in this project will be returned to you in full. Zhao Jingdian heartily laughed. In an instant, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. The experts from the various aristocratic families, who were originally full of dissatisfaction, all shut their mouths tightly as if someone had sewn them shut, unwilling to say a single word. What a joke! Whether it was lime, clay, lue, or sand or stone, they were all the cheapest things. Even if one invested countless manpower and resources, even if they multiplied this number by 10, it would still be a small sum. There was nothing in the world more worthwhile than spending such a small sum to establish a relationship with the Wang clan. As for this mud, so what if it was all dirt and couldn't be used? Which clan with a bit of foundation would care about such a thing? They would just treat it as buying a ticket. Moreover, even though they didn't feel it at the start, as long as there were tens of thousands of big families involved, it would become a major existence that no family could ignore. As for why they had gathered in the first place, that was no longer important. If anyone backed out now, they would become the common enemy of the other clans and be ostracized by the other clans. It wouldn't matter in the short term, but if this continued, this clan would be ostracized from the other clans and would eventually decline. On the other hand, if all the clans banded together, all of them would benefit in the future. This was why the Zhao clan, and by clan, even though they knew that Wang Chong had taken their money to build the road, had still decided to intervene. The other clans relied on the Zhao clan and Bai clan, and the Bai clan and Zhao clan could borrow the strength of the other smaller clans to develop even more. At the same time, they could increase the influence of the Zhao clan and Bai clan in the other clans. Lord Zhao, there's no need to be so serious. I was just joking. That's right. I was just joking. How could we possibly retreat? The young Marquis's plans are flawless. He must have his reasons for his decisions. How could we possibly suspect Marquis? Lord Zhao, calm your anger. I misspoke just now, I apologize. We'll double the amount of gold and silver for our cement road. The group of people looked embarrassed and hurriedly apologized. A few of the sharp-tongued ones wanted to slap their own mouths. They had only sought a moment of pleasure and ended up angering Lord Zhao. Since it was a slip of the tongue, I'll pretend I never heard it. Zhao Jingdian faintly smiled, not bothering to argue with him. Wang Chong had long ago said that too many clans had been gathered for this operation, and the more people there were, the more mouths there would be, the more difficult it would be to manage. Given his honest personality, he might not be able to control them, so he had hoped that he would be a little more forceful. So far, the results had been pretty good. Elder Chen, let's begin. Zhao Jingdian quickly turned his head and gestured to an extremely experienced 50-year-old foreman, his face covered in wrinkles. In the next moment, layers of lime were sprinkled on the newly built, muddy road, rapidly absorbing the moisture in the muddy road. This was a method that these craftsmen had developed. Under normal circumstances, the mud road would take several hours to harden. Sprinkling lime powder over the road could absorb the water and speed up the hardening process. After all, so many clans couldn't just wait here for so long and do nothing. That's enough. Seeing the lime powder rapidly moisten the road, Zhao Jingdian waved his hand and stopped the crowd. Afterward, Zhao Jingdian stood at the very front of the crowd with his hands held behind his back, his eyes fixed on the asphalt road. His expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. Since Zhao Jingdian said nothing, the others also remained silent, not daring to say anything. With the previous example, everyone knew that this young-looking Lord Zhao wasn't as easy to deal with as he appeared to be. Time slowly passed, and even though the lime powder had been sprinkled to speed up the absorption of water, the mud road was not very easy to dry. Around an hour later, the asphalt road finally turned white and began to harden. It's done. Zhao Jingdian looked at the hardened mud road, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. Everyone, after expending countless resources, manpower, and resources, we have gathered a vast amount of lime, clay, Lu ore, sand, and stone. This is the cement road that Marquis spoke of. Zhao Jingdian felt a strong sense of accomplishment as he stared at the green and white road before him. After all this time, the first cement road that Marquis had spoken of had finally appeared. Buzz. On the other side, Zhao Jingdian had barely finished speaking when the crowd immediately buzzed with chatter. Contrary to Zhao Jingdian's expectations, though no one said anything, they all stared at the green and white path with suspicion in their eyes. Lord Zhao, forgive me for speaking too much. This mud road, no. This old man has traveled the world and seen many things, but I truly do not understand. Just what is so good about this cement road, Lord? A white-bearded elder of an aristocratic family who was in his 50s or 60s walked out of the crowd hesitantly. In addition, if it's just to repair the road, you can just find some villagers and use some pebbles and gravel for the same effect. Moreover, wouldn't that be even more economical? Zhao Jingdian glanced back and immediately recognized that this was Elder Xie Gufeng of the Xie clan. He had some influence in the great clans. As expected, Xie Gufeng's words caused a chain reaction in the crowd, and the crowd began to whisper to each other. Although they did not dare to go too far, Zhao Jingdian could see that many people were secretly nodding their heads, clearly believing that Xie Gufeng's words were reasonable. Elder Xie asks a good question. Someone bring it up. Zhao Jingdian faintly smiled as if he had already expected this, and he waved his hand. Soon, the wheels began to rumble, and two majestic horses pulled a huge, peculiar carriage from outside. It was strange because, unlike ordinary carriages, this carriage had no roof. Instead, it was squarish with the opening facing the sky. Moreover, this carriage was several times larger than ordinary carriages.